55. I believe it's now, he's east. Charles Peak is east of Grenada, and he is north of a new storm that has a new severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. There is a pretty hefty storm right now that even has the potential of producing a tornado, according to the National Weather Service here. Again, we are tracking that severe weather threat here on Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren on the radar tonight, along with meteorologist Jackie Jarris, walking you through what to expect in the next few minutes, the next several hours, and even days in terms of severe weather. That's right, in days in terms of severe weather. Here is that storm. Here's Winona right here, Interstate 55. This is in the north central part of Mississippi with the tag here, possible tornado associated with this. Again, this is that storm right here. In fact, a pretty healthy looking storm coming behind it as well. So this could be a 1-2 punch. Again, severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect right here in this part of Mississippi. So just north of central Mississippi with a big line of storms right here. And this, again, tornado possible with this. It's not a tornado warning, but seeing enough on the radar that it's possible there could be a tornado developing out of that storm. Here's the tornado watch, where conditions are still favorable and remain favorable for the development of tornadoes. This until 7 o'clock, including much of Mississippi, so the next few hours here. And then just to the east until 10 o'clock this evening, the threat for tornadoes continues. It's possible this will expand as well. We'll let you know if we get word from the Storm Prediction Center if they do expand the watch. But again, this is that severe thunderstorm warning right now here in Mississippi. Winona, Eupora as well right here. Tornado possible. It's a radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning. It's in effect until 5:15. It includes Duck Hill, Eupora, and Winona as well. Again, this is for Grenada, Montgomery, and Webster counties until 5:15. Again, you look a little bit closer, not highly populated. That always is something that you look for, but still likely to be, some people in here, and it is heading towards some cities we can see here and a lot of the highways as well. A big line of storms right now at any point could have some severe weather associated with it, even out ahead of it as well. Keeping an eye on this one near Tupelo, also north of Hamilton. This one's starting to get a little bit of that look right now where you kind of have a little bit of an appendage off here and a taller storm getting blown off as well. So, Jackie, a lot to watch, and I think we're still early in the evening in terms of the severe weather threat.
Yeah, and we've got days to go with the risk of severe storms across some parts of the South. In fact, another round of potentially dangerous storms is going to be moving across the South this weekend, and much of the deep to mid-South could see severe thunderstorms, the possibility of tornadoes. That risk area you're looking at there is for Saturday. So I know we have a chance tomorrow and New Year's Eve night, but into New Year's Day as well. So we want to fast forward to Saturday because this could be one of the more significant days for severe weather. And the risk area is pretty much the area that we're watching right now. So from Nashville down towards Birmingham, back into Mississippi and Louisiana, you need to be on alert for days on end, including New Year's Day. So the setup for New Year's Day, this storm is the one that's coming in across parts of the West right now. This will work its way across the nation's midsection and then start to lift up towards the Great Lakes by Saturday. So what that's going to do is it's going to create a very large warm sector. I know we already have a pretty decent warm sector, but it's going to get even bigger. So a lot of energy is going to be available for thunderstorms to grow and to develop. Plenty of moisture in place. You feel the humidity. Our dew points in the 60s, even in 70s in some spots, creating more buoyancy into the atmosphere, and a very favorable wind field too, which will help thunderstorms organize, will help thunderstorms hold together, but also turning winds with height, which will support rotating thunderstorms potentially. Look at this huge dig, or this big dip in the jet stream. So that is one of the signals that we're looking at that makes Saturday a little bit more of a significant day probably than the next couple. That said, anytime you get any kind of severe weather, if it hits you, that's a huge deal. So expect thunderstorms already on Saturday in the morning. These will start out into the plains and then work their way off towards the east, Nashville, Huntsville, towards Atlanta, even into the evening hours, and then working its way towards the eastern seaboard. By Sunday, a lot of that energy starts to pull offshore. Now, we want you to stay with the Weather Channel all evening and download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage.
What says love better than something you can chew on?
Right now, tracking the threat for severe weather across Mississippi and and beyond. This is a live look on the road here in Mississippi in Grenada County. This is just north of where there is a severe thunderstorm warning, the storm could have a tornado associated with it. That is the word from the National Weather Service. Again, looking right now at some wet roads. Did see some rain come through a little bit earlier. Still a little bit of rain at the moment where Charles is driving. We'll continue to track Charles's shot as we continue to look on the radar this evening for a storm that's starting to get a little bit more of that appendage right there, a little bit more of that classic supercell thunderstorm look. And if it does have a tornado associated with it, probably somewhere in here. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Could see 60-mile-an-hour winds and some large hail. But again, National Weather Service saying still a tornado is possible with this. Again, just east of Interstate 5 here and just north of central Mississippi, and well within an area that is under a tornado watch. The threat for tornadoes and the conditions are still there until 10 o'clock for these areas right here. The threat for tornadoes continuing possibly even after this. We'll let you know if the Storm Prediction Center decides to add any additional tornado watches. Again, watches mean conditions favorable. Warnings mean it's either happening or it's about to happen. In this case, the severe thunderstorm, either seeing some damaging wind gusts at the moment, damaging winds, or possibly a tornado forming. So big heads up again right now. Here's Winona, just to the northeast of there. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:15. A lot of lightning associated with these storms going all the way up to Tennessee. These storms are going to be heading into Alabama and eventually into Georgia as well. Couple here, again, worth watching, Hamilton and north of Hamilton, north of Tupelo. So still things looking very active. And I guess if we try to look at the bright side of things, Jackie, just the one severe thunderstorm warning at the moment.
Yeah, for now, right?
For now, yeah.
But the chance, at least, is going to be there ongoing for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow morning as well. So let's time it out for you so you know when you can expect the storms in your city. So this is the broad view showing you showers and thunderstorms developing and tracking off towards the east. We're going to see some bowing segments, which could lead to some damaging winds. We're going to see a couple of, individual storms that could become supercells with some rotation on them potentially. And that's going to track to the east through the evening hours. This is going to hold together with new storm development even after dark. So it's particularly dangerous at nighttime, especially when you're going to bed. Kids might have a hard time sleeping through the night, hearing all the racket with the thunder and the lightning ongoing and seeing a little bit of an electric strobe show, right? Birmingham, showers and thunderstorms likely coming through in several rounds. That's going to be the case across the Atlanta metro area late tonight through early tomorrow morning, and then continue to track through about the middle of the morning tomorrow as well. So let's time it out for a place like Tupelo. We've got some spotty thunderstorms across the region right now. This is likely going to continue through about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, and then you'll likely start to clear out with a few lingering showers then or thunderstorms possible through early tomorrow. But I think the worst will be over by that time for you in Tupelo. And what about a place like Jackson, Mississippi? Jackson, right along the I-20 corridor here. Storms are going to be coming in from the north and west by 7, 8 o'clock tonight. Might get a break in the action, and then perhaps another round coming through here in the overnight up towards Yazoo City through Jackson, and then tracking off towards the east. And then we want to take a look at Birmingham. Birmingham, it's been more than 120 days since they've issued any tornado warnings. Will we break that streak and have to do that later on this evening tonight? It's a possibility as we look at conditions favorable for severe storms to develop. And I don't like what the models are doing over here, for example, giving you the idea that some supercells could be developing along with cluster clusters of thunderstorms. So it's not just a severe weather threat, though, too, Chris. It's also the heavy rainfall that could lead to some flash flooding. So avoid traveling if you can at all tonight. Even shift workers, I worry about a little bit.
Absolutely. And when we look at the ingredients going into this threat, it's, you know, the end of December, and we look at the temperatures. What would you expect would be a pleasant, a warm, nice, you know, day in the South? What, 50s, 60s?
Yeah, 50s is a good day, especially
right?
if there's sun this time of the year.
But no, we're about 15 to 25 degrees warmer than what you would expect for even some nice temperatures this time of year in the South. So with readings into the 70s, even the 80s, this is well above average, much more like the kind of weather you'd expect a few months from now, which, of course, a few months from now is springtime, severe weather season, and guess what we're dealing with? Spring-like temperatures and severe weather. This continues, even expands by Friday. So the ingredients, again, for severe weather, the temperatures and the humidity that's available within a warmer atmosphere really is the fuel for these storms. We're forecasting tomorrow in Vero here in Florida, Vero Beach, to beat the record by 2 degrees that was set in 1983. A lot of areas are going to be close, expected to tie it again here on Friday when it's going to, you know, really feeling like springtime in a lot of these areas. Here's Memphis, 70s until, look at this, dropping down on Sunday to 35 degrees. So right in here, expecting some pretty messy weather.
Welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
Can I get 2 patty melt?
Melting the cheese. Order up.
Sonic patty melt.
With quality that's guaranteed for life, Bathfitter doesn't just fit your bath, it fits your high standards. Why have over 2 million people welcomed Bathfitter into their homes? It just fits. Call now or visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
I ended up losing my job because of COVID. My biggest stress, I think, was not knowing how I was going to be able to afford my medication. I went to the pharmacist and I asked her if there was anything that she could help me with. And she's like, I already got it. Don't worry about it. Here's GoodRx. It was a huge chunk of change, like a good 75% that I ended up saving. I was like jumping up and down. Yeah! I just couldn't be more grateful.
At Southern New Hampshire University, we never stop celebrating our students. From day one to graduation to your dream job.
I'm delivering a lot of Flex Seal this holiday, so I turned the boat into a flying sleigh. Yeah, doggy! And don't forget about our Flex Paste, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Even at extreme cold, Flex Paste keeps its hold. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
As our parents get older, they can stay more active with the right care.
Yeah, happy. You know what? Oh, did you have 4 of those?
Yeah. Find care for your mom and dad at care.com.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
After Mom's hospital and rehab stay, we didn't think we'd get another chance to celebrate a holiday with her. But visiting Angels has given us the greatest gift possible. Mom at home, happy, well cared for, and most importantly, safe. Sarah's not just a caregiver, she's part of the family, helping us keep our traditions alive.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care.
Drivers who fix their own cars just got a smarter tool to work with. The easy-to-use vehicle selector on carparts.com. We put the exact part you need right at your fingertips. No guesswork, no hassle. Just enter the year, make, and model of your car. You'll save up to 50% and find the right part fast. Turning that smartphone into a parts store on demand where every part is guaranteed to fit. Get the right parts right now at carparts.com.
pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
New video into the Weather Channel right now. This, you can hear it. Some of that very heavy rain that is falling here in Memphis. This is a little bit earlier today, and you can see why the threat for flash flooding is with us. If this keeps up for too long, it overwhelms drainage systems in a big way, just pouring out of the gutters here, off the rooftops, over these urbanized areas. Really, you get a lot of water going into drainage systems in a hurry. So flooding, remember, is going to be one of the concerns associated with what we're seeing tonight. This right here, a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like it's for this one, but initially was issued for this one right here, and it's this one, the one just north of Eupora right now that has the tornado possible associated with it. And you see this right here on the other one just north of Winona. Now, that's likely some large hail right now, indicated by the high reflectivity. And this one is also rotating, though. This is the one right in here. When you see it's hard to tell, but that's red on the top right up here in green. When the red and the green are really close to each other, that's winds going really fast right next to each other. Green going toward the radar, the red going away from the radar. So this is where you would likely have that rotation. Do this right in here, going like that. But notice also a similar situation here, a little bit broader. Notice with this one, you don't have it as tight, as close. So this is the one that has the tornado possible associated with it. Again, this is the one severe thunderstorm warning right now. We are expecting more. Watching some of the other storms right now around. It's especially the ones that are out ahead, and sometimes it's the ones just to the south and even over here. And anywhere along the line, we could see some more severe thunderstorm warnings and even tornado warnings. We're starting to see some areas get out of the danger zone or out of the threat zone as the Storm Prediction Center starts to shave down some of the tornado watches. No longer these areas conditions as favorable for tornadoes as they were before. And you can see it's these areas in red for the threat to this point right here until 7 o'clock. And then over a little bit farther to the east, these areas conditions remain favorable for possible tornadoes until 10 o'clock this evening. And again, here's another look at that severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect. And I'm curious to see if they just go ahead and leave this warning up for this one right here, because that one's the one that has the most frequent lightning associated with it and could have some very large hail as well as we take a closer look. So we've got two pretty bad storms right now firing up here in Mississippi with a lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain. Expecting this trend to continue, an increase of more rain, more thunderstorms also in these areas here in Georgia, more thunderstorms flaring up, and it is still early. Expecting a lot of storms to be developing, Jackie, even during the overnight hours. As we track severe weather through the rest of this week into the weekend, we're also going to be talking more and more about a potentially high impact snow event.
Yes, snow and severe. We're going to have both of those aspects for our next storm for this weekend. So we're fast forwarding a little bit into the weekend, New Year's Eve night, and going forward for our next big storm. This is the one that's out in the west right now that's going to be kind of pivoting and lingering in the area and then start to eject out of the region, move into the plains, and eventually into the northeast. So let's show you the computer models. This is the Euro model, and it shows the area of low pressure here as it pulls out of the Rockies, which would bring some big upslope snows across parts of the Rockies and could really potentially bring some big numbers. It then brings the low a little farther to the south, up towards the Ohio Valley, eventually into the northeast as more of an inside runner. So we would be dealing with rain along the I-95 and perhaps finishing off with a little bit of snowfall. Now the GFS puts the low near the Rockies, also in a very similar location, but it lingers it longer here across the Four Corners and brings it a little bit farther to the south, and then again tracks into parts of the northeast. So the biggest discrepancy we have in our models is not what's going to be happening in the mountains across the west. We feel pretty solid that we're going to be talking about a foot or two of snow into the higher elevations here, but the question is what happens into the plains and how much snow are we going to get with that. So right now this is a blend of our models where we're likely going to see a big swath of 5 to, I would say, 10 inches of snowfall potentially, most likely somewhere here into northern Missouri, southern Iowa, perhaps leading over towards Chicago. So take this with a grain of salt because this forecast will likely wiggle a little bit farther north or south. We're keeping an eye on you in southern Wisconsin, but also in places like Kansas City. Now make sure that you stay with the Weather Channel all evening and download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and your smart TV.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive.
Breaking right now, do have a new tornado warning to tell you about in Mississippi for parts of Clay and Webster counties. This is the one that we were telling you about. Also, I have a wide view here because I also want to highlight there's another severe thunderstorm warning, which does include Tupelo. These are all brand new, and also one just north of the Louisiana border here in Arkansas in the southeast part of the state. This is a radar from one particular location, so it doesn't look like much, but it is. There's a bit going on here. I'll show you that in a second. But first things first, want to show you this one here at the moment. This is the tornado warning that is currently in effect. And here it is. Let's go ahead and zoom in. And right here, getting word that there is a rotating wall cloud. So what that means is you've got the base of a thunderstorm. Sometimes you can see rotation in the storm itself, right? And it's these supercell thunderstorms that rotate and more likely to produce tornadoes. And oftentimes what will happen is you'll get from the base a lowering. So you'll have like, it's almost like a box, and that is rotating. That's the wall cloud. So if you're getting word that that is what's happening, then oftentimes a tornado is imminent, is about to happen. So again, a tornado warning, radar indicated, seeing enough on the velocity, enough rotation with this. And we're seeing here, remember a few moments ago, we were looking at the red and the green very close to each other. And when that happens, when you have the winds going toward the radar and away from the radar, because it doesn't show side to side in relationship to the radar, just toward the radar or away from the radar, what the raindrops are doing, the movement of the winds. So then we kind of connect the dots. You've got rotation, right? So you've got that counterclockwise swirl indicative of a rotating storm likely producing a tornado. Again, Clay and Webster counties right here in Mississippi. Also it's a little bit broader location, but just behind it, another storm that is rotating here at the moment. So again, this is the brand new tornado warning that we're looking at. It is associated with the storm that we've been watching and continuing to see with the severe thunderstorm warning, but just a few moments ago did get the tornado warning from the National Weather Service office. Now, as we take a broader look here, and now here's even another severe thunderstorm warning while we were talking about the tornado warning. So now, just like that, we went from one severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning within that, and then another severe thunderstorm warning, another, and now another. Things really starting to heat up right now and get active. Well within the area where tornadoes, the conditions are favorable for tornadoes either till 7 o'clock over here or until 10 o'clock over here. So we get a little bit closer here. Here's Greenville, Mississippi. Here's Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and here is the southeast part of the state. And we can see quite a bit of lightning associated with this. Again, severe thunderstorm warning, damaging winds. We could see some large hail out of these storms as well. And here's that closer look at this one. This one is likely producing some large hail, just looking at the reflectivity on that. And then another look at the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning with these two storms right here. This is just east of Duck Hill. Again, the rotation here and here. This is the one that likely has the tornado associated with it. Another severe thunderstorm warning. This one for Chickasha and Lee and Pontotoc as well. And then we're going to go up a little bit farther. Okay, this just happened, so I have to bring the radar back down to show you this one. So we get it close enough to activate it. Prentice and Tishomingo as well. This one also has a tornado possible with it. So a tornado, it's tagged as a possible tornado. So again, seeing several warnings right now. Also watching this area here. And as we look at the big picture, we're seeing a lot of rain associated with these storms as well. Okay, so we have a lot going on here. Also here in north central Alabama in Birmingham is where we find the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel, who's watching the progress of the storms there from Birmingham. Mike, what are your thoughts this evening?
Well, right now we're in the mode of, as you said, watching. We've got several hours before we have any weather, significant weather getting to the Birmingham area. We're in north central Alabama, as you mentioned. We're in the Mountain Brook area, southeast of downtown, and pretty decent sunset this evening. What I have to mention again is the fact that it's just incredibly warm. 77 today in Birmingham, just 3 degrees off the all-time December high, and the dew point is in the mid-60s. I mean, that's just almost unheard of this time of the year. And the fact of the matter is, I can't believe I've worn a polo shirt 4 of the past 5 trips on the Weather Channel in December. That's how extreme the weather has been. Now it is going to get colder in the southeast once the front gets through Sunday night. Monday it will be much, much colder. Now in the meantime, we have a couple of tornado watches. The one of concern is the second one that the Storm Prediction Center issued about an hour or so ago. This is the one that's up until 10 o'clock tonight central. It includes northern Alabama, just north of Birmingham. That's the Huntsville area, and also a small portion of southern Tennessee, south central Tennessee, and a small area in northwest Georgia. That would be till 11 o'clock Eastern. So there is the threat of a few tornadoes and straight line wind damage. So far, no warnings have been issued in this particular watch box, but that will change. As you can see on the radar, the storms are coming in. The line is moving east, but the individual cells are moving northeast, generally about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So that's why it's going to be a while before we have any dangerous weather right here in the city of Birmingham. But we're going to be live right on through this evening, Chris. And by the time we get past about 8 or 9 central here in Birmingham, we're going to have lightning in the sky, and we'll keep you updated. We also have a safe place back at the hotel if necessary. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, we appreciate it. And breaking right now, do have a tornado warning and several severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about here. This in the southeast part of Arkansas, the severe thunderstorm warning. Also right here, a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, which includes Tupelo. And in the northeast part of Mississippi, another severe thunderstorm warning, which does have a tornado possibly associated with that one. That's the tag from the National Weather Service there. Again, this one for Ashley County, radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning. This is in effect here until 6 o'clock. And over here, this is the one that has really two cells within it. But it's this one right here that is the severe thunderstorm warning that now is a tornado warning. So we went from a warning for the severe variety to a tornado warning for Manti here, the city of Manti, a possible tornado. And look, it's even tighter rotation right now. This did have a report of a rotating wall cloud associated with it. I would be surprised if there was not a tornado right now. So take cover if you are in this area right here in Mississippi. And then to the north, a strong line of storms heading into Tupelo. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:45. And then up here in the northeast part of Mississippi until 5:30. That one has a tornado possibly associated with it as well. Again, a big area here of severe weather that will be continuing to move through. And notice as the evening turns into the overnight hours, we could have a stretch of storm after storm somewhere from Birmingham and Atlanta southward. So that, of course, is of concern. Torcons tonight, 5, 4, and 3s throughout a lot of the south here. So that means conditions still favorable for the development of tornadoes. A quick look at the timing. Here's Huntsville. Here's Chattanooga. It gives you a rough idea of how and when this is going to play out. Essentially a line of storms coming through by about 9 or 10 o'clock. Should be through, and then a few lingering showers. Here's the forecast for tonight. Atlanta. And this also an overnight affair. Here's now 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And unfortunately, especially south of town, this really looks like it's going to even bubble up again if this ends up being correct. This is one computer model, but generally they do a pretty good job of giving us kind of the flavor of the atmosphere, how things may be working out.
And a lot of heavy rain with all these storms as well, with repeated rounds of thunderstorms. So flash flooding is one of the things we're going to be concerned about as well. In fact, we've already had issues in northern Mississippi with emergency rescues that took place earlier today. The Calhoun County Sheriff's Office used a Humvee to get through the high water to rescue 3 adults and a baby that were trapped by the rising water. Everybody was okay. More than 20 other people had to evacuate their homes. So this is a significant setup. And we're going to be seeing severe weather chances over the next couple of days. You know, you walk outside and you know something isn't right when you feel the heat and you feel the humidity and you feel some of that stillness in the atmosphere. We've had peaks of sunshine out across the southeast today, and that adds more fuel and more energy to get those thunderstorms going. We've got tons of moisture in place. You know, I really contemplated putting the air conditioner on today just to kind of sweep out some of the humidity into the house. It's incredible to see these dew points, as Mike Seidel was talking about, well into the 60s, a few spots approaching 70 degrees or so. Our wind field also favorable, and winds turning with height to help support severe storms and supercells, this kind of storms that would then turn as they get developing and rotating. Now, here's a look at our future radar hour by hour for the rest of tonight into tomorrow morning. And the storms are going to continue well after dark, so you need to have a way to be alerted after you go to bed tonight as well. So notice some clustering of thunderstorms, but also some individual thunderstorms that could rotate. These are going to bring heavy downpours. These could bring the damaging winds. And we've already had some pretty good hail makers yet this afternoon, too. And that's going to be a possibility going into early tomorrow morning. So this just keeps on trucking, and the atmosphere just is ripe for these types of storms to develop. Now, where the tornadoes are going to be most likely, that's going to be in the darker red area, and we expect that in northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, southern parts of Tennessee, and northwest Georgia, pretty much where we have the watches that are in place right now. But the possibility is there, stretching all the way from the Gulf Coast down towards, say, New Orleans and Pensacola, all the way up towards Raleigh. So this is a broad area that we're going to be dealing with. Our torcons that we have here at the Weather Channel, on the scale from 1 to 10, 10 is the highest. But if there's a risk of 5, that's really significant. significant. So we have that for you in Huntsville, in Tupelo, and just south of Nashville. So that's a large area and populated areas that could be impacted. Timing this out for you hour by hour for Birmingham. It's been several months since there have been any tornado warnings issued here in the northern parts of your region. And so that could potentially happen a little bit later on. Right now, the watches are just to the north of you, Birmingham. But the severe weather risk is going to be ongoing. There you can see our future radar indicating some strong, possibly severe storms, 10, 11 o'clock yet for tonight. And then another wave that's going to come through overnight while most of us are sleeping around 2, 3, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. So the morning commute may be affected, especially on the south side of Birmingham and heading farther south over towards the Montgomery area. So a lot of areas that we're going to have to watch. Chris, I know that you're still watching things on the radar, and how are we doing with some of those warnings? Any more ground truth?
Haven't heard any more ground truth just yet, but what is breaking right now is we've got 2 separate tornado warnings at the moment, and what we see right here are the 2 warnings. It looks like they're the same one because initially what happened was there was a severe thunderstorm warning right here. It was for the first storm that we were watching, and I'm going to pause this right here. So initially we had the severe thunderstorm warning, and then for this storm, and then it was given a tornado warning, and then another storm entered into the picture, and there's another tornado warning. So the first one, or actually, which is the second storm, is this one right here for Clay and Webster counties. So this is now the second tornado warning. So the second storm now moving over this area and heading toward Manatee, and here it is. So really, Manatee is in line for 2 of them. And the next one, which is actually the first storm, is this one right here. You follow me? So we've got 1 and 2 right here. And both of them are getting close to Manatee, heading in this direction. Okay, so there are 2 tornado warnings right now, 2 storms very close to each other at the moment. And there's also a severe thunderstorm warning to the north. So what we're looking at, this is the velocity. Usually when you look at the radar, we're seeing the reflectivity. So the radar sends out a signal, detects a raindrop, that signal goes back to the radar, and you get an idea of how big the raindrops are. And the pattern of the return, the reflectivity, gives us clues as to what's going on in the environment. Well, the velocity, the storm relative velocity, which when you take out the motion of the storm, we look at the movement of the raindrops, which are either going toward the radar in green or in red away from the radar. So toward or away, and when that happens, really close to each other, when winds are going really fast in this kind of environment, what do we know? We've got a rotating storm here and here. So 2 tornado warnings currently in effect. This one is in effect for the second storm until 6 o'clock. Again, 2 tornado warnings right now, 3, really 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, this one and this one. And this is well within an area where conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes until either 7 o'clock or until 10 o'clock. And again, moving into Tupelo right now, a very strong part of this line of storms, a lot of lightning. But over here, across it right here, is where there is a severe thunderstorm warning, especially on the south side of town, some of the most intense part of this. Another look at this one. This one's in effect until 5:45. So again, this one is in effect till 6, this one until 5:45. Again, 2 tornado warnings right now. Here is the rotation right here and right here for both of these storms, very close to each other. Take cover right now if you're in this area. Also here, damaging winds possible for these areas right here. And to the north, there was a warning right here, a severe thunderstorm warning, no longer the case. But again, tracking 2 tornado warnings here on the Weather Channel. Stay with us. This is Storm Center.
Don't you?
territory for sure.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing? Outside!
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk.
It's a recipe for disaster.
Tornado warnings right now breaking here on Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. On the radar this evening, meteorologist Jackie Jarris is also keeping tabs on what's happening right now and in the days to come as the severe weather threat has been increasing throughout this evening and now as we see into the nighttime hours. Charles Peak out here in Mississippi, lightning in the distance, likely associated with some of what we're seeing right now. And what we are seeing right now, 2 tornado warnings and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, including a severe thunderstorm warning that is moving through. The storm in that warning is moving through Tupelo, Mississippi. We begin right now with the 2 tornado warnings currently in effect, essentially going right after each other, one after another. The first one right here, Calhoun and Chickasaw County. This includes Woodland. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning in effect until 5:45, and then there's this one right here, just to the west of it, and getting reports from storm spotters that there is a wall cloud with this, and of course, rotating thunderstorms likely producing or able to produce tornadoes. And when you get the wall cloud, that's just really like that next step before a tornado forms. And right in here is where that rotation is being shown on radar right now, on the velocity product here of the radar. So 2 tornado warnings right now, 2 areas of spin. Again, this one is radar indicated, but it also has a visual confirmation that there is a wall cloud associated with it. Again, 2 tornado warnings right now, 2 obvious areas of spin. And again, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, also a flash flood warning. The rain has since stopped there. It's been a while. But as we take a look at the areas where the Storm Prediction Center shows us and says that conditions are favorable for tornadoes, tornado watches that are in effect here until 7 o'clock. And then over here, which is this part of it, including parts of Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama, this is in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. Again, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings right now. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 6 o'clock. Over here, again, the 2 tornado warnings. This one, the one farthest east, is in effect until 5:45, and this one right here in effect until 6 o'clock here. So 2 of these, the 2 areas of rotation right here. Severe thunderstorm warning just to the north here in Tupelo with quite a bit of lightning. And the thunderstorms, not severe, but some very heavy rain south of Nashville right now. Also tracking some showers that have had some frequent lightning associated with it here in central and south Georgia. But the big picture right now, Jackie, shows us that things are really heating up, especially in Mississippi.
Yeah, when things get favorable, things can pop very quickly, and that's what's been happening here. We're looking live right now in Walthall, Mississippi. This is our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's got his car set up there, and you can see his windshield wipers going, and just the heavy rain that's coming down with this. Now, in Walthall, you are under that tornado warning, and this is where we're getting some of those reports of that rotating wall cloud. But look at the conditions. Do you think that you would see it if you were out there? I think the answer would be no. It's difficult to see with the heavy rain. The sun is down. It is dark out. So take the warning seriously tonight. Just trust them and get to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. So we do have some dangerous conditions out there. Visibility is very poor. The rain is coming down heavy. And that's one of the other threats we're going to have to watch out for here this evening, too, is some flash flooding. When we get some heavy rainfall rates coming down like that, it does become become concerning. We've already had some other flood reports in northern parts of Mississippi. So again, tornado warning here in Walthall, Mississippi, and we do have confirmation of a rotating wall cloud with that. So get to your safe place right now. Hopefully you're already there, Chris.
Yeah, and I want to go back now to those tornado warnings and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here at the moment. We start off here with the 2 tornado warnings, and you just mentioned Walthall, where Charles Peak is. That is, his location is just north of Eupora. Okay, so it is just probably right in here with this kind of heavy rain. Charles is likely, yeah, he is probably very close to the rotation of this storm, but just south of it in a safe location. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be south of the storm is where you want to be. Again, not always, but most of the storms are going to be tracking from west to east, and often from a southwest to a northeast direction. So two tornado warnings right now. This one's radar indicated to have a wall cloud reported from a storm spotter. Also another tornado warning right here. This one in effect until 5:45. Both of them showing rotation, perhaps maybe broadening out a little bit. If that's the case, it's a good sign. But again, 2 tornado warnings.
Welcome back to Storm Center. We're continuing to track severe weather here tonight, and you are looking live at our Charles Peak, our storm tracker, and his feed from Walthall, Mississippi, where a tornado warning remains in effect here for Webster County. Now, storm trackers have been seeing a rotating wall cloud with that, and what that is, it's a lowering of the storm where a tornado would develop. So a tornado may very well be developing or coming out of that wall cloud at any given time. So take this warning seriously. You always want to go to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. So there's been a hotbed of activity just in the last maybe 30 to 45 minutes, especially in northern Mississippi. This is the area that we're watching where conditions are most likely for tornadoes to develop. And Chris, you know, unless a lightning strike happens here, you really can't see anything to be able to know exactly where that tornado is.
Exactly right. And the trees, of course, but what I was seeing here on the horizon, Jackie, it's really tough to tell. It might come back into view here. It looks like maybe a tail cloud or part of a wall cloud. Do you see that? There's a dark base right above the road and hovering right along the tree line. Here, right along the tree line.
I have reflection on my monitor.
No, I know, and not every monitor is in your...
very well.
Yeah, this is a little tough, but
there you go.
Every once in a while... Yeah, my monitors are a lot better than yours over here. Actually,
I appreciate you coming over
yeah.
to show me what you're talking about, though.
But, yeah... Well, anyway, I can't see it there either. Looking at the screenwriter, yeah, I think it's more of a tail cloud. If you look off to the left, just above the trees.
There you go.
Do you see it?
I see it over there on the
left.
left.
It kind of looks like maybe, I think it's probably more of a tail cloud. But if you saw the whole picture, you would know for certain whether or not it was actually a wall cloud or not. But again, right as those poles were going by, right there and right there, I think maybe, or it could just be, frankly, scud. It could just be some fragments of clouds. But regardless, Charles Peak is out here looking at some of these storms, and he would have with your, eyeballs there live, it's much easier to get a sense of what's going on. It's also easier to kind of see if there's rotation out there as well. But again, storm tracker Charles Peak is out trying to get some confirmation on what we're seeing right now on the radar. All right, I want to show you what we're dealing with right now. There are still 2 tornado warnings, and now 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We had one over here, and we had this one right here, but now another one right here. It looks like this is really starting to line out, and this would be a damaging wind situation right here. So we'll take a closer look at the 2 tornado warnings right now, where the rotation likely is. Again, this is in effect until 6 o'clock. This one for the second one until 5:45. But we'll kind of put this into position here and get an idea what the rotation is doing. And fortunately, it looks like this may be kind of falling apart. That would be good news. We'll see if these do get discontinued. The one thing that I think is a little tough here with this display is the fact that the rotation might be underneath these red lines. So I'm going to see if I can kind of wiggle this around a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Right there. So we may still have some rotation right in here when the red and the green are really close to each other. So this would be winds going like this, and this would be winds going like that, which would indicate there would be some spin, some rotation right in here, just to the west of 389 and east of Manatee here. So again, a tornado warning in effect. Let's see if we can get over. Yeah, the other one looks like it's fallen apart a bit. Some pretty broad rotation, but again, this one still looks like it's got decent rotation associated with it right now. But still, 2 tornado warnings at the moment. We'll let you know when we hear from the National Weather Service what they're thinking for those. But still, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Damaging winds certainly going to be a possibility, even if a tornado doesn't happen. The tornado watch here is in effect until 7. This one here in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. And again, this whole stretch right here. So even if you're not in the tornado warning, or even if the tornado is not necessarily still in progress, this whole stretch here has the potential of producing some damaging winds, and thus you treat this whole line here as if it were a tornado. You get inside, make sure everybody's inside, lowest level of the home, basement if you got it, away from the windows, interior portion of your home, and just hunker down until this storm passes. Again, want to show you this no longer warned on, but still 2 tornado warnings, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and looking at some dangerous times here. And we're looking at now Charles Peak, driving around near the storms in Mississippi.
I recommend.
Breaking right now, 2 tornado warnings and a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about. And Adam Dean just told me we have just one now, just like that. One was canceled, so a little bit of good news here for us. But the bad news is we're still early in the night and the severe weather day. In fact, look at these 2 right down here. In fact, maybe 3. And it's going to be some of these individual ones away from the line that have all the atmosphere, all the ingredients. They don't have to share with nearby storms. They can really explode in a big way. As we look now at the 2 storms, there was this one right here that had a severe, right there, that had a tornado warning on it, no longer. This one still does. This one for another, 7 minutes or so. And we'll see if this does get canceled. It's now out of the box. So I would expect that one to get canceled. We'll let you know if that is not the case. But we see to the north a line here with some damaging winds potentially with this. So this... Okay, meteorologist Adam Dean again just told me this one just expired. So that will be going away here. And we were seeing this within the last 5-10 minutes. The rotation just really kind of dropped off. But we see here some potentially damaging winds, especially some of these brighter colors associated with the line right here. So we're going to have a damaging wind threat, as this may end up becoming a big line. You can even kind of start to see that a little bit here. And sometimes when that happens, this whole thing starts to work as a unit, and it can become a damaging wind producer. Still need to keep our eyes over here. These storms, this one no longer has a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. These are getting into a pretty juicy atmosphere at the moment. It's still very warm. There's a lot of humidity. There's a lot of moisture, I should say, in the atmosphere, which is essentially the fuel for these storms. So with that, Storm Prediction Center has highlighted these are areas where tornadoes are going to be more favorable than outside of these areas. West of the Alabama-Mississippi border until 7 o'clock, until 10 o'clock over here. And we'll see if the Storm Prediction Center decides to do more tornado watches. Maybe severe thunderstorm watches will be possible. And that could go into the nighttime hours as well. So here is, by nighttime I mean during the overnight hours. Here's Columbia, Tennessee. Nashville's just to the north of there. whole lot of thunderstorms on here, and we'll see if we do kind of get a little bit of rotation, some kinks. We'll look for these kind of kinks along the line to see if any of the line itself starts to rotate, where you can get just even a faster spin up associated with the overall large scale system that's moving through. Again, the rotation weakening quite a bit, losing both of those tornado warnings. This one looked like it had a little bit of a go at it. It looks like it had a little bit of a chance to get going, and it looks like it was just kind of gobbled up there by the main line. So that's a little bit of good news. And this one right here, also near Russellville, looks like it's going to be overtaken by the line and get eaten up here. So that could be maybe saving grace for some areas. Some of the discrete storms don't make it, but the line itself is going to pack a punch. And the way the atmosphere also is going to work out through the rest of this evening and the night, it looks like it's going straight across. But unfortunately, what's going to happen is we're eventually going to get some storms that are going to develop and just continue to go through the overnight hours. Just going to play this through for very quickly to just get a quick idea how we could see a lot of storms. See how the character just kind of changes? It's not just a quick line that comes through. We may end up getting one big storm after another. And Jackie, we're looking still at torcons in some of these areas, a 3, 4, and 5. I know I just showed you the future radar, but you're going to do spend a little bit more time on it to give us an idea of how things really could end up playing out tonight.
Yeah, because we have hours to go where we could see some storms. The watches could potentially get extended as well. And this affects some, major metropolitan areas, including you in Atlanta, Georgia. I do think the models are initializing pretty well and picking up the placement of where the storms are now, which gives us more confidence in the modeling as we go forward in time. So this is 6 o'clock with thunderstorms across parts of Mississippi into northern parts of Alabama. Some heavy downpours can be expected here into Tennessee. We'll see some individual storms, but also some rowing segments, which would be indicative of some damaging winds. We see a little bit of that up here into eastern Tennessee on the modeling. And then look at some of these individual storms into central parts of Alabama. So those could be supercells that rotate, and that's going to be a concern going forward. But look at this new development back behind it as well. So this tells us that this is not a one and done type of a scenario, that once you go to bed, you need to stay alert and have a way to get those alerts to wake you up in case severe weather strikes through the overnight, which looks like it could definitely do that. And that I-20 corridor, look at how those storms just kind of line up along there and south of there. That's going to be a zone to watch for heavy rain and flash flooding for sure if that comes through. So let's time it out for you here in Atlanta. I know you've had some light rain and kind of drippy, drizzly here and there throughout the day today, but the main event, the main show comes later tonight. So 11 o'clock, look at this coming through Rome, down towards Villa Rica, stretching towards Kennesaw, and then heading through the Atlanta metro area around 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and continuing into the early morning rush. Could be a slow one for many. Now we want you to stay with the Weather Channel all evening and download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alert, forecast, and live coverage.
What says love better than something?
New video into the Weather Channel right now showing what was a possible tornado from earlier today in Georgia. This here in Bainbridge, Georgia, certainly seeing a lowering of the clouds. There was some damage reported at a convenience store. And, of course, the National Weather Service investigating this. They'll go out to see if the damage is consistent, the pattern of the damage and the type of damage to different types of structures, if it is consistent with a tornado. But certainly an obvious lowering right there. So right here, this is, I want to show you the radar here. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren, along with meteorologist Jackie Jarris here, tracking the severe weather threat tonight, which really got going earlier today. I want to show you the radar here from Georgia over the past several hours. So this was around noon, and you can see there are showers and storms here in Florida, and then eventually some of these strong storms got going there by the late afternoon. So that was earlier today. This is what's going on right now. A severe thunderstorm warning right now southeast of Tupelo, Mississippi. This is the one severe warning that is currently in effect, and this one is in effect until 6:15. This whole line right here has the threat for bringing some damaging winds. And as we look at the big picture, we can see there's still a big area here of some thunderstorm activity. And within the area, the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted as potential for tornadoes. So the threat, of course, Jackie, we know, continuing tonight through Alabama and eventually into Georgia during the overnight hours.
Yeah, so tornado watch for Huntsville, but not for Birmingham, at least not yet. But that's one of the areas that could be at risk later on. Got a couple hours to go before storms arrive there. We want to check in with our Weather Channel meteorologist Mike Seidel, who has been keeping an eye on those storms working their way through Alabama. Mike, what do you think?
It's going to be a couple more hours before we have any of the weather here in Birmingham. We're the kind of the central part of the state, a little north of the central part of the state. The tornado watch is just north of here, up to Huntsville, Decatur, and then all the way into the extreme northwest corner of Georgia and a small section of south central Tennessee. And you can see on the radar the storms, although the line is moving east, the individual cells are moving northeast. So it is going to be probably at least 8 o'clock here in Birmingham before we have any issues with any kind of rain, wind, a lot of lightning out there. Could be some localized flash flooding. There's some very heavy rain with these storms as they move through. So keep that in mind. And we'll keep an eye on the Storm Prediction Center to see if they put out what they call a mesoscale discussion for this area. And that's where they discuss the possibility of a watch. So we'll see if we're going to be put in an additional watch later on this evening, whether it's a tornado or severe thunderstorm watch. And then the storms overnight will move towards Atlanta. Now, this is not a situation like we had a couple weeks ago, certainly not the severity, but this is not a cold front coming in. This is an upper level system, a little weakness aloft, some cold air aloft. So we don't have a cold front coming through. So tomorrow morning, you're not going to wake up and it's going to be, say, 30, 40 degrees cooler. By the way, 77 today, another record high in Birmingham. We're going to have showers and thunderstorms in the forecast again tomorrow, Friday, New Year's Day. So 3 more days of showers and thunderstorms, but heads up. Saturday could be a dangerous day here in the Huntsville area, across the southeast, and even into parts of the Tennessee Valley. So, Jackie, we have the threat this evening and overnight, or at least through midnight for severe weather, but the bigger threat for more people and a wider threat for, we think, tornadoes will be Saturday into Saturday night, and also Friday night, too. So we got a lot of dangerous weather ahead. Unusual, though, as we head into the first day of 2022. Jackie?
Absolutely. Thanks for the tee up, Mike, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about next is New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. You know, a lot of people are planning on partying or spending time with their family or being at the beach or whatever and tuning out, but you don't want to do that because this is going to be a significant storm. And it's not just severe weather across parts of the southeast. It's also going to be a really significant snowstorm, I think, for parts of the plains. Want to update you on the models, and this is the Euro showing you low pressure as this pulls out of the Rockies. This is a storm that's just offshore out in the Pacific right now. So that's likely going to be ramping up and then hooking up towards the Great Lakes and working its way towards the northeast, spreading rain and thunderstorms out ahead of it and much colder air and snowy conditions back behind it. The GFS does somewhat of a similar scenario, but lingers it a little bit longer across the southwest and takes a little bit more of a southerly track. So we'll have to wait and see. It's tough for the models to really pick up a really good signal on this when our storm is still offshore where we don't have a lot of observations to be able to put that into the models just yet. Greater confidence in the snow that's going to be coming here across parts of the Rockies, but what about parts of the plains and the Midwest? I think somebody in here is likely to get some double-digit snowfall totals, but keep in mind this line could wiggle a little farther north into Des Moines or wiggle a little farther south in Kansas City and Chicago. We're not ruling out big snows and shoveling for you either just yet. Right now on Storm Center, we are tracking dangerous storms firing up in the southeast from Louisiana to the Carolinas. There's the risk for strong storms and tornadoes. We have a Torcon of 5. That's for parts of northern Mississippi, Alabama, even into Tennessee and northwestern Georgia. Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm alongside meteorologist Chris Warren. He is on the radar tonight. Want to get straight to Chris for the very latest. And Chris, for the first time, knock on wood, in a little bit, No tornado warnings, at least not right now.
Yeah, not right now, but unfortunately, some of the thunderstorms that are out there could do some tornado-like damage with the severe thunderstorm warnings between Columbus and Tupelo, Mississippi right now. Big line of storms along, ahead, or with this line could have more tornado warnings. So we'll continue to watch this. Can take a closer look right now north of Columbus here in Mississippi. There are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, this is radar indicated, meaning that the radar is detecting some very strong winds associated with this. Could see either 70 or 60 mile per hour winds, depending on which section you are within this. Also, the reflectivity, a couple of times, like right in here, watch this, right there. That pink showing up, likely some heavier rainfall. In fact, let me go ahead and do that again so you can see it. Here we go, right there, right in there, we're going to see some of the pink showing up, and usually that is associated with some of the larger hail. And there have been reports in Arkansas of hail golf ball size doing damage to a windshield. So these storms do have the potential for packing a pretty big punch. Here we are in late December. And again, this one here, including West Point, damaging winds possible. Also, we could see 40-mile-an-hour winds associated with these, and we'll continue to watch this as we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick on these 2 storms with the lightning. And oftentimes that's an indication they're strengthening. So these 2 here in Mississippi, near Philadelphia and Louisville, these 2 will continue to watch and see if these end up getting warnings associated with them. But that's it as far as the severe weather right now, but that's not all. At least that's not all for this evening. That's not all for tonight and overnight, as it's expected to once again continue to kick up and get going here. And if that includes parts of Georgia, Alabama, and of course into Tennessee. Tornado watches just to the west of Mississippi go until 7 o'clock. East of there in Alabama, in Georgia, and into Tennessee, these tornado watches, are in effect until 10 o'clock. So again, that means conditions remain favorable for the development of tornadoes. And right here in Birmingham, meteorologist Mike Seidel is watching how things are developing tonight and joining us now with a look at what he's expecting. Mike, the way things have been playing out so far, does it make you lean in any particular direction compared to whatever you were thinking this morning?
I'm thinking positive. We've had several warnings, and so far things have been relatively quiet. We've got a long way to go with that said. And again, this is not the setup we had a couple weeks ago in Kentucky, and it's not the setup we're going to have on Saturday when we have a bona fide big storm and a front and a big warm sector. That's not the case with this situation. With that said, as we see on the Weather Channel, it only takes 1 tornado. Meanwhile, let's look at the radar. So far, we're in good shape here in Birmingham, but if you're going up 65 towards Huntsville, storms now coming in from the west, and they'll be in Huntsville in the next hour. None of those right now are warned in the northwest corner, but they could be warned very quickly. And then we have all the storms down the line towards south and southwest of Birmingham. Those are going to be coming in here, but I think in Birmingham it's going to be at least 8 o'clock tonight here before we have any weather to be concerned with. Now it's just incredible. This is like a summer evening. It's 73 degrees. We got a south wind at 14 miles an hour. The humidity is not uncomfortable, but the dew point is 66. I mean, 74 over 66 or 73 over 66 in late December is very unusual. And when you think about that, you think about something's got to give. And we're going to get the storms tonight. More storms tomorrow and Friday for New Year's Eve, because we're going to be in this very warm, unstable environment, not incredibly unstable. So it's going to be more of the showers and thunderstorms and some gusty winds. When we get into Saturday, we have this big synoptic low with a snowstorm. That's going to bring the Gulf moisture up, but we're going to have more spin in the atmosphere, more wind direction that changes with height, what we call directional shear. So that's the day we're more concerned with. Not that we're not worried about tonight, but Saturday is going to be a major threat for many more folks across the south central Gulf Coast and maybe as far north as the Ohio Valley Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening. So Jackie, Chris, keeping an eye on it from here in Birmingham. Another 2 hours or so, we should have some activity, and we've got our safe place over at the hotel to move to get out of the lightning threat, and if there is any straight line and tornado threat.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, another December night, another day in short sleeves. A reminder of what is possible today. Spring-type weather, Jackie. We've already seen some of the new video coming in showing us that's what's been happening.
Absolutely. We want to share that video with you right now. This is from Georgia, actually, and southwestern parts of the state in Bainbridge earlier today. It's in Decatur County, very close to the Florida state line, if you're not familiar. There was some damage reported with this for a convenience store. The National Weather Service investigating this. Boy, you know, you see this video and you see the lowering. You definitely see the funnel, but really tough to see whether or not that's touching the ground, right? It's a funnel cloud. If it's not touching the ground, if it's touching the ground, we call that a tornado. Now, we've got other new video to share with you, showing you another side of these severe storms, and that's hail. This is in Drew County, Arkansas, earlier today, and look closely. You know, you can see the sheets of the rain, but every now and then you see and maybe even hear a little bounce of the hail. We had a few reports earlier. Ooh, there you hear it for sure. We did have a few reports of golf ball size hail with the storms here yet for tonight. So these are all hazards that we have to look out for. We knew the risk was there. There's the ground truth to show you it has been happening, and that still could happen moving forward into the overnight hours for tonight. Chris was talking about the record temperatures we've had across the southeast. We've got a lot of energy that's still available, especially here across the deep south. Tons of moisture in place, 2 points in the 60s, almost unheard of for this time of the year in late December. This is the type of air mass we would expect perhaps in April, perhaps in March, in the springtime months. But we also have some strong wind trying to kick in just a little bit, and our winds turning with height. That's what's going to help to organize and support the severe storms. But we're never going to see this air mass clear out. We'll still stay warm and muggy, and with that environment sticking around, that means the storms still have a chance to keep going as we head through the overnight and even into early tomorrow morning. So there you can see the timing as we've been talking about here in Birmingham for Mike Seidel there. 10, 11, 12 o'clock for tonight. Looks very likely with storms rolling through the area. Atlanta, we're talking about 11, 12, 1, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, but it's not just one wave. Look at this, 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And it's still going in many of these spots, and that moisture coming in from the Gulf continuing to fuel these storms as they work their way into parts of the Carolinas with time. So it's really a large area that we have to keep our eye on for tonight. Stretches from the Gulf Coast through Arkansas all the way up into the Carolinas. We do have those torcons. We've got a couple of watches in effect right now. Remember, the higher the number, the higher the risk, and 5 is a pretty significant number on a scale that goes all the way up to 10. But Chris, this doesn't stop here overnight tonight. We've got multiple days and really hitting some of the same areas over and over.
You know, it almost feels like summertime, actually, with the day after day severe weather threat, but really dealing with this springtime severe weather, you know, day to day kind of atmosphere here was very warm and humid air, you know, the prime ingredients here for severe weather. This is now tomorrow. And notice tomorrow includes some of the areas that are included tonight. Parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and then into the Carolinas, torcon of 2. It's a lower number, but it's still a number. There's still a tornado threat. This is how things may be playing out tomorrow into the afternoon and evening, similar to how they're going to be playing out first thing in the morning. So multiple rounds. In this case, it looks like south of Atlanta, south of Birmingham, may have a couple of rounds of some strong storms or at least some very heavy rain. Flash flooding, I think, will be a concern for a lot of these areas overnight, tonight, and into the morning. So here's what's going on as the very warm and moist air is lifted up and over. Notice, too, this is a warm front in the warm sector where there's another warm front. So it's relative. This is still this air right here. X air is still warmer and more humid than Y air. And Y air is warmer and more humid than Z air. So you have warmer air overtaking other air. And up here, we could have some more storms forming as this air is lifted up and over the cooler air aloft, lifted up to a dew point to where we get showers and storms, and then the air is just free to go. So we've got some areas even come Friday where thunderstorms are expected to develop. And then what are the chances that they're going to be severe Friday into Friday night? Well, we start to look at the winds. We know the winds at the lower levels will help bring some of that moisture in, and we'll see also a little bit of turning. And when there's some turning, so winds going at different directions at different levels of the atmosphere, this allows the storms to start to spin. It puts some shear, some wind shear into the environment. These storms may start to spin, and they can also tilt. So the downdraft and the updraft are separated. That means these storms can last longer. When the storms just bubble up and then fall down, it kills the storms. But it's this wind shear that can make them last longer and even be stronger, especially with the stronger winds higher up in the atmosphere. So the storms here now is Friday, and Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. Sound familiar? Today's Wednesday. Thursday, similar story. Then again on Friday. Hit and miss storms, and then boom, late Friday into Saturday. The storm that we're watching that also now has a snowy side to it will be packing a big punch potentially in these areas right here, including a few areas farther to the north and a few areas farther to the west as well, and even over to the east. Again, this is now Friday evening into overnight Friday. This also, as we saw with today, the threat may increase as well in the coming days as things, come a little bit better into view.
Right. Sometimes it gets a little confusing when we have day after day and similar areas. But if there's one takeaway, I want folks in the Deep South to know that storms are possible every day, which could be severe, and that probably the worst day, the granddaddy, is going to come in Friday night into Saturday through the day on Saturday. That's New Year's Eve to New Year's Day. This is change your plans worthy kind of weather. So you need to be paying attention. You need to be sober enough to know to get to your safe place. Something to keep in mind. I'm just keeping it real, guys, right? It's something you really need to be cognizant of, that you always need to have one person that knows what's going on and can help take care of you, because this could be a really dangerous night and day ahead. All right, let's show you. There you can see the risk area, which is very similar to what we're dealing with here for tonight in terms of the area, but our warm sector gets larger as our area of low pressure lifts up, and we'll have plenty of energy available for storm development once again. But Saturday is really going to be a different animal. We'll have some of the same ingredients, like the moisture, like the record heat, but one of the big differences is going to be the intensity of this storm and some of the winds, more favorable, especially into the upper levels of the atmosphere. So we're going to zoom this out a little bit and advance it into late Saturday. And there's that big king. That is the big trough and upper level support that we need for stronger storms to get going. And there you can see that white color indicating the speed of those upper level winds. Very, very strong. And a lot of times right into that speed max and out ahead of it within this area, ahead of that cold front, is where the worst of the weather breaks out. So this looks very different compared to the disturbances more of what we're dealing with today, tomorrow, and then leading into early Friday. So Friday night into Saturday morning, widespread showers and thunderstorms already going to be a good possibility. This will continue to progress throughout the day on New Year's Day. That line finally clearing out of places like Little Rock and Shreveport, perhaps by the evening hours, but you're still going here in Alabama. You're still going here in North Georgia, through Tennessee, into the Carolinas. Now, as we head into Sunday, some of that energy is going to start to kind of pivot off and move over parts of the Atlantic. So I don't think Sunday is going to be as bad of a day, but still I'm watching especially the eastern Carolinas, where we still may have enough instability and lift to have a couple of decent thunderstorms. Now, on top of that, keep in mind, once we get into Saturday and Sunday, we've already had 3 days of storms bringing heavy rain across this region. So you put another 1 to 3 on top of that, and Chris, we could be looking at some pretty significant flash flooding in a couple spots.
We just got to get through this weekend here in terms of severe weather. Got to get through this evening across parts of Mississippi right now, where Charles Peak is out driving around in some wet weather. Clay County, Mississippi right now, keeping tabs on some of the storms, and there are still severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. In fact, a brand new one is being issued as we speak. Lightning still expected with these storms, quite a bit of it. You can see the flashing area of yellow. This is the latest severe thunderstorm warning that we are currently currently watching here this whole line as these storms are now making their way into Alabama. This whole line here has the potential for bringing some damaging winds. Again, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right here. This is the latest one, includes parts of Clay County. So where Charles Peak currently is located, this is north of Starkville and also north of Columbus here in Mississippi. A little bit farther to the south, a couple of thunderstorms, not severe, but still plenty of lightning associated with those. Big picture shows you where the threat for tornadoes is, and it's here. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center has extended the tornado watch a little bit farther to the south, going in line with where that line of storms is currently located here. And you can see that, including all of this action right here, heading this way, all of this going into here. Threat for tornadoes continuing this evening and into tonight. Stay with us here on Storm Center.
Don't you worry now. There's no need to hurry now. It's been a long, long day, and you can shine now.
Before I was diagnosed, there was nothing really to worry about.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble. We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here. If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
A new video into the Weather Channel right now from Arkansas, where this is in the southeast part of the state, where you can see it looks like got ourselves a shelf cloud coming through here with the, and that here from this vantage point, you see the rotation. That's pretty darn cool right here. You can see the rotation of the storm up above and then coming at you right here. Yeah, that's a wall cloud. The cold air that comes down and out from a thunderstorm. So what happens here? So here's the shelf cloud right here, and now it's right here. And what we see is this cold air coming down and out of it. And as it does, the warmer air gets lifted up and over. So this right here, again, is part of what happens with these big storms, how we see the you get the sense of something that's coming out ahead of what is going to be some of the worst of the weather. So that wall cloud quite often shows you just how bad eventually things are going to be. But certainly a lot of heavy rain. There was some large hail as well associated with some of these storms here in southeast Arkansas. Okay, let's go ahead right now and take a look at some more video of a possible tornado, this time in Georgia. So from Arkansas to Georgia, the severe weather threat. This while we had a lot of daylight earlier today, and this way ahead of the line. In fact, it was a couple of states ahead of the line, so not associated with the big severe weather threat tonight, but showing that the atmosphere even earlier today was ready to spin, and that's what we're seeing here. It certainly looks like you have a lowering funnel cloud right there and a possible tornado. There was some damage associated with this earlier, and of course, as they always do, the local National Weather Service office will head out and make the determination, if they can, whether or not that was a tornado. So along with meteorologist Jackie Jarris, I'm meteorologist Chris Warren here. This is Storm Center, and we're tracking a severe weather threat that will continue overnight tonight for many areas here. Even some more thunderstorms possible in southern Arkansas. There are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now within an area. The Storm Prediction Center has given a tornado watch, highlighted the area for the potential of tornadoes where conditions remain favorable for that. We'll hear from meteorologist Mike Seidel in a little bit. He's in Birmingham, and that threat for severe weather, fortunately, hasn't been as bad as the potential, but the night is not over yet. There's still some thunderstorms flaring up and a pretty big line that could bring winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. So what we're seeing now is a little bit cooler air, not very cold air, not like what we're going to see come Sunday and Monday, but we're seeing some of that cooler air coming in after the storms. Notice how warm some of these areas still are right now after dark here, late December, upper 60s, mid 70s. And when you look at the dew points, all you have to know, you get to 55 and you're ready to go for severe weather. And we have dew points in the mid to upper 60s. So the atmosphere, certainly, Jackie, does have the juice, has the fuel for thunderstorms, and we have been seeing some of those rotating tonight. As we go through the next couple of days, we're going to throw in, at the same time we're talking severe, throw in a snowy side to some of these systems.
Yeah, definitely. And big changes finally are going to come through by the end of the weekend, right? So our last storm that's going to come through will sweep out all that humidity and will bring colder temperatures and snow to some parts of the east. In the meantime, it's still been snowing in the Sierras. That's right. A massive amount of snow has been burying towns like Truckee, also shutting down Interstate 80 for 3 days. Finally open, but with major restrictions. They're asking people just not to travel because it's just too dangerous as our next winter storm is coming in. So kind of a complicated pattern, really cold air coming into place here across parts of the west. And by the time we head towards the end of the week, it's likely going to be the coldest air you've had in about 5 years. Yes, so this is significant. We've got two areas of low pressure that are going to be kind of coming together, and they're going to both work on pulling moisture into the region. Some really heavy rain across Southern California. Got flood watches in effect just south of LA down through San Diego. Eventually, this low is going to be pivoting across the region and then bringing that energy across parts of the Wasatch on up into the Rockies, and that's one of the areas that could really get clobbered with heavy snow with drier conditions by the weekend in parts of the west. But that's when things really get picking up here across parts of the plains. That dip is going to allow that cold air to spill all the way down into parts of Texas. We'll see that moisture wrapping around that low and that snow then breaking out on the northern side of this, while severe breaks out into the southeast. So that could be our big day here Saturday into the southeast, showing you that snow as it evolves across the region. We'll likely see some freezing rain somewhere, I think, around Missouri and into central parts of Illinois. This could be a big snow for Kansas City, Des Moines, and Chicago.
Finding stuff is...
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Breaking right now, we've got our first warning now in Alabama. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. You're watching the Weather Channel. This is Storm Center, and that warning is a tornado warning. The first warning here of the evening associated with this line of storms that's moving through. And here is that tornado warning going across parts of Interstate 22 here. And as we zoom in a little bit closer, we see that it is associated with this line. And this is what we were talking about a few moments ago. The fact that anywhere along this line there may eventually be a spin. So Glen Allen, the city of Glen Allen, Gwynn, and Winfield in line for this. And it looks like it is going to be bearing down on Winfield here. It is in effect until 7:15. And as we take a closer look at this storm, you can really see here where that appendage is. In fact, what I want to do is I want to pause this for you here at the last second and show you what I'm talking about. And right here. So this is the last frame of the radar, and you can see how the line just goes, and then there's that kink right here. And sometimes this is the pattern of the raindrops. Sometimes the pattern of the raindrops can give you a clue of what's going on. And then look how that matches up with the velocity. It shows us where there is some spin. It matches up pretty good with what's going on. In fact, what I'm going to do now is put this into motion so we can see it. You got a little bit of noise, then all of a sudden it just comes racing in, and you can kind of see right there where that rotation most likely is here at the moment. Again, it's that brighter red area right in here associated with a lot of green around it as well. So you've got the green going toward the radar, so likely some inflow, I would say, associated with this, and then some of the possible spin coming like this. So you're likely having a little bit of spin right in there, and that kink is also evidence also of where there may be the rotation happening associated with the updraft ahead of this storm. A couple other storms I wanted to point out really quickly here. This still in Mississippi, a couple of thunderstorms we've been watching, not warned on, but when they're out there by themselves, they can just kind of hog the ingredients. No longer severe thunderstorm warnings on this side. So just when it looks like this line might be losing a little bit of its oomph, a little bit of its gusto, Jackie, here we go with a tornado warning within an area where there is still a tornado watch.
Yeah, interesting to see that watch extended to the south and to the west even of Birmingham, but not Birmingham itself. That's where we have our meteorologist, Mike Seidel. Mike, that still could get extended, and Birmingham certainly will get some strong storms in a couple hours from now.
Yeah, we should. The tornado watch is just down to the northern suburbs, includes the northern part of Alabama, Huntsville, Decatur, those areas. Does not include Huntsville, or I should say, does not include Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. But on the radar, you can see the storms. And as Chris mentioned, we've got pretty much a solid line, almost like a squall line. But then we get these kinks or bows, and we get the spin-ups. And they tend to be on the weaker side, but still a tornado is a tornado. And the tornado watch to our west expires in about 25 minutes or so. The tornado watch north of here goes until 10, and we still not have seen any special statement out of the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma about another watch, which would include Huntsville, Tuscaloosa, and maybe extend into parts of western Georgia. We'll wait and see what they do. That could very well just be a severe thunderstorm watch. We'll keep you updated. But again, the timing, another couple of hours, as Jackie said, and then we'll have storms in the area. Again, gusty winds, plenty of lightning, and heavy rainfall, almost a given, and we will keep you updated. We have a safe place to go. And again, Jackie, heads up, Saturday could be a very dangerous day for millions in the Deep South, Mid-South, and the Tennessee Valley. Just a heads up, because a lot of folks will be traveling on Saturday after New Year's.
It's been 3-4 months since the National Weather Service in Birmingham there has had to issue a tornado warning. They don't have to do it tonight. Certainly it could happen as we head into the weekend. In the meantime, we've got to get the latest on that warning. Here's Chris.
All right, and right now, again, it's the first warning here in Alabama, tornado warning right now. This red outlined area right here, we zoom in, and Mike was talking about how you get these quick spin-ups here, and it's right there. Do you see that? This tornado warning is in effect until 7:15, and it includes Glen Allen, Gwynn, and Winfield. This tornado warning, again, we see associated with this part of the storm, and we can show you the movement. Let me do that again right here. As we take a closer look at this, we can see at the last frame, just it's so small, but just that one little kink right there associated with this right here. So you match it all up. We've got some spin. Tornado warning, take cover right now if you're within this red outlined area. This is Storm Center.
Subaru and our retailers believe.
Breaking right now on the Weather Channel, tornado warning to tell you about here. This is northwest of Birmingham, Alabama, well away from Birmingham, between Tupelo and Birmingham, along Interstate 22 right now, and along this line of storms that's been working its way into the northwest part of Alabama, moving out of Mississippi now, and it has been producing some strong winds. There's been several severe thunderstorm warnings, a few tornado warnings, and this is the latest warning right now. As we zoom in, take a closer look. Winfield is in line to get the worst of this part of the storm here. Fayette and Marion counties, Glen Allen, Gwynn, and Winfield in line with this. Also, other areas included Cruz, Tucker, Bazemore, also Texas, Brilliant, and Beaverton as well in line for this storm here. This tornado warning in effect until 7:15. It's radar indicated. So we have to look at the radar, and the National Weather Service looks at the radar. We don't have people everywhere. There aren't sensors everywhere, but the radar does a good job of giving us an idea of what's going on in the atmosphere. So we have to look at the clues. This is what the rain is doing, and it's the pattern of the raindrops that give us the clues here. And it's these kinks sometimes that tell the story that there's an upflow and a quick little spin right in here. You get this little notch where the spin is happening. You get a little absence of rainfall there. So this, again, the pattern of the raindrops, the size of the raindrops, the intensity of the rain, showing that we have that notch right there. So that's one piece. You find another piece of the puzzle to put it together to see if we've got something that's spinning, and that would be the velocity, the movement of the raindrops. And if they're moving in opposite directions next to each other, you have to think, well, what would make rain go in opposite directions really close to each other, close in proximity? That would be rotation, spinning storms. Now, the Doppler radar does not detect raindrops that are going side to side in relationship to the radar. It's either going toward the radar or coming away from the radar. And there's the radar, so you've got some, and you see the latest scan, you see how it just moved right there. There's green going toward the radar like this. I'll make it a little bit smaller like this, and then there's red going like this. So the red's the raindrops that are going away from the radar, and you see again the swoop of the radar. So right in there is where the tornado would be located. So all of the evidence here showing that we do have a tornado heading toward Winfield here in Alabama. This is just south of Interstate 22. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning that just was issued while we were talking. You can see it flashing. This one likely for damaging winds. Also some pretty frequent lightning associated with this. So Jackie, this whole line capable of bringing damaging winds, a lot of lightning, and yes, still a quick spin up along the line.
And that threat's going to keep going here through tonight, even into the overnight. So folks need to stay aware and alert even while you're sleeping. Have a way to get your warnings, multiple ways. We always say, if you can, lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows, is the safest place to be when there's severe weather. So timing this out going forward for tonight, know that some of these storms are going to come in rounds. It might not just be that one and done, depending on where you live. You know, some of these back areas have been cleared out for severe weather threat, including you in Memphis, but it's still going to be ongoing in Birmingham, into Huntsville, into Atlanta through the late night hours, even continuing into the early morning. And some of these clustering and bowing segments of thunderstorms are going to head towards the Carolinas as well. On top of this, with rounds of storms expected, that's going to bring a lot of heavy rain into some areas. So flash flooding is something we have to be aware of, that is also going to be one of the risks. So let's time it out here for Birmingham, and we're going to check back in with our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel, who's live there, coming up in the next hour or two. And there you can see the storms coming in from the west. We do think they should be arriving here by 9 o'clock at the latest and taking their time moving through the city. And we may see some redevelopment coming through here, even lasting after the midnight hour, since 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Look at those storms just repeating themselves south of that I-20 corridor. So that's going to be one of the zones we're going to be watching, certainly for the risk of flash flooding. What about you in Atlanta? You've had some light rain showers. It's been kind of drizzly and drippy off and on throughout the day today. Now here comes the big show. This is happening after 10, 11 o'clock tonight. This will continue through the early overnight, and concerned about that morning commute for everybody, that could be very slow if you're not one of the lucky people, Chris, that happens to be on vacation, right? And you're going to work tomorrow or have some errands to run. Just be aware.
And Jackie, I want to take a live look right now at Charles Peak's location here. I believe he's traveling north here in Clay County in Mississippi. I say that based on what we're seeing on the horizon. Look at that. The frequent lightning as we watch Charles Peak here on the move. It's dry where he is, but he is heading in the direction of that big line of storms. And when the lightning fires, when it strikes, it lights up the clouds, and you get a sense of how big that storm is off in the distance. He's pretty far away from the storm right now. You can tell because it's dry where he is right now in Clay County. So I think he just entered the county, and I'll show you right now where I think he is. So here's the county where he is. So his options for being dry in that county got to be somewhere in here. Meanwhile, tornado warning to tell you about as well for Fayette and Marion counties there in Alabama. Take cover, especially right here if you're in Winfield or anywhere in this red outlined area. pink in the storm. As far as rotation goes, not as strong, not as obvious as it was, but there's still some green going in that direction and some red going in that direction. So that would indicate that there is some spin here, and you would have the rotation right in here. That's the tornado warning in effect till 7:15. Vernon might be getting clobbered right now by some pretty heavy hail. We'll have to see tomorrow if there's reports out of Vernon of hail, because that's certainly what it looks like right there here in Lamar County with the strong storm right on top of you. A lot of lightning associated with this. So there's 2 warnings at the moment, 1 severe, 1 tornado, within an area where conditions do remain favorable for the potential of tornadoes tonight, at least until 10 o'clock. Jackie?
All right, well, we want to check in with the latest of what's been happening in Birmingham with the risk of thunderstorms and severe weather. Joining us live now is meteorologist Mike Seidel. And Mike, you know, storm's still off towards your north and west right now, but it's been a couple of months since the Birmingham office has had to issue any warnings.
Yeah, they've had it in pretty good shape so far. You know, we have that second season typically in November, and it's extended this year certainly into December. And I just noticed that National Weather Service here in Birmingham just tweeted out that the tornado warning does continue, as Chris said, portions of Marion and Fayette County until 7:15. But they say the storm has likely already produced at least a brief tornado south of Gwynn and near Winfield. So there are some spin-ups. Luckily, this one was brief near those 2 communities off to the west and northwest of Birmingham. Those 2 storm cells, the one with a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, those are going to be north of Birmingham. We're watching the storms down the line, which are coming in. And by the way, the Weather Service in Birmingham did add a few counties onto that tornado watch down I-20 and over towards the Mississippi line. That does include Tuscaloosa. So you're in that watch that was issued several hours ago, and that goes until 10 o'clock tonight. Still no watch here in Birmingham, points south and east or over towards Atlanta. They may come, but right now, Jackie, there's no mesoscale discussion out. They've not put anything out for any additional watches, points east and south for this evening. We'll keep you updated, and again, another hour or so here in Birmingham, we'll get to see some lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds, and potentially a quick tornado spin-up. Jackie? All
right, Mike. We want to check back in with the latest on that tornado warning and keep folks up to date as to what's going on there. You mentioned that maybe a brief touchdown or spin up there that happened in Winfield, and there were some unconfirmed reports too of some power flashes associated with that. So we'll continue to monitor the threat of severe weather, and of course we're going to continue to have live coverage all evening, at least through midnight Eastern time tonight. Now we've got another new storm that's developing right now across parts of the west, and this is the one that we really have to keep our eye on as we head into the weekend. And this thing is going to be going coast to coast and bringing a more significant threat of severe weather into the southeast as we head into our New Year's Day. So update on that tornado warning. Here it is right now. There you can see along Interstate 22. This is that same storm around the Winfield area where it looks like it's just off towards your east right now. So this is Fayette and Marion counties in Alabama with a tornado warning until 7:15. That does have a history perhaps producing a little bit of damage or a brief touchdown. So get to your safe place right now, lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. Continuing coverage right after this.
This holiday, Verizon has the
Good evening, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, joined tonight by storm specialist Carl Parker. We're staying live with you until 12 Eastern time, and there's some active weather right now, including a couple of warnings that are on the radar right now. So, Carl, following some big storms for you across the southeast.
Yeah, we absolutely are, Mark, and you've got such a warm atmosphere right now across the southeast, and that is setting the stage for this severe weather. So let's take a look at the latest warning here. It's a tornado warning in effect, and that is northwest of Birmingham, west of Jasper. Let's take a look at the latest on that. Now, as we look at this velocity data, still seeing a little hint of a spin right in there, but we're not seeing a downstream tornado warning, and this is not nearly what it looked like moments ago. I'm going to go back several frames here. Right in there, west of Winfield, See that pretty tight little area of dark color and also the brighter yellow color right there? That's definitely some tighter rotation as it was coming towards Winfield. It's not nearly as well defined at this hour, but there is still some hint of that rotation that it's now near Route 13 and about ready to cross Interstate 22. Again, there is not now a downstream tornado warning. If that changes, we'll let you know right away, but at least they're holding off for now on a downstream warning. Now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Lamar County. This is western parts of Alabama, and that's going until 7:15. Let's track that forward. And so the leading edge of that also just about out of that polygon there. If there is another warning issued, that'll be coming towards Cedar Hill and also towards Fayette as well. So tornado watch in effect going until 10 o'clock tonight, and that includes a lot. That's the one that's in Mississippi, a little farther east here, 10 o'clock tonight, including west central parts of Alabama, northern Alabama, a little bit of Tennessee, getting over into the Chattanooga area, and a little bit of Georgia as well. Now, we may see some additional watches issued later on tonight. Let's talk a little bit about some of the ingredients that are going into this. Now, one of the big ones is warm and humid air. And the Gulf of Mexico is very warm right now, so the air that's coming off the Gulf of Mexico is also very warm. So when we look at instability, which is a measure of that low-level warm and humid air, along with how the temperature changes as you go up with into the atmosphere, you can see here there's more than enough instability here, or CAPE, that's available for these storms. It does become a little more limited just ahead of the line here in northern Alabama. It's going to be interesting to see what happens to the storms in the next 30 minutes to an hour. But you've got instability actually increasing now in parts of eastern Alabama as well as into North Georgia. That's certainly going to be the case over the next several hours. So there's going to be enough fuel to keep these storms going for a while tonight. Now, another big part of what we look at is the low-level wind shear. And so when we look at the winds at the surface, they're coming out of the south. That's a southerly wind there that's coming out of the south. And then when we look at winds at 5,000 feet, they are coming out of the southwest and a lot more rapidly. So that's a lot of turning of the wind and an increase in wind speed from 0 to 5,000 feet. That level of change in the wind creates a spin in the atmosphere, and that can lead to possible tornadoes. So that's another part of what's going on. And then looking at the larger picture, you've got this fierce jet stream that is now coming across the region. The greatest amount of lift is farther north here, so it's a little bit displaced relative to where we're seeing the greatest instability. But certainly you've got enough of these things getting together, just a very vigorous upper level wind environment coming into this region where you've got warm and humid air. And so, Mark, we do expect that there will be warnings going for quite some time tonight. Over to you.
Absolutely. We are not done yet. And the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is watching the progress of these storms from Birmingham, Alabama, joining us live right now. And Mike, it's a bit of a waiting game right now for Birmingham with storms firing well to the northwest.
Yeah, staying north and west of us. By the way, Carl mentioned how that tornadic cell had weakened. In fact, now downstream, they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning, the Weather Service here in Birmingham. This is for Fayette County till 7:45. That's where that line of storms, well north and west of us and north of Tuscaloosa. Boy, that wind is really picking up now. Running 15, 16 miles an hour. It's a south wind. Very unusual warmth continues in the southeast for several more days. But it's all going to be cut off very quickly on Sunday with a cold front. In the meantime, the storms tonight due in here in about an hour or so. Threat for gusty winds, some straight line wind damage, certainly lightning and very heavy rainfall, which could cause some localized ponding on the highways. And still that threat for a quick spin up. Most of Birmingham and south not in a tornado watch. North of here and then southwest of here down towards Tuscaloosa, basically north and west of I-20. There is that tornado watch for several more hours. We'll see what the Weather Service does or SPC does, the Storm Prediction Center does, with these areas south and east of the current watch, because weather's coming our way, and no doubt we'll have the risk of some severe weather in the next 4 or 5 hours. Then it all heads over towards Atlanta. And this is not a cold front. This is an upper level low. So what's going to happen is the atmosphere is going to refire up again. It's going to storm even overnight tonight, but again Thursday and Friday. But Saturday is the day of concern for certainly a significant severe weather outbreak with tornadoes across a large area from the Gulf Coast through the Tennessee Valley mark. So tonight, yes, we're concerned. Saturday, I think we're more concerned for millions more folks with that threat for tornadoes and severe weather on New Year's Day, certainly Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening. Before we get to that, we have to worry about severe weather on Friday night. So a lot of concern, a lot of threat for severe weather here as we wrap up 2021. Mark?
Yeah, rounds of it, that's for sure. Hey, Mike, while we've got you, our viewers always want to know what our plans are when we're in the field. Let's say there's a bunch of storms that come towards your location with lots of lightning or severe warnings. What's the plan for you as those storms approach?
Yeah, people always ask me, what's the most dangerous part of your job? And it's really not anything but lightning, because lightning can just strike on a moment's notice. I want to get Brad Reynolds to turn around and show us where we're heading. That's our safe place, the Hampton Inn. We've got the overhang, and then we can go inside, and if there's a tornado warning, there's stairwells inside the hotel for safety. So we're about 50, 60 yards away. We're going to be moving over there in about another 45 minutes or so in advance of what's coming our way from the west and south. So, Mark, good question. But by and far, hurricanes you can get out of the way of. Snowstorms usually not dangerous. Tornadoes, you can find a safe place. But I've been outside a couple of times in the past 30 years where all of a sudden a lightning bolt came down and it was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, and these are highly electrified storms that are approaching through northern Alabama. So we'll be watching that in the studio for Mike, and Mike will be watching it live from the field as well, and we'll be watching it for all of you. And we're not done as it comes across Alabama. This is going to be rounds of storms through the southeast. Places like Huntsville had around already. You can see the raindrops there in the lens and the headlights reflecting off of the streets. Atlanta, this could take its time to get to you as we have that potential of seeing active weather coming your way later on tonight, say about the midnight time frame. Some of that could last all the way into the morning commute for you unlucky few that are commuting. Now, as we take a look first towards the source 47 control room, if you could. There we go. Tornado watch continues until 10 o'clock across northern Alabama. Not quite to Birmingham, where Mike is standing, but also not quite to Atlanta. We are anticipating that to be a possibility, though. There's more than enough warmth that will continue through the night. Lots of dynamic help from the storm system. Look how far north this moisture has gone coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, plus very changeable winds aloft. This low-level jet, what's known as the low-level jet, the strong winds just aloft off the deck is really screaming across the southeast, and that's going to help these storms continue through the overnight. Even as some of the strongest, mid to upper-level winds are removed a bit, I think those low-level winds are going to be an important component to allow these storms to continue to push their way eastbound. So we continue to watch these storms coming across central Alabama through the evening hours, but North Georgia gets involved by, say, 10, 11 o'clock, comes down towards Atlanta and could stall out there. Look how flat this area gets as we work our way through the morning. Repetitive storms are possible, according to some of our models. That's why we continue to have this threat. 3, 4 on the Torcon here across northern portions of Alabama into southern Tennessee. The Chattanooga area will see storms by about 10 o'clock, and then they blast on by. There it might be a kind of a one-and-done scenario, and that would be helpful. It's much easier to talk about the timing and the threat when a line of storms comes through. Not always so easy as that. As an example, here's Birmingham with the storms approaching by, later on this evening, slowing down, going through 9, 10 o'clock. The south side of the area may be stuck in those storms for about till 1 or 2. And then, again, the modeling is suggesting we never fully clear out. So there could be several rounds of these storms. That is also a similar setup for the Atlanta area going all the way into your Thursday morning. And we know storms are unleashing heavy rain across parts of Mississippi tonight. The Calhoun County Sheriff's Office made water rescues earlier today after flash flooding left some residents stranded. And there's another round of strong to severe storms expected through the night into the morning that could bring even more mess across the area. Because again, as Mike and Carl mentioned, this is not a strong cold front going through. It's some upper level winds that are contributing to this setup. And well, the forcing never gets all the way through. And so we could do this again and again and again. Look at the water going up to the top of the engine there of that, purposefully high profile vehicle where the intake is actually that pole you see sticking up above the windows. That's how a car like that can go through higher water than what we would ever suggest you do in your car. Flooding is always such a a damaging event. We've seen it so much, year over year. Flooding and storm surge flooding and heat wind up going kind of back and forth as the top weather killers. We certainly have had our fair share this year with regards to flooding deaths, August and September, partially because of Ida. But we know that we are going to have more of this rain coming into play from this storm system. A saturated ground now that we've had round after round of storms, so a possibility of flash flooding. Arkansas, western Tennessee, western portions of Kentucky. This is an area that from the tornadoes earlier in the year is still recovering. You do not need rounds of heavy rain and flooding to start off the new year. But unfortunately, Mother Nature not really playing along here. It's certainly giving you that threat. So far, the past day and a half, we've seen a couple of big clusters of storms come through, pointed at Tupelo, maybe not all the way at to Tupelo with some of the heaviest rains, but a maximum there of a little over 6 inches is seen by the Doppler radar system. Into Alabama now, corridor from Huntsville down towards that I-20 and 22 corridors. We've seen some very heavy rain in both of those areas, 20 kind of the cutoff for where the heaviest rain has been thus far. But again, there's more to come. This forcing is not all the way through I-20. So when you look at the European model, it is suggesting that we're going to see some very heavy rains, not only tonight, but then again Friday into the weekend to the north. Now, the USGFS model, which has had a pretty good handle so far on these winter storms coming across the south, says, okay, I see your heavy rain to the north, but I add another corridor here, eastern Tennessee, and another corridor here into the Carolinas, central, northern and southern Carolina, as well as southeast Virginia. That is a lot of rain for a lot of people and would kick off more flooding through this weekend. There's a little bit more bandwidth to kind of soak up that heavy rain if it were to occur in that corridor of the Carolinas into southeast Virginia, but not so across portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama. I think flooding becomes even more likely there because we don't have as much help from the soils to soak that in. Speaking of that wet stretch ahead for North Carolina, including the Raleigh area, that rain will move into Raleigh tonight with a threat of strong to severe storms. That will really ramp up on Thursday. So we want to continue to follow this story because as we have a quiet night tonight in the Raleigh area, we're not necessarily done with this for tonight. We're going to go from Wednesday into Thursday here across the eastern United States and kick off that chance for more storms here in the southeast. A torcon of 2, so not as organized a severe weather threat as the low-level winds and the upper-level winds kind of diverge a little bit. They're not right on top of each other, so we don't have as much spin for tomorrow. But what we will have are these continuing thunderstorms where we leave you off tonight, where we're just talking about repetitive storms for, say, Atlanta and Birmingham. Look how that line is still stuck here. This is now 1 p.m. for tomorrow, and the modeling is suggesting that we could still have ongoing storms heading towards the peak heating time of the day. Individual storms in North Carolina, central South Carolina, central and southern Georgia, the Florida Panhandle. These could all be areas that support severe weather for tomorrow during the heart of the afternoon. Do want to show you what it's like for the Atlanta area, both with the storms that are approaching for tonight, maybe midnight for the northwest side of the city, through the city 1 to 2 a.m., but then we stop. And for the next several hours, we'll be in and out of the rain. It's this is a high-resolution future radar, but there's wiggle room here. This is a little bit too close for comfort. When you have training thunderstorms just south of the city, it's just as likely that it could be right over the city. This is something that we really need to follow. And this goes all the way now into Thursday morning, still storms nearby. Carl, I think the bottom line is that it's going to be more likely to see big storms tomorrow south and southeast of Atlanta, but can't rule it out for Atlanta itself. Got to watch that carefully for tomorrow.
Could be a very serious flood threat, no question about that. Mark, thank you. And let's take a look at what's going on right now. We are watching a line of storms coming across eastern Tennessee and northern Alabama, and then a few discrete cells southwest of that. There is one area where we've got ongoing warnings now. Lamar County under warning until 7:15, and then a warning to the east of that as well. That is for Fayette County. This is moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. The concern here is 60-mile-per-hour wind and ping-pong ball-size hail. Pretty impressive-looking hail core there just off to the northeast of Fayette, and again moving rapidly east. So that coming towards Rosslyn City in just a few minutes, into Stow at 7:16 and 7:20, moving into Townley. Mark?
And we want you to stay with the Weather Channel tonight. You can also download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, on Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble.
We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here. If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
Welcome back to our special coverage of a severe threat now across the southeast, where it is really warm tonight. In Demopolis in Alabama, that is west of Montgomery, it is 77 degrees right now, and that is fueling these strong thunderstorms. There's Demopolis right there. Greene, Pickens, and Sumter counties under warning right now for a cell that is going to be coming into that I-20 corridor, looking at a threat for damaging wind and large hail. So we'll track this cell forward, and that will be affecting Geiger and Warsaw more immediately, and then eventually at Chilton and Lewiston as well. Again, watching out for some very large hail and also damaging wind with that cell. And because that cell is alone, we definitely have to keep a close eye on it. It's a little easier for storms that are alone like that to develop more rotation. We are seeing some evidence of rotation in it. Fayette County under warning right now until 7:45. This is southwest of 22. And so looking at, again, a hail and wind threat here. Could be ping pong ball size hail. Looking at a pretty impressive little core now just west of 13. That coming towards Townley and Hilliard and McCullum as well. Then a new warning northeast of 22. That is Walker and Winston counties under warning until 7:45. And that's going to be coming into Bremen. Now just north of Jasper. Again, looking at a hail and wind threat here, moving towards Hillsdale and Sunlight and Burroughs Crossroads as well. And Mark, we may be looking at this type of thing for quite some time yet. Really, really energetic and warm atmosphere for this time of the year.
It is very strange air, we'll put it that way, across the southeast. Everyone's talking about temperatures well into the mid to upper 70s. Even at this hour, it's still that warm. And because of this warm air mass, we're seeing scenes like this in the Memphis area today. Pouring down rain, the downspouts barely keeping up, visibility goes down. You would expect to see scenes like this because of snow this time of year. Maybe not in Memphis, but sometimes. But no, the visibility is dropping because of rain and spray from that rain coming off the streets and the tires. And we are not done with this yet. We could actually see another round of big weather, including severe storms, maybe tornadoes again, coming in Friday into Friday night and Saturday. Carl, some of the modeling suggests that that round could be even more dangerous, damaging, potentially deadly than what we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah, Mark, what we're looking at is a really vigorous upper system that is going to be coming down through the middle of the country. Here is a depiction of that. And of course, this is going to be feeding on this amazing contrast in temperatures that we'll see across the country at that time. So as this feature moves eastward, it's going to grab up all kinds of moisture off the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf is really warm. And we're talking about temperatures that are 3-4 degrees above average in the Gulf in some areas. And then here you see the cold air that is going to be coming southward. So this tremendous contrast in temperature, and that fuels very strong jet stream winds. And that's a big part of what drives a severe weather threat when you've got a lot of wind in the atmosphere, very dynamic, very energetic atmosphere. So that severe threat is going to be here across the mid-south and the southeast. Here we'll look at Friday, first of all, moisture in place here. We're going to see the low-level winds really increasing. Now, this is Friday. Watch what happens as we go into Friday night, and this low-level wind field is going to go nuts going into Friday night. So when you've got really strong low-level winds like that, we call that the low-level jet. That increases the odds of getting tornadoes. That increases the odds of getting damaging wind because the storms can tap into that strong wind and bring that down to the ground. So you're talking about quite a setup here on Friday night of very organized storms, most likely supercell storms, and you've got this incredibly strong jet stream aloft leading to more organized, longer lasting storm structures. And that, by the way, is going to continue into Saturday as well. Want to very quickly show you the hazard area on Friday evening and overnight. And unfortunately, Mark, some of the same areas that were just hit recently in that hazard area on Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night into Saturday could really be problematic. So Carl showed us kind of the broad setup there with the low-level jet really increasing. What I want to show you here is the mid-level spin, and this really gives you an idea of how organized this next weather player is going to be. Look at this pinwheel of spin that enters the center of the country. Anyone out ahead of that has that screaming south wind at the surface. Winds aloft will be more or less following these lines. That's a big turn, a big change with height, thanks to this bowling ball that enters the country and just, you know, rolls itself through the southeast through that first couple of days of the new year. This is not going to feel like New Year's weather. In fact, Saturday, the more or less 60-degree dew point line as far north as southern Indiana into the Ohio River over towards D.C., that's crazy. You don't see dew points like this in Atlanta or like this in Jackson every day in June. This is going to be the first day of January. It is going to be quite the air mass that these storms kick in to. So Friday into Saturday, here come these big storms. A couple of rounds with that moisture coming up, but the big show is going to be back here overnight Saturday, continuing through the Tennessee Valley into Saturday afternoon, potentially lasting into much of Saturday night and the overnight hours leading into Sunday for the southeast coast. And again, really cold air fills in behind, so the Appalachian chain ends with a burst of snow on top of everything else. That is going to be a big weather story to start off the new year. Stay with the Weather Channel tonight. You can also download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and Smart TV as well. We can show you what the weather was doing earlier today, give you a hint of what could be coming your way at night. You wouldn't be able to see it this clearly. Look at this. Look at that spin off in the distance, rolling across your screen right to left there. Yep, that's probably a weak tornado rolling through in the Bainbridge area of Georgia. Storm reports say it damaged the roof of a convenience store in the town of Bainbridge. Again, you can see that rolling through. Here's some of the aftermath that we can show you. Look at these pictures. You can see that damage and big trees that have come down. There's the roof of it looks like a home and garden center there, or at least building in front of it. Fence damage, tree damage, lots of wind, lots of trees came down. Carport lifted up and thrown around. In other words, a lot of cleanup to do. And unfortunately, we're not done. We've got more storms coming through the area tonight. And Carl, you could argue even more coming in for the weekend. So for areas that are then hit, it's that much more dangerous because the structures aren't ready to take on the next storm.
Yeah, and it's just amazing the pattern that we have seen for a while now with temperatures that are just so high for this time of the year, for this time of the night. So this threat's going to be going on for quite some time. Here, let's take a look at where the current warnings are now, and they are in west central and northern parts of Alabama. Now, certainly this is one cell we want to keep our eyes on. When you've got an individual cell like that, sort of a lone wolf, they can be more dangerous. Right now, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Greene and Pickens and Sumter counties going until 8:15, and looking at the possibility of some damaging wind and large hail here, 60-mile-per-hour wind and penny-size hail is the concern. So as we follow this, that's going to make its way into Lewiston, into Clinton, Mantua about 7:38, and coming into Ralph at about 7:49. Possible very strong wind coming your way and some hail. Then to the north of that, this is northwest of Birmingham, Fayette County under warning, and I've got some additional cells coming across there just east of Fayette now. And then another warning, and notice a little bit of a Boeing structure right in there, that's sort of a backward C shape. Walker and Winston counties under warning for possible damaging wind. The strongest wind is going to be right at the apex of that little circle there, and that is coming towards Bremen. So moving into Burroughs Crossroads, Powellville about 7:36, Cold Spring 7:39, and Brushy Pond at 7:42. Could be some very strong wind headed your way. So there is now a tornado watch in effect, and that is across northern and western Alabama and a little bit of Georgia and a little bit of southeastern Tennessee. We may see watches being extended farther to the east. You notice here when we look at the instability, so this is a measure of low-level warm and humid air, along with how the temperature profile changes as you go up through the atmosphere. And there's more than enough instability to feed these storms. It does become a little thinner by the time you get up into eastern Tennessee, at least for now, but that is going to be changing, Mark. We do expect that the atmosphere is going to be moistening up and getting even warmer to the east of that line through the night. So there's not going to be any lack of instability, which is, really remarkable for this, again, for this time of the year.
It is very odd for this to be the end of December. Birmingham on a bit of borrowed time right now for those storms arriving, and the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is there watching the progress of those storms. Mike, what's the timing look like for your area?
It's going to be about another hour or so, and we just got word from the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, mesoscale discussion where they discuss the potential for severe weather and additional watches down the road. This just came out, and they're talking about the current tornado watch in north central Alabama, parts of Georgia and Tennessee. That goes until 10, and what they're saying is that they're going to keep an eye on central Alabama and western Georgia. They're going to monitor that for a potential watch extension or a new issuance, a new watch, whether it's tornado or severe thunderstorm watch. But they're still concerned about a quick spin up or even some gusty winds, which could cause some minor wind, some minor straight line wind damage. That's a concern right now. We've been watching that squall line to our west. There's a pretty hefty gust front coming our way, and we'll keep an eye on that. We have a few raindrops right now. You can see on the radar a few showers that popped up just to our west and right in here to the southeast part of town. So a little bit of light rain right now, but the main thrust is up to our north. If you're going up 65 right now, certainly you don't have to go very far, about 30 minutes north of here, and you're going to run into some very heavy rains. There's lightning and some gusty winds, and again, the threat of a tornado or two. Right now, though, we don't have any current tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings continuing along that line, and the biggest threat would be wind gusts to 60 miles an hour and also hail to ping pong ball size. So south wind tonight, 15 to 20 miles an hour. Temperatures still in the mid-70s, as we've been noting all along. Just a very strange late December with so much warm air, so many record highs. And that's going to continue into Saturday until the cold front gets here. And that cold front is going to fire up severe weather and possible tornadoes across a large area on Saturday. We'll keep you updated. Stay with the Weather Channel throughout the weekend for severe weather and that snowstorm for Chicago.
Surprise! Saw across the Mississippi into Memphis, into western Tennessee as well. Then we'll take a look at what's going on Saturday. Again, incredibly strong low-level winds coming up all across the southeast, bringing that warm and humid air up, but also creating that shear that is necessary to produce tornadoes and also, help to organize the storms. And upper-level winds are going to be very strong as well, and we'll watch that move a little farther east, going from early Saturday into late Saturday. So, you're talking about, Mark, just a really, really powerful system here, and when you've got that much in the way of dynamics in the atmosphere, you always have to be concerned about the possibility of a high-end event.
Absolutely. And so you were talking about that spin, that mid to upper level wind. I can show that in yet another way of this bowling ball of energy coming out of the western United States into the center of the country from Friday into Friday night. Out ahead of this, screaming south winds just setting the stage. More warmth, more moisture, more juice in the air for these storms to tap into. And just watch this spin come out of the plains through the south Saturday into Sunday. That could be a violent kicker that kind of activates this spring-like air that we have in place across the south. Maybe a few showers as early as Friday morning, but don't put your guard down just because there may be some, early day rains. What we're really concerned about is what develops back towards the west Friday overnight into Saturday morning. You're thinking New Year's Eve plans. We're thinking severe weather. And so you need to be weather aware for those first night activities, for, where you're going to be. As many of these areas could be seeing severe weather as early as the wee hours of the new year. This all barrels its way into the southeast through the day on Saturday, continuing into Saturday night. So now the first into the second, truly a June air mass here in the first couple of days of January, supporting May or June-like weather. Got to know where you are with regards to those storms coming your way. We'll be right back.
This holiday.
Good evening. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the severe weather threat, the potential for tornadoes this evening. We've had some wind damage about an hour and a half northwest of here in Marion County. Winfield has had some minor structural damage, some trees down. That's been about the worst of it so far. We've been very, very fortunate. The first watch, which was issued late this afternoon, has now expired. We still have the watch for this area, and that goes until 10 p.m. That includes Tuscaloosa and areas north of Birmingham, all the way up through Huntsville and into extreme northwest Georgia. Now, the Storm Prediction Center may extend that watch or issue a new watch. In the meantime, we've got some heavy rain developing now in the Birmingham area. You can see that on the radar. It's all moving southwest to northeast. This is not producing any severe weather, no warnings. It's just heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds. That'll move through here in the next half an hour or so. The main line is to our north. We still have those severe thunderstorm warnings for Coleman and also Greene counties, and those could produce wind gusts to 60 miles an hour and some ping-pong-sized hail. Pretty good gusts coming through here right now. And eventually that squall line will head in our direction in the next hour or so. So, Carl, at this point, we're looking okay. Some rain beginning to fall here. We'll see what extent of that squall line hits us here in Birmingham in the next hour or so as it moves in from the west and south.
Yeah, a lot to watch, Mike. Thank you so much. And let's take a look at those warnings once again as they extend across Alabama right now. One of those is just onto that 59 corridor. That is a warning for Greene County, and that is going until 8:15. And so there's a look at the warning. The storm now moving towards 20 and 59, and we're going to be looking at the potential for some penny-sized hail and then also damaging wind with that as that comes across 20, moving into Knoxville near the top of the hour and Ralph near the top of the hour as well. Then farther north, Mike mentioned, we've got a warning just to the north here, Cullman County, and that is moving into Interstate 65. So we're looking at a damaging wind threat in this area. Let's take a closer look at where that is going to be headed here. And we're expecting that's moving into Garden City in just a matter of moments. East Cell's moving east about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So that coming into Stepville, into Garden City, and also into Chambleys Mill as well. Now, larger picture here, we've got a tornado watch that is now in effect across north central and west central parts of Alabama, a little bit of Tennessee, and actually one county there just west of Chattanooga, and then a few counties into Georgia. But we may see an extension of that tornado watch. The Storm Prediction Center is looking at this area right now for a possible extension of the tornado watch that would reach more into northwest Georgia area, more into the Atlanta metro area, and then across central parts of Alabama as well, in the east central part of the state along Interstate 20 there. So may well be that this line and then also that cell are areas that keep going for quite some time yet. What we are watching tonight in terms of instability is plenty of juice, plenty of fuel available for these storms. This yellow color is showing you where we've got enough available moisture and low-level warm and humid air for these storms. And you notice how it's actually sharpening up just a little bit there in the parts of east central Alabama and also in North Georgia. So we've got more than enough available to keep these storms going for a while yet. You notice it does drop off farther north, and so not a surprise that we're seeing much less lightning farther north here. The air is just a little bit too cool to support severe storms. So it's really from this area on southward along the line where we're looking at that possibility of very strong storms continuing for quite some time yet. Mark, over to you.
And, you know, we're watching for another round of active weather, severe weather included in that, but it comes out of the west with another snowstorm. What a change that has occurred across the west, where we went months without being able to buy a drop of precip at all, and now the snow machine is going in full force. Also, Chicago got its first snow of the season yesterday, putting an end to that 287-day snow drought. Both regions can expect more snow with the next system rolling in. And again, this is tied to the severe weather threat that we are following across the southeast for the first couple of days of the new year. But it starts in the west here with two different disturbances kind of merging together over the Rockies with snow in the Pacific Northwest and the Intermountain West. Here's how this times out. Here's system number one. Here's system number two. This is Thursday now into Friday. They start joining up over the Intermountain West late on Thursday into Friday. It starts getting a little bit more organized. Phoenix will be raining the whole time. We'll have heavy snow in the mountains outside Albuquerque, heavy snow in the Colorado Rockies as well. And then that system moves east. And as it does so, it moves into an area that's really going to support all modes of weather. We've got heavy rain and a severe threat with a flood threat in record-breaking heat in the southeast. Behind it, cold air pulled southward as well. And gosh, that conversion is going to, again, support it all. It's going to be a very active pattern here for New Year's Eve into New Year's Day, maybe the day after. Let's look at the snow side of this. We talked a lot about the southeast severe threat coming in for Friday night into Saturday. Look at Friday night here across portions of the plains with the big snow starting to arrive across Nebraska and Kansas, northern Missouri into Iowa. Chicago goes back into the snow for January 1, stays there all day. Could be heavy snow at times with a windswept snow as well coming off that lake. Remember, none of the lakes have any ice on them, so as the winds turn around, we'll have some lake enhancement. Here's a quick look at how the European model sees these totals with a widespread 5 to 8 plus through the Midwest, and the USGFS is very much in line with that. So a lot of confidence on this next storm, both on the severe side and the snow side.
Better luck next time.
Severe storms once again moving through the south. We've already seen numerous tornado reports today. It continues tonight, and that threat is not over. With these storms, rounds of heavy rain, including flooding, damaging winds, creating hazards out there. We're breaking down where you can expect flooding tonight and tomorrow and into the weekend as well. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, joined tonight by storm specialist Carl Parker. We're with you until 12 Eastern. And, you know, we've been following storms that have already worked their way through portions of the southeast. Carl, you're following these on the radar for us tonight, getting ever closer to that Birmingham metro area.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Mark. We are looking at a severe threat tonight in the form of damaging wind, possible tornadoes, large hail. That is now coming across parts of the southeast. There's a tornado watch in effect, which I'll show you in a moment. Let's get through the warnings first of all. And along that 20 and 59 corridor, we're looking at Greene County under warning right now. This cell is moving to the east at 45 miles per hour and could produce damaging wind and possibly some large hail. That is not very far away from Utah right now, moving into Knoxville and possibly also into Moundville as well. If we see an extension on that warning, could be looking at some damaging wind in those areas. Then to the north of Birmingham, looking at a warning for Cullman County right now, and that is going until 8:15. So that is now moving, kind of leaning across Interstate 65 near Garden City. No extension on this warning as of yet. If we do see one, we'd be looking at some wind coming into Smoke Rise in Cleveland and also into Chamblees Mill. So we've got a tornado watch in effect right now for northern parts of Alabama, western Alabama as well, and then a few counties in northwest Georgia, one county in southeast Tennessee. But the Storm Prediction Center is looking at possibly extending that tornado watch farther to the east to include more of northwest Georgia, parts of the Atlanta metro area, and then more of eastern Alabama as well, as there are certainly plenty of things in place tonight to support that severe weather threat. When we look at the low-level warm and humid air, it is really, really unusual for this time of the year. You know, part of this is that the Gulf of Mexico is very warm right now. Temperatures are well above average all across the Gulf, and as that air comes off the Gulf, it's exceptionally warm. We're talking about middle and upper 70s in parts of Mississippi and Alabama right now. So when we look at the instability that's available for these storms, it's the fuel for these storms. You can see the legend in the upper left-hand corner here, and it ranges from low to moderate. You notice we've got plenty of instability down in here, and there are some thunderstorms, but the stronger storms have been a little farther north. I'll explain what's going on there in just a moment. But you look at the instability ahead of the line here, and we've got plenty of it. So there's more than enough fuel to keep these storms going for quite some time yet. Another really big part of this tornado threat is what's going on with the low-level wind field. So we've got winds coming out of the south at the surface, and then winds coming out of the southwest at about 5,000 feet up. That's a lot of turning of the winds from 0 to 5,000 feet, and also a big increase in wind speed from 0 to 5,000 feet. And that creates a spin when you've got that change in winds from the surface all the way up. And that spin in the atmosphere can get into storms, and that's the beginning of the process that leads to low-level rotation and also tornadoes. And then on top of that, you've got a really vigorous jet stream of fierce winds, which can lead to more organized storm structures. Now, one thing is that you can see this little bit of an S curve right in there. So the greater forcing, the greater lift in the atmosphere is a little to the north. So it's not exactly co-located with where we've got the instability and the low-level shear, which is why we're not seeing as much activity farther south. It really drops off after you get through, say, central parts of Mississippi, because that upper forcing is well to the north now. So that may help us out just a little bit, but nonetheless, we've got a threat that's going to be going for quite some time. And a new tornado warning to tell you about now, Walker County, and that is going until 8:30. So let's get a look at the particulars with this storm. And so we're seeing rotation there now to the west of Empire. So it's right in this area, sort of a broad area of rotation showing up there. I'm going to denote this another way right there. And let's track that forward and show you where this is going to be headed in the next few minutes here. I'm sorry about that. We'll track that forward as that moves probably just a little north of east, coming into Rocky Hollow, and then moving over into Empire as well. So in about 2 minutes, moving into Dilworth, in about 6 minutes, coming into Empire, and about 11 minutes, moving into Corner. Possible tornado coming your way in those areas, so please get to your safe place right now, as you've got certainly rotation showing up here. Let's look at some of the other parameters, and again, I'm going to circle this area, which is a broad area of rotation right now. Let's look and see if there's any evidence of debris. I'm not seeing any evidence of debris at this time, so just a broad circulation showing up right now, but that is coming towards Empire, and we'll be moving just a little bit to the north of east, just a shade to the north of east, and coming into Empire in about 5 minutes, and then moving into Corner in about 10 minutes. So please get to your safe place, lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. Mark, over to you.
These storms are moving at a pretty good clip, close to 45 miles per hour. So kind of secondary road highway speed there. And they're coming out of an area of Alabama where they did this. This is near Winfield, Alabama, about an hour northwest of Birmingham. This is the Cardinal Restaurant in Winfield. Here's the good news. No injuries reported at this time. However, crews are still moving along with the storms off to the east of Winfield to see if there's any other debris or damage being reported from these same storms. And our very own Charles Peak is on his way to the Winfield area right now to bring you live images of what these storms have already done. These storms are also still marching their way towards Birmingham. Carl showed us the new warning, but the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is also watching the progress of these storms from the Birmingham area of Alabama and joins us now live. Mike, some damage being reported already from this line of storms.
Yeah, that's about an hour and a half north of here near the Mississippi line, and they have taken that area out of the tornado watch. There's still about a dozen counties in Alabama under a tornado watch, and they're getting clipped away north of Birmingham, and then that watch extends back towards Tuscaloosa and down towards Demopolis. So we still have the tornado watch there. If you look here in the Birmingham area, we're on the southeast side in the Mountain Brook section, and we had some showers move through. One shower, and it rained hard literally for about a half a minute, and that was it. These are moving pretty fast, about 35, 40 plus miles an hour. We're still keeping an eye on the main line of storms. I'd say heads up, if you're thinking about going up 65 right now out of Birmingham towards Huntsville, delay your trip till this severe line comes through, because we've got a severe thunderstorm warning, which includes part of I-65, and then just upstream we have that new tornado warning for Walker County, and whether it produces a tornado or not, that severe warned storm, tornado warned storm, is going to move across 65 just south of where that severe thunderstorm warning is right now. So we're still in the threat zone here in Birmingham. We're not under a tornado watch, and as Carl and I have been mentioning, the Storm Prediction Center and the Weather Service out of Birmingham will decide whether they're going to add additional counties to the current watch or they put out another watch. And then we'll have storms even overnight. It's not like a cold front is coming through and the wind's going to go northwest and the rain is going to stop and tomorrow the sun is going to come out. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The instability will remain. Temperatures will stay way, way above average. We had a record high today of 77. Tomorrow into Friday, and then Saturday, that's the main day of concern. A cold front with a storm going up through the upper Midwest with a fair amount of snow. In fact, we could see some double-digit snowfall even around Chicago. But as that front moves through, a big threat for a large area in the Mid-South and into the Tennessee Valley to the Gulf Coast of more severe weather and a threat of additional tornadoes as we kick off the new year. Mark?
All right, Michael. And we want to take a look right now at the tornado warning that's in effect in northern parts of Alabama. This is not terribly far away from Birmingham. Tornado warning now in effect for Walker County until 8:30. Northwest of Birmingham, it is moving east at 40 miles per hour. Now, when we look at what is called the velocity data, I'm not seeing as much evidence of spin. You go back a few frames here, especially just as the warning was issued. So right in there, you can clearly see that area of red and green. Then it becomes a little more diffuse in more recent scans, and then in the most recent scan, even more diffuse than that. So it looks like we've got perhaps a little less of a threat here, but let's go ahead and time it out to be on the safe side. That's coming into Empire in just a few minutes. It's going to be actually just a couple of minutes. It'll be coming into Empire. Then beyond that into Corner. It's in about 7 minutes, and Beltona in 14 minutes if we've still got a warning at that time. But the cell is already getting to the far eastern part of that tornado warning polygon. Now, farther to the east, there is a big warning now for Blount County for damaging wind going until 8:45. And so all along this line segment here, there's going to be a threat for damaging wind, and let's go ahead and track that out to the east as that moves east about 40 miles per hour, coming into Brooksville, into Locust Fork, into Boaz and Sardis City as well. And all of those areas could be some damaging wind coming your way. So heads up on that. So we've got a wind threat, a hail threat, and a tornado threat tonight. The tornado watch area extending from west central Alabama into northeast Alabama. We may see another watch area. There may be an extension of that watch a little farther to the east into east central Alabama and also into northwest Georgia along that line there, and also ahead of that little line segment that's developing in this area. So, Mark, certainly we're going to continue to keep our eyes on all this. And you've got, just an unusually warm and humid atmosphere tonight to support these severe storms, especially so for the end of the year.
Yeah, and it's not just tonight either. We're talking about rounds of active weather moving through the southeast. So, yes, we're monitoring for this possible extension of the watch. We know that there's going to be more weather coming in towards Birmingham, eventually the Atlanta area as well. And so that potential is there for more active weather. We'll see if a watch is issued along that I-20 corridor for Birmingham, for Atlanta. There's still a tornado watch technically for Huntsville and points east of there, while just west of there in Huntsville, we don't have the tornado watch in place anymore as they're chipping away at those counties off to the west. But where the storms have gone through, specifically in here, where we've had reports of damage, we're now starting to see the power outages starting to increase. Alabama on the whole has over 5,000 customers now without power, and the trend is not your friend. I know these numbers aren't huge yet. We'll see what happens as the storms approach the Birmingham area, but obviously a big spike up recently as those storms came into northern and western portions of the state. Now, we can follow this along for what we're expecting for the rest of tonight, where there's going to be plenty of warmth, plenty of moisture to support these storms, lots of wind in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. That's really helping to organize these storms right now. Some upper air support, enough that we could still have these storms ongoing overnight, even though we're losing some of the daytime heating. It's still so warm out there that, and with a little bit of upper air support, these storms have some staying power. So we can time this out for you for the rest of the night. Here's the line of storms that's approaching the Birmingham area as we speak. It starts flattening out, though. Notice this top end progresses decently, but the I-20 corridor is really going to be a sticking point where the storms have a hard time progressing much further. It's going to allow the repetitive storms somewhere near Birmingham, somewhere near Atlanta for multiple times as we go through the night. And that could really become an issue for flooding across the south, but also just the threat of severe weather continuing. A few isolated tornadoes are certainly possible near the Birmingham area. I want to show you this zoomed in timing of near Birmingham, because as we go through the next couple of hours, yes, the line approaches, but it doesn't progress. It doesn't go all the way through. Several rounds, maybe in Birmingham itself, maybe on the south side towards the Calera area, maybe towards Tuscaloosa still on the I-20 corridor. We could have repetitive storms even into tomorrow morning. So this is one of those setups that if it repeats too much in the wrong spot, we could wind up with some significant rain, significant flooding. And we've seen significant rain, including some flooding already where some of these storms have gone. This is parts of Mississippi, Calhoun County. The sheriff's office making water rescues earlier today after flash flooding left a few residents stranded. You notice this is basically a water vehicle. We would not suggest this for anyone, even the sheriff's office. They know what they're doing, but you see that kind of pole right there, right above the tire? That's the air intake. So unlike your car or my car that has that down basically at the bottom of the car where the exhaust goes, or the front of the engine, this is up in the air, so it doesn't get water sucked into the vehicle. It allows it to go through higher water than the typical vehicle would be able to. Doesn't make it a great idea, but hey, if they're out rescuing people, you got to do what you got to do. Flooding is such a damaging thing. In all of 2020, 59 deaths from flooding, but in 2021, we had 2 months that basically rivaled the numbers for the entire year for 2020. And so let's hope that we don't have a big spike on this towards the end of the year, right before we round into 2022. Now, possibility of flooding as we go through the rest of our night here, but also, we do this again. This is Friday into Saturday morning, so New Year's Eve, we're going to see another round of heavy rain coming in to the south. This is on top of areas that have seen a lot of rain in the past 24 hours, reports of 3 to 6 inches of rain, and from what we've been showing you that we're not done yet with that rain threat through the south tonight. And so when you look ahead to the next storm system, not only will we see storms tonight, but then this whole area does it again. The European model has been keying in on the area that basically had the severe weather earlier in the year with the tornado damage into Kentucky. The USGFS model says, okay, I see that area, but I raise you eastern Tennessee, and I also double down here across the Carolinas into southeast Virginia. And the USGFS has been onto something this year, so that is an important component. Got to watch out for flooding. We want you to stay with the Weather Channel tonight. You can download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can log in.
What's
It's new territory for sure.
We're pushing everything to the max. We're going to need every pound of power we have.
We are not going to give up. We have to get the job done.
The stress level is huge.
The tension has to go somewhere.
Hold it! What are you doing? What's up?
Every second that we're out here, we're at risk. It's a recipe for disaster.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. We are now looking at a tornado threat and a damaging wind and hail threat. There's a new tornado warning to tell you about. DeKalb and Jackson counties in northeast Alabama under warning. And we're seeing a spin right now that is to the northwest of Fife, right in there. That is the area of rotation that's showing up on the radar. So tracking that forward, that is going to be coming into Rainsville in 6 minutes. You need to get to your safe place right now. Mahan Crossroads in 13 minutes. Stamp in 17 minutes, Valley Head in 24 minutes, and Cloudland in 33 minutes. Possible tornado headed your way. Let's circle this and see if there's any evidence of debris at this time. Not seeing any debris right now. We're seeing all that red color indicating meteorological or more regular shaped objects. And when you see the other colors like blue and green, which you're seeing right on the edges there, that would indicate that you've got some sort of irregular shapes or non-meteorological targets. But that is a pretty robust rotation that is showing up there, and that is now just north of Fife. Again, tracking that forward. We'll see where that's going to head in the next few minutes here. It's going to come into that Route 75 corridor. So moving into Rainsville more immediately, just a few minutes from now. Then coming into Powell as well, Sylvania, Council Bluffs, and Valley Head. I'm going to move this just a little farther to the south here. Right in there, Powell and Rainsville, Council Bluff, and also Valley Head. Possible locations in the way of this tornado as it moves now to the east. And let's get a look at the motion on that. That is now moving east at 55 miles per hour, so rapidly now moving east. And I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this one more time. We'll track that out and just to change the speed on this tracker. And you're talking about a really rapidly moving storm here and a pretty tight area of circulation. Looks like it's moving a little to the north of east, just about on top of you in Powell and Rainsville, and then coming into Mahan Crossroads in about 8 minutes. So please get to your safe place right now as that continues along to the east. Now, farther south, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Blount County, a large area of potential damaging wind along with this storm as that moves into the 59 corridor and towards Gadsden as well. Looking at the leading edge of this and tracking that forward. Assuming that we do get one extension here, that would be coming towards Altoona, Highland Lake, and also into Steele, about 8:43. Then up into Tennessee, we've got a warning here too. This cell is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Bradley, McMinn, and Polk counties under warning, and so that is not very far away from Turtletown right now. And moving across that 64 corridor, if we get an extension here, that'll be coming towards Appalachia, but more immediately into Parksville, into Hembright, and also into Tellico Plains. Damaging wind is going to be the threat with that storm. Larger picture for you, looking at a tornado watch right now for parts of central Alabama and also northwest Georgia, and we may yet see an extension that goes a little farther east, possible watch extension. This is what the Storm Prediction Center is looking at going forward here. So this threat is going to continue for some time tonight. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, Carl, let me ask you a quick question about that tornado warning. I know you'll have to jump your graphics back to that warning. You could make the argument, I think, that not only do we have a circulation tightening up on that one that you were timing out, but right to the north, there's a secondary zone that may even be trying to leave the warning polygon a little bit on a little bit more of a northerly track. So not only near Powell, but I believe that's just south of Pisgah near 71. There's another little notch in that line.
Yeah, there is a little dog leg right there. No question about that. That's certainly something to keep our eyes on. But, you know, that right there has definitely got my interest. In fact, let me zoom in on that a little bit. And yeah, so every time you see a little dog leg like that, you got to pay attention to it. And that's something that we will definitely keep our eyes on. But that is the more pronounced rotation right there. That is near Rainsville. Once again, we'll look and see if there's any evidence of debris. I'm not seeing that at this time, but there is certainly a stronger, broader rotation that is near Rainsville right now and moving off to the east. So yeah, you know, this is an environment in which things want to spin. Oh, and there's a brand new scan, and that's even stronger now. So let's get down on this one more time. And that is now just northwest of Rainsville. So that is tightened up in just the last scan here, right there. Pretty strong rotation now, moving to the east at 55 miles per hour and coming into that Route 75 corridor. So taking that forward, that's going to be coming into Valley Head in about 16 minutes. And might be moving, actually, wow, that's interesting. It almost looks like it dropped a little bit, almost to the southeast in those last couple of frames. So I'm going to back this out so we can get a sort of a broader sweep here to be safe. And this is near Rainsville and maybe moving a little more to the south. We'll have to, watch the radar trend there. But coming into Rainsville, certainly here in just a few minutes, actually 1 minute, coming into Rainsville in 1 minute. So you need to get to your safe place right now, then into Plainview in about 3 minutes. Wills Valley in about 9 minutes, and in 16 minutes it will be moving towards Valley Head. And again, circling that area, looking for any evidence of debris. No debris right now, but that could very well be a developing tornado. We'll have much more on this coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We are following a tornado warning right now in northeast Alabama. That is DeKalb County under warning until 8:45. Observed tornado here, and that's because debris was spotted on the radar. So we're watching that area right there, and that is near Rainsville, and now rapidly moving east. About 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour. That'll be coming into Valley Head in 13 minutes and into Cloudland in 19 minutes. So a possible tornado coming your way, and again, moving very rapidly now towards the east at about 55 miles per hour. No, excuse me, 45 miles per hour is the most recent speed on that. Now let's take a look at what is called the debris here and the correlation coefficient. And I want you to notice there's nothing showing up right now. We'll go back one frame and actually 2 frames. And so right there, that little green pixel right there, that is debris being lofted into the air. So at a minimum here, we had a brief tornado touchdown with this storm, but not something that has been, durable, I should say, there on the radar. But looking once again at the velocity data, there's the most recent scan. And so we're looking at the spin showing up. It's right about in there. And let's track that forward one more time with this most recent scan. And that is going to be coming into Valley Head in 11 minutes, into Cloudland in 18 minutes, and in 21 minutes we'll be moving into Chelsea. Again, we saw debris for 1 scan only with this storm, so it could well have been that there was a brief touchdown, and right now we are not seeing debris showing up on the radar. Now, farther to the north, we're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning into Bradley and McMinn and Polk counties. This is going until 9:45, and then some warnings here in east central Alabama. Blount County under warning until 8:45, and then a warning for the Gadsden area, Etowah, St. Clair counties under warning until 9:30. Looking at damaging wind potential here. So let's follow the leading edge of this big line segment as it moves out to the east. And that's going to be coming into Gadsden at about 8:51, moving into Atala at 8:45, and then coming into Ridgeville at about 8:43. Damaging wind possible in your area. And looking at the tornado watch here that has been extended a little farther east to include now parts of east central Alabama and out ahead of that line of storms. And as we've been talking about for a while, Mark, all of this being fueled by exceptionally warm weather for this time of the year, for this time of the night. Temperatures still now in the middle 70s in southern parts of Alabama.
It is an unreal atmosphere for this time of year and for this time of day within this time of year. I want to show you this, some new pictures in from Winfield, Alabama. Severe storms did some damage to downtown. In fact, police are telling people to stay out of downtown as the cleanup and the rescue process is just now beginning across this area. No reports of injuries at this time as we're looking at an image of the Cardinal restaurant, but there is the possibility that many other structures were also affected. And so, again, police are warning people to stay out of downtown right now. And our own Charles Peak is on his way to the Winfield area to bring us those views and to, bring more awareness to the situation of what has occurred in the Winfield area. Our own meteorologist Mike Seidel's in the Birmingham area. Storms are approaching there and a tornado watch extension in the area. Mike?
Yeah, now officially Birmingham is in that tornado watch. They added additional counties in Alabama, and the watch still goes till 10. And we'll see what they do for Georgia now as everything is moving east and northeast. Everything has stayed north of us. All the warned storms, the severe thunderstorm warnings that have crossed 65, and now that tornado warning way over northeast Alabama, about set to cross the Cloudland area, and then going into northeast Georgia. Let's go back to Carl Parker. He's got an update on the tornado warning.
Yeah, Mike, new tornado warning now in effect for Tuscaloosa. We were talking about this cell earlier. Always a concern when you've got a cell that's sort of out on its own. This is Bibb and Hale and Tuscaloosa counties under warning until 9:15. This is to the south of you in Tuscaloosa and moving east. So this cell is not going to affect Tuscaloosa directly. Here you see the rotation showing up. That is now east of 20 right in there, and that is moving east at 45 miles per hour. And so on that track, it is going to be coming into Phipps in 9 minutes, moving into Hagler in 22 minutes. Actually, we just got a brand new scan, so I'm going to move this just a little farther to the east to reflect that. And so that's coming into Phipps in 8 minutes, moving into Hagler in 21 minutes, and then into Brent in 34 minutes. A possible tornado coming your way. The rotation showing up right in there. Let's see if there is any evidence of debris at this time. And not seeing any evidence of debris right now, but certainly there is rotation. We'll have more on this coming up.
For ages, the black man has been seen as many things, but we have a sensitive side.
I'm gonna ask Alicia to marry me.
What? Seriously, dude? I've had almond milk in my fridge longer than you've been with Alicia. We gonna be up. We laugh. Couldn't find a coaster, Ray Charles. You out here looking like an unfinished drawing. And we love.
Tip, what the hell?
Grand Crew premieres Tuesday on NBC.
If a medicine is expensive, patients aren't going to buy it. If it's not affordable, it's staying at the pharmacy. So GoodRx is wonderful to help patients. It's definitely great for people who don't have insurance, but for people who do have insurance like me, it's great for people like that too, because I have like a high deductible insurance plan. And so, paying $100 for a medication is ridiculous, even for a doctor.
Some things can't be tried at home.
Where next?
With Capital One, the possibilities are unlimited.
With tornado warnings, one of those for Bibb and Hale and Tuscaloosa counties. This cell is south of Tuscaloosa. It is not coming to Tuscaloosa. It's going to be remaining to your south and moving to the east, moving into that 82 corridor. We're looking at that area right in there. That's where the rotation is showing up. And following that out to the east now, that is going to be coming into Hagler in 17 minutes and then into Elin in about 25 minutes and Brent in about 30 minutes. And so a more rural area now south of Tuscaloosa. And I'm going to circle this area. We'll see if there's any evidence of debris. I'd be surprised, to be honest with you, if there was. It's not an incredibly strong rotation right now, but certainly that could change at any moment. And we've got a lot of low-level shear. And the thing that is concerning about this cell is the fact that it is out on its own. When you look at the context of the cell, rather than being embedded within a line, It is basically out on its own, and a cell like that can oftentimes continue to rotate for a long period of time, especially in an environment where you've got a lot of low-level wind shear, which we do, and I'll show you here in just a second. Then to the north of that, we've got a tornado warning here for DeKalb County, and there was some debris that was spotted with this. There is also now a downstream severe thunderstorm warning, which I do think, sort of accurately reflects the trends. That is for Chattooga and Dade and Walker counties going until 10:30. And when you look at what's going on the radar here, we've got a line of strong wind, and there are some little notches within that, but nothing that really stands out at this time. Let's just go ahead and track that forward just to be on the safe side. And this is coming down just north of Fort Payne, coming towards Valley Head and eventually towards Cloudland as well. So we'll see if we get another tornado warning. Would not be surprised if we didn't see that. And again, there is that downstream severe thunderstorm warning. Also, Blount County under warning right now, and to the east of that, there's a severe warning in effect for Etowah and St. Clair counties, and that is going until 9:30. Looking at the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour wind with these storms as they move into that 59 corridor. And so it's gotten kind of jumbled right now, but just doing my best to sort of track that part of the line out. That's going to be coming into Gadsden at 8:49, south side at 8:56, and center at 9:06. So we've got a tornado watch in effect across central parts of Alabama, also into northwest Georgia. That going until 10 o'clock tonight, and certainly it may be that storms keep going for quite some time tonight. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, you mentioned Blount County there in one of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Saw a report come through that power lines were blown down. So that was in a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah.
And we know that we have that tornado warning south of Tuscaloosa all on its own, can tap into this very strange air mass for this time of year. There's a lot of warmth, there's a lot of moisture, there's a lot of spin. Basically, all the ingredients are there.
Yeah, when you look at the low-level wind shear, there's always a worry when you've got a cell that's on its own. And we look at the low-level wind shear that's in place here. So that cell is sitting right about in there. It's right in the middle of where this shear is. Our winds are coming out of the south at the surface, and then they're coming out of the southwest at about 5,000 feet up, and a lot faster at 35, 40, 45, 50 miles per hour. So when you have that change in wind speed and direction over that shallow layer in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, that spin can get into these storms and create spin of their own. So, when we look at this, and I'll go back to the radar, and look right in the middle of all of that shear, right in there, and downstream is where you've got this low-level wind shear, and we'll go back to the radar, and that is precisely where that tornado warning is. And so, yeah, I would be concerned, Mark, that storm, could continue to rotate for some time yet.
And this is also an area that could see a second round of big storms come in by the weekend. And so we know that this is a very vulnerable spot now. We've seen a couple of rounds of heavy rain. The grounds are saturated. And the next system that comes in could also have some pretty big implications with it as well as we look towards the new year. I don't think people are really, as much as we're talking about how warm it is and how we have severe weather tonight, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day don't usually scream out as tornado threats.
Yeah.
And so we know the communication part of this is part of the risk here, that to get people aware of what could be coming in, and quickly we can show you some of the timing of that. Look how this develops. This is your first night, right? This is when you should be or could be out celebrating the new year coming in. Big storms, including severe weather, potentially tornadoes overnight. This then going through January 1. This is Saturday, the 1st of January. Many of the same areas, Carl, that are being hit right now could be hit again this weekend, and then we follow that towards Sunday morning all the way to the southeast coast. Now, some of the models suggest we lose some of the oomph late Saturday into Sunday, very different than Friday into Saturday. But wow, what a powerhouse storm system on the way for the new year.
Such a vigorous storm system. And, a big part of what makes storms so strong is temperature contrast. And so when you look at Friday, you look at the temperature contrast on Friday, along the Gulf Coast, there will be temperatures that will be up to about 80 degrees in the afternoon, where in the northern plains, temperatures will be around minus 20. So that's a 100-degree spread there from north to south, and that's a big part of what is going to make this feature so strong as it comes across the southern plains and eventually the southeast. A lot of moisture being drawn out of the Gulf, which is unusually warm for this time of the year. That's that temperature contrast we're talking about. And when you have temperature contrast like that, it creates very strong wind fields. And we're going to be looking at these incredibly strong low-level winds developing Friday night. That, Mark, is going to fuel this severe weather threat.
So we may do this all again. Remember, we have storms right now. This is a view south of Tuscaloosa near the Mountainville area where there is a tornado warning in place. We'll get back to this in just a second.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather. We want to take you now into central Alabama, where there is an ongoing tornado warning south of Tuscaloosa. This is in Tuscaloosa County, along with Bibb and Hale counties. It is not going to be affecting Tuscaloosa. It is well to the south. So we're looking at a broad rotation showing up right in there that is now to the west of 82. And let's track this forward and show you where that's going to be headed. That coming across 82 and moving towards Hagler in the next few minutes here, then coming into Ealeen at 9:06, Centerville at 9:13, and Gary Springs by 9:17. So again, a broad rotation right now. I'm going to take this away, and you're seeing, very broadly an area where the wind is coming toward the radar and moving away from the radar. Not what we, would term a very tight circulation. And when we look and circle this area and look for any evidence of debris, not surprisingly, not seeing any evidence of debris at this time. Nonetheless, it is definitely rotating, and so these storms can tighten up at any time, and that's why we need to be on our toes here to the south of Duncanville and also across that Route 82. So once again, following that forward, coming into Hagler near the top of the hour in about 10 minutes or so. I'm actually going to move this just a little farther to the west, though the radar is a few minutes behind always. And then Ealeen at about 9:07, and then coming into Vernontown at about 9:11. Possible tornado coming your way in these areas. Farther north, looking at a severe thunderstorm warning for Etowah and St. Clair counties. Big, massive storms now coming into the Gadsden area. There were warnings farther south. They've been allowed to expire. And then into northwest Georgia, got a warning for Chattooga, Dade, and Walker counties, and eventually strong storms coming towards the 75 corridor. Heads up in Calhoun and Dalton. A lot of weather now coming your way. Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Carl. And we want to check in now into northwest Alabama, the Winfield area, where Cody Galbraith was taking shelter from storms that came through. We've heard reports of damage as well. Cody, thanks so much for spending some time with us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mark.
Can you tell us a little bit about where you were, what happened, what you heard?
Well, we had went down to the local store to get some groceries and decided to stop and get something to eat. And when we had left the store, the storms the wind had begun to pick up. And when we run home to drop the groceries off, we caught just a little bit of the local news, and they said Winfield area has about 10 minutes to take shelter. So we decided to go down to my girlfriend's workplace, and they have a basement underneath. So no sooner than we got there, locked the door, it hit, and it was pretty violent, it seemed like, for about 30 minutes.
That classic sound of the wind approaching, were you able to hear that?
Well, you have the sirens of the town going off, and whenever all that just seems like all that's going on so fast, in the wind howling and so forth, and and then when it hits, and it's just like quiet just right afterwards.
And so sorry to interrupt you. We're looking at a picture from when you stepped outside, I assume, right afterwards. What are we looking at? It's hard to even tell.
Well, across the street from where we was at is a place called the Pastime Theater, which has been there for many years. And, I mean, the red lights were torn down, the power poles were broken, power lines everywhere, and a lot of large debris and some awnings and roofs and stuff blown all over the place, it seemed like.
You're here talking to us. I should have asked this first. Are you okay? You said your girlfriend, I think, okay as well? Everyone all right that you've talked to?
Yes. Yes, sir. We're all fine. Yes, sir.
Were you able to make it back? You said you left your home. Were you able to make it back home?
We did. Just where we had parked at, we parked just about a block from where we had went in. And fortunately, when the storms had passed and the rescue crews had checked on everyone, we was able to maneuver the car out away from some of the debris and get back home.
And on the way, was it more scenes like this? Was this one real local area that got hit, or was it more widespread?
It seemed like, from what I could tell from where we were at, it was more localized, kind of to the downtown area, a lot of the residential area next to where we were at. I didn't physically see any damage, but I'm pretty sure there was probably some other things going on that we couldn't see.
Sure. That's Cody Galbraith in Winfield, Alabama, went through the storms tonight, was so gracious to tell of his experience. Thanks so much for talking to us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mark.
And Carl, this is just the beginning. We have more storms racing across Alabama into North Georgia right now.
Yeah, Mark, we are still watching this tornado warning, which is now very close to 59 in Tuscaloosa. It is not going to affect Tuscaloosa. It is to the south of you in Tuscaloosa, and this is going until 9:15, looking at a really broad area of rotation right in there. That is not a tight circulation at this time. That doesn't mean that that can't change. It certainly can change, but for now, that's a very broad area of rotation coming towards Pearson and Eoline and also into Moffett as well. To the northeast of Birmingham, a severe warning now for Etowah and St. Clair counties, and then a severe warning in effect for northwest Georgia, Chattooga, Dade, and Walker counties, seeing the leading edge of strong winds coming into Route 27 and some little curlicues right in there, a little notch there and another little notch right there. Can't rule out a little spin up along the leading edge of that very strong wind as it comes into 27.
Finding stuff.
Welcome into our special coverage of severe weather across parts of the southeast tonight. We are watching some warnings right now in Alabama and getting into northwest Georgia. Let's take a look at the latest on this warning southwest of Birmingham. Bibb and Hale and Tuscaloosa counties under warning. This is not affecting Tuscaloosa proper. It is to the south and it is moving east. And right now we're looking at a really broad area of rotation showing up, basically right in this area in here that is near 82. So, this does not look like the most profound area of circulation I've ever seen, certainly. But there is some potential for a tornado in here, and that coming towards Pearson and coming towards Moffett as well and Gary Springs. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Sometimes we can see these things wax and wane in terms of intensity. Right now, we are clearly in a period where it's not quite as strong, but we're going to watch it very closely because this is a lone cell. It's sitting out here on its own and able to tap into plenty of wind shear and plenty of instability as well. So we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. It's that little notch right in there that we need to watch. If that tightens up, that is going to be coming into areas just north of Brent and then farther east, perhaps moving towards Centerville and Oakley in the longer term. So just heads up on that. We'll be watching this very closely, and we want you to as well. Etowah and St. Clair counties under warning right now. That is the Gadsden area, looking at the possibility of some damaging wind. And then our first warning in northwest Georgia this evening, Chattooga and Walker counties under warning until 10:30. So we're looking at a threat for damaging wind here. And sometimes you get a really good look at the wind. That's the leading edge of the strong wind right in there. You see that little dog leg that I drew in there? Oh, we've got some rotation there, also a little bit of rotation right in there as well. So we need to watch out for the possibility of some brief spin-ups, but right now it's only being warned on for a damaging wind. And looking at the leading edge of that, as that moves off to the east, that'll be coming into Somerville in just the next couple of minutes, into Villano in about 10:10, Beetham 10:11, and Dalton at 10:19. Very strong wind, a 60-mile-per-hour wind potentially headed your way. Now, here's a larger picture, and we've got a tornado watch in effect in central Alabama and northwest Georgia. However, the Storm Prediction Center is looking at this area for a possible new watch, which would cover North Georgia and parts of South Carolina and also southeast Tennessee, including the northern half of the Atlanta metro area. So heads up, if you're on the north side of metro Atlanta in Cobb County, in Fulton County, and Gwinnett County, now is the time to pay attention because you've got a line of storms coming in. We've got a lot of shear in the area, a lot of low-level wind shear, a lot of factors in place that lend itself to rotating storms. And let's take a look at some of those factors. Now, first of all, we've got instability. It is incredibly warm and humid for this time of night, for this time of the year. Very warm, humid air coming up into the Atlanta area, so there's more than enough fuel for these storms. On top of that, there's a lot of low-level wind shear. This is the most recent model depiction of that. And so we see winds coming out of the south in orange, but winds coming out of the west-southwest very rapidly at about 5,000 feet. A lot of turning of the winds in the low levels of the atmosphere, and that lends itself to spin in the lowest parts of the storm when they develop. And then on top of that, you've got a really vigorous system here off to the north that is also fueling this severe weather threat. So on a lot of counts, Mark, these storms may continue to go for some time. And again, possible watch coming, likely watch coming, as a matter of fact, for North Georgia and the Atlanta metro area.
Yeah, and that same kind of northern part of the line of storms came through northwest Alabama, including through the Winfield area, where we know there was damage tonight in the downtown area. We're about to bring you some live images from that area from Storm Tracker Charles Peak, but for now we've got this damage at the Cardinal Restaurant here in downtown, where part of the roof and part of that side building, maybe the back of the building, has some significant damage that took place in that area. We know that there are first responders on the scene. Crews have responded into this area, and Winfield police have kind of blocked the main road into downtown and are saying, do not come down here right now. Downtown is basically under recovery. So here's some of the views from Charles Peak right now. You can see that big response off in the distance, and he had to turn a little bit here for just a second, and then we'll get that view back in. But when you look down the street here, it looks like you've got the blue lights, which are police vehicles, but also the yellow, which are often kind of the utility crews that are coming in. We saw lots of reports of power lines down, traffic signals down, and generally a big mess across downtown in the main drag through downtown. So we're getting our first views of this right now. It's tough. We're seeing it through the screen with you for the first time as you are seeing it with us. And so at times, as the signal moves, it gets a little choppy, a little tough to see at times here. But there are people that are walking out and about here, surveying the scene, blocking off the dangerous areas such that everyone stays as safe as possible tonight. Now, we know that these storms are also working their way through central Alabama towards the Birmingham area. I want to bring in the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel. He's been watching the progress of these storms from Birmingham. Mike, what, a half an hour or so maybe until they start crashing into your area?
Yes, but with that said, the severe threat certainly has been to our north and to our east. We do have the one tornado warning cell just to our south, off to the east of Tuscaloosa. Parts of that county, Bibb County and Hale County, still under the tornado warning until 9:15. The watch goes until the end of this hour, and as Carl mentioned, they're looking at likely putting up another watch for North Georgia, including Atlanta, at least part of the Atlanta metro and the Western Carolinas. So right now, we're kind of threading the needle here in Birmingham. We had one brief shower just a few minutes ago. We're on the southeast side of town, and you can see on the radar there are some rain showers coming our way, but nothing upstream is warned, and we may get through this unscathed as far as being in a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning in Metro Birmingham. That would not surprise me. But again, keeping a close eye on that tornado warned cell off to our south and east now, moving away from Tuscaloosa, and also the action moving into northeast Alabama and into western Georgia. So, Carl, looks like Birmingham at this point is going to be getting off relatively clean based on what I see on the radar, what's upstream, and what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Mike, I think you're right about that, and certainly we're keeping a really close eye on the cell to the south of Birmingham. Whenever you've got a cell that is out on its own like this one is, then you've got to be concerned about what's going to happen with this in the long term. Right now, there is a tornado warning on the cell. The rotation is not particularly pronounced right now. This is Tuscaloosa County, though not affecting the city of Tuscaloosa, Bibb and Hale counties as well, and the motion here is east at about 45 miles per hour. What we're looking at in the red and green is a really broad area of rotation. That's in green where it's coming toward the radar, in red is where it's moving away from the radar. So we know there's a very broad area, very loose area of rotation showing up right in there. So just sort of finding the middle of that and tracking that to the east, we expect that that is going to be moving towards Eoline, coming up here at about 9:10, and then also Moffett at about 9:15. For now, it does not appear to be, a profound threat, but certainly that could change at any moment. The character of these storms can change in a very short period of time. So it's one of those things where we want to keep a really close eye on it because there is a lot of low-level wind shear in place. Farther north, there is a warning that is ongoing for Etowah County, and that is just east of Gadsden. Then another warning here to tell you about a new warning in northern parts of Georgia. Chattooga, Walker counties under warning, but then the newest warning for Gordon, Murray, and Whitfield counties, looking at the possibility of some damaging wind as this moves east at 55 miles per hour. And, sometimes we get a really good look at the leading edge of the wind, and that's exactly what's happening in this case. We're looking from the Huntsville radar here, and so let's check out some of these values. Looking right in there, those yellow areas, that's probably just a little off the ground. There's a 64 mile per hour velocity. There's a 70 mile per hour velocity there. So some really strong wind now just off the ground. And you also notice those little notches showing up right in there. We'll need to watch those to see if they tighten up at all. Sometimes they can tighten up to the point where tornado warning may be required. Right now, there is no tornado warning, but you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for very strong wind, and that in the new warning area coming into Dalton at about 10:15, Armuchee at 10:19, Chatsworth at 10:30, and moving into Calhoun at 10:33. Now, I do want to tell you that there is a tornado watch right now through central Alabama and a little part of northwest Georgia. However, the Storm Prediction Center is likely to issue another watch that does cover North Georgia and parts of South Carolina and maybe even up into North Carolina as well. May include the northern half or some parts of the northern half of the Atlanta metro area. And so, Mark, we expect that this threat is going to continue for quite some time tonight.
Yeah, in fact, the Storm Prediction Center is talking to all the local National Weather Service offices as we speak. So expect that watch to come out sooner rather than later. Want to bring in our own Charles Peak. He is now into the Marion County area. The sheriff office is saying that there are issues with power, of course. But, Charles, you're seeing some of the power issues in the area, including, I think I saw some arcing, some sparks coming off the lines.
Yeah, Mark, it's a little hard to tell. The police have us blocked off back here for obvious reasons, and I can see a bunch of sparking, but they're also working right there. So I don't know if they may be trying to cut something loose or whatever, but this whole downtown area right now is blocked off, and you've got utility crews actively working here and trying to clear back some of the debris, and as well as not sure if they're trying to restore just yet, but at least get it cleared to where they can.
What a mess, right? I mean, I know that the police and first responders are on the scene blocking off that area so that other people don't come into downtown.
Correct, Mark. They're trying to keep it completely cleared, not letting anyone in at this point in time so that the utility crews can work. And, just right now with all the power poles down, the arcing and everything else going on, it's just not safe to be down there.
I know you just arrived into town. Were the police that you talked to able to give you any clue as to how widespread this is? Is this the worst of the damage? Anything you're hearing yet?
From what the officer I talked to at the location, he said right now this was the worst area, but they did have still some damage outside of town as well.
And we're getting some new images right now as well from the other side, I think, from where you are, looking above these first responders in Winfield. Looks like there's billboards and siding that came down in that area that they may be cutting away. And it looks like maybe part of a roofing structure, or maybe that's still part of the billboard leaning up against some buildings, but also across the road, across the crosswalks and in the intersections, along with the lights from those intersections and power poles. So, Charles, there's a lot of cleanup to go. It seems like they may have already made some progress from the views you're bringing us compared to what we're looking at from the videos that occurred just a bit ago.
Yeah, Mark, I'm not sure I'm about to put my drone up where I'll get a little better vantage point down there and can see what's going on. But at least on this end of it, it looks like more of the damage is a couple of blocks further away from me.
And you came in kind of behind these storms, coming through portions of Mississippi into Alabama. What else have you seen so far today on your approach to Winfield, which is now dealing with this cleanup?
Yeah, we've had several situations. I was in a couple of tornado warnings earlier. We saw some lowerings, but nothing ever touched down that I saw at that point in time, and then dropped down south for those cells that are down over by Tuscaloosa. And then when we realized the damage that we had here, I pulled off of that and came up to cover this story.
And I'll always ask that question because I think it's pretty representative of what people need to be aware of as we go into the rest of the night. You know, you've been traveling all day. You had the benefit of light. Now it's well after dark. There's damage. There's debris. The roads are dangerous. And these storms are still marching forward into areas where it's now going to be the middle of the night when they arrive.
Right, Mark. Even as driving up here in some areas where I don't think there was any tornado damage, but this winds, there were times that I would have to go around tree limbs and tree branches that were in the road. So, if you're not prepared for it, not looking for it, don't have the kind of lights that you'd be able to see it well, it is a dangerous situation until DOT and the county crews get those roads cleared as well.
So that is Storm Tracker Charles Peak on the phone with us tonight as we are getting the live views from the Winfield area. Charles, we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Stay safe, find out what you can. We'll check back in with you. Carl, these storms are marching their way east and more severe weather is possible.
Yeah, things are moving right along here. These storms have a motion that is east at about 50 miles per hour, and so things are going to change rapidly. Just heads up now in the Atlanta metro area, especially on the north side. Also want to tell you about an ongoing tornado warning in Bibb and Hale and Tuscaloosa counties. This is well to the south of Tuscaloosa and a really broad area of rotation right now. So that entire thing is this really broad area of rotation that I'm talking about, the red and green. You go back several frames back to when this warning was issued, and you can see how much tighter it is right in there. See the tightness of it, and you compare that to the character that it has right now. And, at least for now, I think we've got less of a tornado threat. Let's just go ahead and track it out to be safe, finding sort of the midpoint of that broad area of rotation, and that coming towards Ingate and then 6 Mile as well in the next few minutes here. Then well off to the north, looking at a severe thunderstorm warning for Gordon and Murray and Whitfield counties in North Georgia. Sometimes you get a really good look at the wind, the level of wind that is coming through. And so there you go, a couple thousand feet off the ground. That's a 75 mile per hour velocity. That is going to be coming into the 75 corridor very quickly into Dalton more immediately, and then into Calhoun beyond that. Heads up, some really strong wind now coming your way.
Get your personal points plan.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble.
We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here. If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
Welcome back to our special severe coverage. We're following a severe threat in the south and looking at a tornado warning now in east central Alabama. That in effect for Calhoun County, radar indicated tornado warning. This unfortunately is in a spot there where it's really difficult to see precisely what's going on, but we're seeing some rotation showing up here near Jacksonville and moving off towards the east-northeast. And so on that path, coming into Maxwell-Bourne at 9:24, Piedmont 9:32, and Ladiga at 9:36. Possible tornado coming your way in those areas. Then we'll take you farther north, and a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now. There's also one for Cherokee County in Alabama, but another one in effect for Calhoun. This is Gordon and Murray and Whitfield counties under warning. Sometimes you get a really good look at where the strong wind is, and that's exactly what we're seeing coming from the Huntsville radar right now. Those areas of bright yellow showing us really fierce winds coming through. So heads up for that. That's going to be moving into Calhoun in just a matter of moments. About 10:28 or so, and then coming into Bloodtown at about 10:36. There's a closer look for you. Now, this is a couple thousand feet off the ground, and so not all of this is going to make it all the way to the ground, but that's a 70-mile-per-hour wind there that's a couple thousand feet up. And so where we've got some heavier rain, and I can guarantee you that we've got some heavier rain in that area, sure enough, it's raining to beat the band right there. So that is definitely happening. We're seeing some really strong winds now coming right across that 75 corridor, moving into Sugar Valley in just a matter of moments, coming into Calhoun, as I mentioned, towards the bottom of the hour, not very far away from Chatsworth as well, moving into that Route 225 corridor. Very strong straight line winds now headed your way, so heads up on that. Also want to tell you about the new tornado watch. We said that this was going to be coming out from the Storm Prediction Center, and this includes all of Metro Atlanta until 5 o'clock in the morning. Also parts of northwest South Carolina and southwest North Carolina. So we've got an ongoing threat here for severe weather, and that being fueled by exceptionally warm and humid air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, indicated by that yellow shading. That's where the fuel is for these thunderstorms. You see how it does drop off as you get a little farther to the north. It drops off behind the line, but out ahead of that, we've got enough fuel for these storms to go for a while yet. And we've also got the low-level wind shear. That's a really important part of this, the way that the winds are turning from the surface in orange to 5,000 feet in blue. That level of turning in the atmosphere lends itself to spinning storms, Mark, as you know. And so, you've got that kind of low-level wind shear and the instability in place, you're going to have some rotating storms.
Absolutely, and so that's why the brand new tornado watch has been issued to extend through all of North Georgia into portions of the western side of the Carolinas through the rest of the overnight into tomorrow morning. This goes until 5 a.m. now. So as we say goodbye to the threat in the Huntsville area, we say hello to the threat in a place like Atlanta. Atlanta still close to 70 degrees at this hour. The last couple of days of December, well after dark, 10:23 local time, and it is effectively 70 degrees out. It's crazy. It's crazy. So think springtime storms. Here's a look at that new tornado watch. Again, goes until 5 a.m. Extreme eastern portions of central Alabama, all of northern and central Georgia, including I-75, I-85, down towards Macon along the 75 as well, and into the Carolinas, portions of North and South Carolina to the west, included in this tornado watch. So let's first give you kind of the broad look at the timing here. For the southeast and where we can expect these storms to go. This line, which could give us a couple of tornadoes, certainly a lot of straight line winds and general thunderstorms on the way, is going to enter the picture in the Atlanta area around 1 a.m. And then it's going to stall there. And it'll still be raining all the way through the morning. could have embedded severe storms within that, especially on the kind of the leading edge, that southern portion here. And that includes just south of the I-20 corridor. That south side of I-20 could be in the slop through most of the night and most of the day tomorrow. So yes, a few storms are possible as they come in. So a Torcon of 3 to the north side of Atlanta, southeast a Torcon of 2, so a few tornadoes possible. But again, you look at this timing and the line of storms approaches but then slows. It may not even start raining in downtown Atlanta until maybe 2 or 3 a.m. And then it's still going through 6 a.m., still going through 7 a.m., continuing really through the bulk of our morning here across the I-20 corridor and points just south from there, if this high-resolution modeling is right. But you give a little bit more credence to this because it's been suggesting this for several runs in a row now, that something along that I-20 border and really the south side of that will be in this mess for a while. Eventually, as we follow I-20 into South Carolina, into the Columbia area, it takes a little bit longer to get here, but I think it does get here. This is tomorrow, 7 a.m. The rain arrives. Storms south side of Columbia, say 9 or 10 a.m. And also stuck here. I think the I-20 corridor is going to be a problem spot for so many of us. Stay with the Weather Channel tonight and download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, on Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access.
This holiday.
I'm Carl Parker. We are watching a severe threat now across parts of the Deep South, and a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about. One of those is now well to the south of Birmingham. We got off relatively unscathed in the Birmingham area with storms to the north and now to the south. This is Bibb County under warning until 10:15. So we're looking at rotation showing up right in this area that is now just east of Route 5. And so tracking that forward, I'm going to show you, first of all, where that rotation is sitting right about in there. And tracking that forward as that moves off to the east, that'll be coming towards 6 Mile here in the next few minutes, also working towards Ashby as well, and coming into Wilton at about 9:47. Possible tornado coming your way, and we'll want to keep a really close eye on the cell as it's sort of sitting out on its own here, basically by itself away from the main line of storms that's well off to the north. Now, within that line of storms, which is now moving through eastern parts of Alabama and northwest Georgia, a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about here. They're overlapping for Calhoun and Cherokee and Cleburne counties going until 10 p.m. So our rotation is showing up near Piedmont right now and moving off to the east about 45 miles per hour. So on that trajectory, it's going to be coming into Ladiga in right about now, then moving into Palestine about 9:41, and Esom Hill at about 10:45. Possible tornado coming your way in these areas. Then farther north, this is in North Georgia, Gordon, Murray, Whitfield counties under warning until 10:45. Damaging wind is the threat here, and we are seeing a really pronounced wind signature showing up in the radar data. That area of sort of yellowish orange color right there, that's very strong wind, and that is going to be coming for Ellijay in just the next few minutes. So tracking that forward as that moves east about 45 miles per hour. That'll be moving into Ellijay at 10:45, coming into Blaine at 10:54, and Cartacay at 10:55. Very strong straight line winds now headed your way in those areas. There is now tornado watch in effect for all of North Georgia, just about, including the metro Atlanta area until 5 o'clock in the morning. That watch also extended up into parts of western South Carolina and southwestern North Carolina. A lot of shear in place, Mark, and of course, incredibly warm weather for this time of the year and for this time of night.
Absolutely, and that is supporting these big thunderstorms that are lasting through the night into tomorrow morning. The same storms came through Winfield, Alabama. New video into us here at the Weather Channel. Jordan McCullum took a long, kind of dangerous stroll through downtown. We're seeing this for the first time with you right now, and so this is cell phone video kind of panning around along with some other people surveying the damage, and unfortunately there is a lot of damage. You've got store windows here completely broken open. That's an antique shop, and just about every one of those major panes of glass is shattered on the road. I thought for a second that truck window was also shattered, which is a different type of glass. That would be a big deal if that were the case, but it could have also just been some fog and some haze. Hard to tell from the amount of time we spent on it. Then look at that debris that was thrown over the power lines, and you got to treat all these lines as if they are live. So if you are out tonight, please be careful. You do not want to mistakenly step on any lines that came down. But you're looking here at more debris. There's some structural debris here thrown into the street. Looks like this may have been some siding that got torn off, or maybe some aluminum roofing, which then that would correspond to what we're seeing here, that tarp layer and tar layer that goes underneath the aluminum siding and or roofing, also thrown into the air and landing onto those lines. May have come from that white building that we saw briefly there on the left side of the screen. Right in there, lots of damage to that structure as well. So you can understand why they are saying, please do not come into downtown at this point. There is a lot of debris. There is a lot to clean up tonight. Now, the Birmingham area has done okay, especially compared to what Winfield went through. Weather Channel's Mike Seidel has been watching the storms kind of shoot the gap and miss Birmingham both north and south. Mike, better to be lucky than good, I suppose. Oh, I see Mike talking, but I don't hear him. Let's see if we can correct Mike's audio. Until then, we'll get back with Mike Seidel in just a little bit. Want to show you what else could be occurring here over the next couple of hours here across the south. We are following this line of storms as it plunges its way into that I-20 corridor, maybe just south of Birmingham, but Atlanta gets involved here maybe late in your night, early morning hours, I-20 and points south, repetitive thunderstorms that could be severe. That is why we have a new tornado watch that's in place until 5 a.m. North Georgia into the western side of the Carolinas.
But I know, yes I know you'll be okay. I know, yes I know you'll be okay. Yes I know you'll be okay.
The black man has been seen as many things.
Oh, damn. Y'all about to get nasty.
But we laugh, we cry.
Welcome back to our severe coverage. We are watching a line of very fast-moving storms now in parts of Georgia and Alabama. They are moving east at 45 to 55 miles per hour, and a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about. One of those is now south of Birmingham. Let's begin with that. Tornado warning now in effect, and that is for parts of Calhoun County, Bibb County, I should say, going until 10:15, and that is northeast of Brent. So we are seeing some rotation here, tightened up for a time. Now it's back to not being as tight, and so certainly we'll keep our eyes on that because it can sort of wax and wane in intensity. That little notch there is the area that we watch for possible tornado. That is getting ready to cross Route 25, coming towards 6 Mile right now, and coming towards Ashby as well. So a possible tornado coming your way, moving to the east about 45 miles per hour. Then another tornado warning to tell you about, actually a couple of them overlapping. Calhoun County under warning here. In addition to that, Calhoun, Cherokee, and Cleburne being warned on until 10 p.m. And so we're seeing a broad area of rotation showing up near Piedmont, right in there. Very broad, but there is rotation there. No question about that. And that is going to be moving, if it does cross the line, eventually towards Aix, but more immediately towards Palestine, about 9:44 or so. And then into northwest Georgia and into the Atlanta metro area, there is now a warning in effect, several warnings. There's one for Gilmer, Gordon, and Pickens, and then to the south of that, a warning for Bartow and Paulding and Polk counties. But that also does include part of Cobb County. So we're now getting into the Atlanta metro area, and sometimes you can really see the leading edge of the strong wind. We're absolutely getting a look at that. So that area of green right there, that's the very strong wind that is rapidly moving in, again, moving at about 50 miles per hour. That's going to be on top of you in Cartersville in just a few minutes. Also on top of you in Cedartown And as that continues off to the east, we'll be moving into Cartersville about 10:55, coming into Rockmart at 10:56, and then coming into Kennesaw at about 11:22 on that trajectory. So very strong straight line winds on the way, could easily be enough to bring some branches down and possibly some power lines as well. So we'll certainly keep an eye on this as it continues to move across the Atlanta metro. Mark, over to you.
You know, we continue to follow these storms as they march their way through the southeast. They started off kind of the mid-afternoon hours. It doesn't look like mid-afternoon, but it was here in Mississippi. Very heavy rain that has come through. Now, we think we get a bit of a breather tomorrow across the southeast, but the atmosphere will be resetting, reorganizing, rejuicing with that strong southerly wind coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. And I think we're going to set the stage for a pretty pronounced severe weather threat again as we work our way into the weekend. So, Carl, as we kind of look forward here into Friday, that is New Year's Eve, mind you, people might not really be thinking severe weather, and then continuing into New Year's Day, we have to kind of turn the alarm up a little bit, turn the awareness up that we could have a significant severe weather event on our hands.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about incredible temperature differences. And so on Friday, there will be some areas along the Gulf Coast that get up above 80 degrees. And at the same time in the northern plains, there will be some areas that get down to minus 20. So you're talking about a 100-degree spread from north to south in the middle of the country. When you have that kind of temperature contrast, you're going to get really vigorous storm systems developing, which is precisely what we are looking at coming up here Friday and Saturday. A lot of moisture being pulled northward. There is our ripping jet stream coming across, again being fueled by that temperature contrast. And when we look at the low-level winds, this is really important because this temperature contrast is shaping the wind fields. It's driving these wind fields at many different levels of the atmosphere. But these low-level winds are really critical when you talk about the severe threat. And watch how the low-level wind really expands. From Friday going into Friday night, we are seeing just fierce low-level winds. We call this the low-level jet coming up into parts of the Mid-South. And when you've got that level of wind in the low levels, this is about a mile up in the atmosphere, that fuels a tornado threat, and that fuels a damaging wind threat. So we're going to be looking at both of those hazards going into Friday night and then through the day on Saturday. And unfortunately, a lot of the same areas that have been hit recently will be under threat Friday evening and overnight, from Texarkana on northward through Arkansas up into western Tennessee and parts of western Kentucky as well. Then we're going to see that low-level wind field continue into Saturday, and the threats for severe weather also continuing through the day on Saturday. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, and you know, another way to look at this, another couple of ways to look at this is by seeing the spin in the atmosphere. A very organized storm system is coming out of the western United States. This U shape that we've got in here indicating that very well-organized trough, the spin associated with that trough coming out of the center of the country. Ahead of it, the Gulf of Mexico winds are going to be screaming north, but aloft just a little bit, the winds generally follow these white lines, and so we have huge amounts of turn through the atmosphere. That is the stage for severe weather to kick off the new year, and that bowling ball of spin works its way all the way through the eastern United States. Now, that southerly wind is going to be bringing up the moisture. The dew point, the measure of the moisture in the air, is going to feel like it does in June, not like January. When you have dew points, the measure of that moisture in the air, up to the upper 50s to near 60, that's kind of the cutoff for where you could have thunderstorms. D.C., Cincinnati, this is ridiculous. This type of atmosphere is not seen all that often in January. 71 dew points when it's humid and you got to push the air out of the way because it's so sticky out there. That's what you get every day in the summer in New Orleans, not every day in January in New Orleans. And so again, we start bringing up the alarm here that we could have severe weather Friday and overnight. And Saturday, this is not the end of the story. I think we'll have much brighter colors on this map and a large expanding field of severe weather potential.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel, continuing coverage of severe weather and our tornado threat with now a new tornado watch until 5 a.m. for a good portion of North Georgia, including the Atlanta metro area, also parts of the Western Carolinas and parts of East Central Alabama. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're in Birmingham, where we have a few raindrops coming down. We've had a few showers pass by our location here in the Mountain Brook section on the southeast side of town. The tornado watch continues for this part of Alabama, Metro Birmingham, for about another 10 minutes until 10 p.m. Central. And then the overnight hours, we still have the chance of some rain, thunder, and lightning. You can see on the radar there is some rain and lightning to our west, back into extreme eastern Mississippi. So we're not out of the woods as far as rain overnight and maybe some gusty winds, but the severe threat certainly is winding down in this area. And we're going to have thunderstorms for the next couple of days. The chances of rain are pretty high. A cold front is not coming through tonight. This is an upper level disturbance. So we're going to stay in the warm, muggy air. Temperatures the next couple of days again threatening record highs. We had 77 today, but the real threat will come with a bona fide cold front and a huge warm sector and more directional shear, wind shear in the atmosphere on Saturday. So heads up, we did very well tonight. We got through this virtually unscathed in Metro Birmingham, but we have another very serious risk of dangerous weather coming up on Saturday. So, Carl, we have the severe weather north of us, up 65 between here and Huntsville. We have that tornado-warned storm south and southwest of us near Tuscaloosa. But right now, just some light rain and maybe some thunderstorms overnight, but the severe threat certainly is moving east and into Georgia and the Western Carolinas overnight hours. Carl?
Very spring-like atmosphere. Mike, thank you so much. And let's give you the latest on the warnings right now. We are still watching a tiny little area of a tornado warning that is right along the Alabama-Georgia state line. Cherokee and Cleburne counties under warning until 10 p.m., seeing a very broad area of rotation there that is just about ready to move across the state line. So tracking that forward, that coming towards Caseyville. If we do see an extension on that warning, that would be coming towards Caseyville, and we'll keep a close eye on that. But there's a much larger severe thunderstorm warning now, and these things are racing east. Bartow, Paulding, Polk counties, but also a good part of northwest Cobb as well, including Kennesaw and Ackworth. And so we're seeing some pretty strong winds now making their way into the Cartersville area. That green right there, that's the leading edge of the strong wind that is racing east, I believe about 55 miles per hour. So let's track that forward, following that leading edge right there. And that's going to be coming across 75 in short order. It's already doing so in the northwest part of that warning there. Moving into Cartersville in just about a minute. Coming into Canton at 11:09. Ackworth at 11:13. And moving into Kennesaw at 11:21. Very strong straight line wind on the way with these storms. Could be enough to bring some branches down, could cause some power outages as well. We can't completely rule out some structural damage as this comes through. It's going to be a fierce line of storms coming through. And keep in mind, we may yet see some rotation developing along this line here. There's a lot of low-level wind shear in the atmosphere, and in that environment, it's not at all difficult to see spin-ups developing within lines of storms, and we certainly have seen that already today. Then to the north of that, Gilmer and Gordon and Pickens counties under warning until 11:15. Strong line of storms now coming into 411 and towards the Jasper area. A lot of reports of wind damage already today across northern parts of Alabama, and a tornado watch, the most recent of them, going until 5 o'clock in the morning for North Georgia and parts of North and South Carolina. Mark?
Yeah, and we're now looking ahead into the weekend and the next storm that is going to plunge its way across the country. We know that that will bring not only severe weather, but also wintry weather with it. Earlier today, California was getting yet another batch of snow. Tuesday in Chicago, you ended your snow drought. The 287-day streak without snow came to a ceremonious close, we'll put it that way. There's more snow on the way for you. But again, this is tied to the severe weather risk that is coming in Friday, New Year's Eve, into Saturday, New Year's Day. We know that we're going to have the kind of a powerhouse, two different storms entering the picture across the west, phasing together, joining together over the central Rockies and then beyond. So we're looking at this for, the rest of our day today. Here's now tomorrow going into Thursday, and you got one piece to the north, one piece to the south, and those lows really meet up Friday over the Four Corners. That's going to provide a lot of snow over the Four Corners, but also a lot of rain into areas like southern Arizona towards the Phoenix area as well. Maybe some isolated thunderstorms here too that may be quite strong, because this low's got a lot of spin, a lot of vigorous mid-level spin with this low as it goes through the west. Then it enters the center of the country, and here too, as we've been talking about, it's going to bring all kinds of weather with it. Ahead of it, that's the severe side. Lots of moisture coming north, record-breaking heat. In that trough, really cold air, and that temperature difference is going to really focus in the storm path and give us the potential for snow to the north and the severe weather to the south. That's Friday into Saturday. Here's a quick look at some of that snow arriving to the north. We're talking about an organized storm threat Friday, first night activities. Here's your Saturday morning, stretching into Chicago. Snow's there the rest of the day. Detroit gets in on the mix as well. Some of this snow could be quite heavy, plowable snow for a lot of you. Stay with the Weather Channel tonight. Download our app on your TV. You can authenticate with your cable company and then use your Roku or Fire Stick as well.
This holiday, Verizon has the deal that
severe weather brought severe consequences to the town of Winfield, Alabama. The cleanup has already begun here tonight. We're looking at live images from storm tracker Charles Peak. The heavy machinery is in the town already, clearing up debris, making the streets passable, getting the power lines and the telephone poles and the street poles out of the way so that the rest of the crews can come in and do their job. The job that's already beginning, as you see here. There is a long way to go in the Winfield area and points just east. A couple of reports of some damage in the Huntsville area, as not Huntsville itself, but the kind of the surrounding area from the Huntsville National Weather Service office. They'll be kind of figuring out what occurred and then sending out survey teams throughout Alabama tomorrow. Now, we're getting a first look from above, from a drone view here in the Winfield area as the cleanup was beginning. Lots of responders on the scene immediately, blocking off the roads, making sure no one else was coming into downtown. But this is downtown Winfield, with many buildings damaged, some big infrastructure, like some big signage here, got torn down, thrown across the street and onto a building, onto that clock tower part of the building. It's in the intersection, it's in the crosswalk. So all of that has to get off the roads and out of the way before we can get more cars in and, the rest of the recovery beginning in these areas. You can see so much debris just on the lines, right, on the power lines. It's going to take some time, but the good news is that it has already begun. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, storm specialist Carl Parker, also in studio with us tonight, and we want to bring in our own storm tracker, Charles Peak, who's been with us tonight and bringing us some of those live views. Charles, the backhoe loaders and the big machinery here already clearing out debris.
Yes, Mark. This is a bunch of roofing that is literally completely covering the road here on Main Street. Some city workers told me basically the tornado came just straight down Main Street and affected both sides of Main Street. And they got to figure out what roofs did some of this come from and things like that. As they're also working on utility poles and lines, and just devastating here in the downtown district.
It's almost amazing that these types of big machines can already be here, right? Because we saw road after road with debris across it. How are the roads now coming into that downtown and downtown drag of Winfield?
It was very complicated because a bunch of them still have some power poles down. I had to go sort of out of town northwest and loop back around and to be able to get in down here where there was a road that was cleared. But it's still lots of debris sitting on the road. The fortunate thing, from what I'm hearing from city workers, is that they've checked all the buildings, and as best they know at this point in time, maybe one minor injury, but that most of the people had already closed up in the downtown area, the stores and shops that are down here. Because of the holiday period, the churches were not having services. So if there's a silver lining, it's that there weren't many people here in the downtown area when this hit.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. You never like to see, that lifeblood, that heartbeat of a city, the downtown area get hit. But if everyone is then in the residential areas and not in downtown when it occurs, I suppose if you had to pick a time, that's when you'd want it.
Yeah, Mark, again, we see this a lot of times. Just a few hours difference could have been a totally different situation here. So in this particular case, it was worked out best that they weren't in the businesses.
And, we're kind of mixing your live views as they're doing the cleanup of this roofing material with some drone shots as well. It seems like some antique shops were hit pretty hard. I saw one brick building that this whole side of it looked like it was gone and collapsed down. You could see into the building. So this was some, there's some significant damage, some significant cleanup that has to occur before we can really give the all clear here.
Yes, yeah, there's quite a bit, but I mean they're quick to get in. They've got the utility trucks. I'm looking back behind me. They're just sitting here waiting for these roads to get cleared where they can pull in those. So they're on it hot and heavy right now and doing a yeoman's work here to get things cleared as quick as possible.
We talked to you earlier right as you arrived into the city, and there was some kind of sparking or arcing. Did you ever find out if that was someone working on a piece of metal and trying to cut it off, or was that arcing from a power line? Could you ever figure it out?
I asked one of the city workers, it wasn't a utility guy, but he said he thought it was where they were just trying to cut stuff free, and so sort of like a grinding cutter, and that's where all the sparks were coming from.
Always, it makes you a little nervous when you know that there are power lines down, you're seeing sparks flying off of stuff and all those people around. So I guess that's good that was just part of the cleanup. And in case you missed it earlier, everyone, that is the view that I was just mentioning with Charles, with the sparks there flying as the cleanup was beginning. Charles, thanks so much for the report, and we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. The active weather is not done yet. Severe thunderstorms rolling into North Georgia and a couple of tornado warnings into central Alabama, Carl, as well.
Yeah, we're watching a cell that has been warned on off and on for quite some time now, south of Birmingham. And we do have now a new warning to tell you about. That is in effect for Chilton and Shelby counties going until 10:45. The motion is east at about 40 miles per hour. And so this is about ready to come across Route 65 right now. Heads up there in Manuka, just a couple of minutes, Ocampo and 10:05. And then Talladega Springs at 10:31. Possible tornado coming your way as that moves off towards the east. Then we'll take you farther north and up into North Georgia, the Atlanta metro area, Bartow, Paulding, Polk counties under warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind. And we're seeing a really impressive wind showing up. When you've got that really well-defined edge like you're seeing right in there, that's the leading edge of some really strong, some fierce winds that are now coming through. And so heads up on that. That's going to be moving into Kennesaw and Ackworth in just a couple of minutes. And when it does so, it's going to pack a punch. Certainly could bring down some branches or some power lines. Moving into Kennesaw at about 11:19, coming into Woodstock at 11:21, Canton at 11:11. Strong straight line winds on the way here. And so we'll certainly need to keep a close eye on that. And any one of these storms, even though we've got a wind threat right now, could develop some rotation because there is so much low-level wind shear in place. Gilmer, Gordon, and Pickens counties under warning until 11:15. Also looking at the possibility of some very strong straight-line winds moving into Jasper. And when we look at the reports of severe weather, a lot of reports of trees down. We've seen that in northwest Georgia and Cloudland. Also Rickwood Caverns north of Birmingham, trees down in that area as well. There is the latest tornado watch, that for parts of eastern Alabama, North Georgia, and a little bit of North and South Carolina going until 5 o'clock in the morning. So these storms slowly rolling across the Atlanta metro, then kind of sagging down on the south side. Mark's going to talk more about that in a moment. Now let's show you the ingredients. And you've got this instability in place. So this is the fuel for thunderstorms. I'm sure you've noticed it's really warm and humid outside, just crazy warm for this time of the year. And so that fuel coming right up into the Atlanta metro ahead of those storms, and we've got enough to keep the storms going. You might also notice there's even more fuel in that deeper color there across parts of Mississippi, but we're not seeing storms there. I'll show you why that is in just a moment. Then when we look at the wind shear, winds are very strong coming out of the southwest at about a mile up. So that's the surface wind that's coming out of the south and southwest. And then at about a mile up in the atmosphere, these are winds that are screaming out of the west-southwest, 40, 50 miles per hour. And when you've got that level of an increase in wind and also turning of wind in the low levels of the atmosphere, that creates rolling in the atmosphere, creates spin, and that can get into storms, and that's a big part of why they begin to rotate. Now, when we look at the much larger pattern, there's an upper feature that is coming through, sitting right up in here, and that upper feature is, now well to the north. So just the tail end of that extends down into the south and not quite as far south as southern Mississippi, which is why we're not seeing the development down there. So we're seeing just a little bit of overlap between the lift in the atmosphere and all those other features that we talked about, but that's enough to keep things going for quite some time yet. Mark?
And those big storms that we were following in the Birmingham area basically went right over the radar site, right over the National Weather Service office. Want to bring in our own Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel in the Birmingham area. And Mike, just south of town there at the office, basically right overhead, and small hail and gusty winds reported there, but downtown seemed to do a little bit better.
Yes, we've had just a couple of showers here. That's it, enough to put some puddles in the parking lot. It rained hard a couple of times for about a minute, and that was it. But I want to update you on the has ended. We did have some damage up in Winfield, at least some minor structural damage up there, and we've had trees down reported in those areas. So we're out of the woods here in the immediate Birmingham area in Jefferson County. But again, heads up, we're not out of the woods as far as severe weather goes. I mean, temperatures tonight, still late tonight, in the low 70s. We're going to have highs near or above record highs. Highs the next couple of days, and then Carl, on Saturday we'll have a bona fide huge cyclone, so that indicates to me and you that we're going to have more wind shear, more directional wind shear in the atmosphere, and a large warm sector. So this is more of a setup that you would see for severe weather in the springtime, and that's coming up Saturday. We'll keep you updated, and also that could kick in earlier farther west on Friday night. Carl?
Yeah, Mike, that is a beast of a storm that is coming in at the exact wrong time on New Year's Eve and also New Year's Day. Well, let's take a look at the latest on our tornado warning, which is now south of Birmingham, and we're seeing a very well-developed signature on the radar. This is Chilton and Shelby counties under warning right now, and we've talked about broad rotation several times. That is the opposite of that. That is a very tight rotation now just east of 65, a likely tornado there, and that is going to be coming across 145. Not actually getting any towns to show up in the in this tracker here, so it looks like it's in a relatively rural area. But let's circle this one more time, and we'll look at debris. And we did see some debris a moment ago. That might still be a debris signature there. It's a little noisy right in there, but you go back a couple of frames, and right in here could very well have been a debris signature showing up. But again, right now, seeing a very strong rotation, a very tight area of rotation. So, I think a likely tornado in this area, and that in the longer term is going to be coming towards Mostellers and also towards Talladega Springs and across Route 145. So heads up on that tornado, probably a tornado right now, moving your way and moving rapidly east about 40 miles per hour. Now up into the Atlanta metro, I've got a new warning to tell you about that for Cherokee and Forsyth and Fulton counties, and that is going until 12 o'clock in the morning. looking at straight line wind potential. And so we're talking about storms moving rapidly to the east here, about 50 miles per hour, and tracking that forward. That's going to be coming into Ackworth in just a couple of minutes, moving into Kennesaw in about 7 minutes or so, 7 to 8 minutes, moving into Silver City at 11:27, Milton at 11:31, and Roswell at 11:36. Seeing some really vigorous wind showing up in the velocity data. That's the leading edge of the strong wind right there, and where you see that well-developed edge right there, that's where it's coming in, and you can see where that is near the bend there in 75. So just about on top of Lake Allatoona, coming into Ackworth right now, and now just moments away from Kennesaw and Woodstock. Once again, I'll take the leading edge of this, and we'll track it forward. And just got a new scan there, so I'm going to redo that. And, you know, sometimes you can get little rotations developing on the leading edge of these areas of straight line wind. And so that's something we'll also need to watch for. But that coming into Ackworth right.
Climate change is uncovering ground that has never been seen before.
Probably the largest untapped gold reserve in the entire world.
The awesome thing about Greenland is gold can be anywhere.
We all gave up so much to come here.
This is more dangerous than I thought it would be.
We got trouble.
We're running out of time, man.
I don't believe you have what it takes to even be out here. If gold was easy to find, everybody would do it.
Get the gold, dude.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather, and there you're looking at live pictures of Ackworth and Kennesaw as severe storms coming through. They've gotten into the Ackworth area, now bearing down on Kennesaw, rapidly coming in, moving 55 miles per hour. Oh, you see the lightning there as well, and those very low cloud bases. And we're looking at a threat for damaging winds, 60-plus mile per hour wind here, and certainly there's been a long history of trees down, branches branches down, power lines down as well. That is going to be the threat as these storms come across the entire Atlanta metro area. That is happening right now and will continue over the next couple of hours, especially in the south side of town. Storms may linger right through the overnight, even into tomorrow morning. So we're looking at that warning again for northwest Cobb and surrounding areas. We'll get back into that in just a moment. First, I want to take you into central parts of Alabama where we've got tornado warnings to tell you about. Chilton and Shelby County under warning right now. Observed and considerable threat tag here. Also warning for Coosa and Talladega counties. And we've been looking at a really well-developed area of rotation right in there. So a likely tornado now coming towards the Coosa River and along Route 145 there. As that continues along that path, that'll be moving into Marble Valley. I'm going to move this just a little bit because we got a brand new scan. And in that new scan, by the way, it's not quite as well developed. So let's hope that that's a trend that continues. But coming towards Marble Valley at 1029, Strickland Crossroads at 1035, and Weogufka at 1042. Tornado now coming your way, getting ready to cross the Coosa River, and we'll keep a really close eye on that for you. Now back up into the Atlanta metro. Carroll, Douglas, Paulding counties under warning until midnight. That includes the northwest side of Atlanta proper. And then you've got Cherokee, Forsyth, Fulton counties under warning here. Again, rapidly moving line of storms. And along with this, we're going to be looking at a damaging wind threat. That is now getting into northern Fulton. It's coming towards the 400 corridor, certainly right across 75 as well. So moving into Woodstock right now, coming into Marietta in just a few minutes, about 8 minutes or so. Then moving into Roswell at 11:37 and coming into Big Creek at 11:43. Very strong straight line winds on the way with those storms. And then farther to the southwest, this is along the I-20 corridor. Storms just about on top of you in Dallas, as well as into Bremen. And they'll be coming into downtown Atlanta before too long, moving into Sandy Springs at 11:51 and Brookhaven at about midnight as they rapidly move along to the east. A lot going on tonight, and a tornado watch continues for the north side of Georgia, northern Georgia, and parts of Alabama, northern South Carolina, going until 5 o'clock in the morning. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, so let's follow this for Thursday because this line of storms, it's trying to progress through. And, you know, you never want to hope for big storms to come in, but you do hope that they come in and leave. Now, some of the models are suggesting that we have this potential for these storms to slow down as they move through. And so areas south of Atlanta, maybe I-20 and points just south, this is 1 o'clock on Thursday. We may still have these clusters of storms over many of the same areas. And the leading edge of that, all the way to the South Carolina coastline by 4 o'clock or so, those are the ones that could also bring the added risk. Gusty winds and isolated tornadoes. Behind it, training thunderstorms could add a flood risk here across the southeast. So that's something that we have to continue to watch. So as we zoom in on the Atlanta metro area, it's doing an okay job at picking up on this line overall, but this model is a little bit, we'll call it flatter, right? I think that the line looks a little bit more like this at this point, which suggests that we're still barreling through. And let's hope that's the case, because this model, where it's a little bit flatter, suggests that we keep the storms going 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m., 7 a.m., still raining in Atlanta and points just south. And that would be heavy thunderstorm activity along with isolated severe weather, maybe some brief spin-ups on any of these little, kidney bean-shaped storms, because there's so much shear in the environment. So the hope is that these do progress on and move on from the Atlanta area. That said, in your forecast, beginning effectively now and right on through tomorrow, on again, off again thunderstorms, because of that risk that, Carl, we never fully clear out. And that would be really problematic. If it sits in the wrong spot, we could wind up with some flooding.
All right, Mark, we want to give you the latest on the tornado warning now that is in southern parts of Alabama, south of Birmingham, actually central Alabama, I should say, south of Birmingham. And here is the latest on the warning. That is for Shelby County going until 10:45, and then a downstream warning in effect in that is in effect for Coosa County, right across the Coosa River there, Coosa and Talladega counties as well. Now, encouraging trends on the radar. And if we go back several frames here, you can see very clearly that very well developed. I mean, that is almost certainly, was almost certainly a tornado right in there. That really bright little pinpoint there. More recent scans indicating something much weaker than that for the time being. However, there's still going to be a threat here, and that is going to be headed off to the east. We'll have more on this coming up in just a few minutes.
You are always...
We are continuing our coverage here at the Weather Channel following a line of storms across North Georgia. Some live views for you along the I-75 corridor for both Ackworth, Georgia and Kennesaw. Wow, the storm has really come in to the Kennesaw area at this point. You got people driving with their flashers on and just they're disappearing into the cloud deck here. If possible, let's take that Kennesaw camera full screen because I think it's pretty telling of what's happening right now across portions of the metro area to the northwest side. This is pretty wild. This is I-75 South, just outside of Barrett Parkway here, and you're in the cloud deck at this point. The cloud base has been lowering. It is pouring here. The cars are disappearing. And normally, Carl, from this vantage point, you can see all the way down the highway, right? You have visibility for, 10 miles on a good day from this camera in particular. Now you've got 5 car lengths, and they're just disappearing into that rain.
Yeah, and if there's anything good on the north side of Atlanta, the storms are at least moving along, and we can't necessarily say the same about areas on the south side of the metro. It's going to be a different ballgame as the line kind of stretches out and storms continue to roll across the same areas.
Yeah, so we're following this for you right now. Here is that line of storms pushing into the Atlanta area right now, Carl, with severe thunderstorm warnings for gusty winds.
Yeah, and we're going to get into those warnings in just a moment. I want to give you the latest on a tornado-warned storm that is southeast of Birmingham. We've been looking at warnings on this for a while. They've been off and on. Shelby County continues to be under warning. Then you've got a warning for Coosa and Talladega counties going until 11 p.m. Now, really encouraging, at least short-term trend on the radar. We're looking at a damaging wind threat right in there, that area that's sort of a backward C shape that's coming through. If you go back several scans, there's the tornado right there showing up that bright area of yellow and the dark green, and we saw that over many scans, even more vigorous right in there in particular. I mean, that was, almost certainly an active tornado in a relatively rural area of Alabama. But in this most recent scan, not nearly as well formed. I mean, it'd be difficult to even sort of track out the same area there. There is a broader area of rotation right in there. So, just to be on the safe side, we'll broaden out and just sort of track that whole thing forward, because we have seen this storm go back and forth where at one point it was, producing a well-developed signature, and then at other points it wasn't doing that at all. So just heads up there in Strickland and Holman Crossroads and also in Parkdale, and we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Now up into the Atlanta metro, Carroll, Douglas, Paulding counties under warning until midnight. Then an ongoing warning in effect here for Cherokee, Forsyth, and Fulton counties, parts of Cobb County. And looking at the leading edge of these storms as they come through, a lot of strong wind now just west of 400, and it's going to be coming in really rapidly. The motion on these storms is east at 55 miles per hour. So on that trajectory and at that speed, you'll be moving into Marietta here in the next couple minutes, coming into Sandy Springs at 11:46, Duluth at 11:50. Then farther to the south, this part of the line is going to be moving across that I-20 corridor, and that will really start to affect all of central parts of Atlanta, including Buckhead and the west side of town there, Douglasville and Austell. So that coming into Mableton at 11:52, into Lawrenceville at 12:08, into Atlanta at 12:13. And again, as Mark mentioned, we expect that these storms are going to kind of then settle down either very close to or just south of the Atlanta metro. And Mark, that could mean a very serious flash flood threat overnight and tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. So let's see what the modeling suggests about that southern part of the line coming through the I-20 corridor and the Atlanta metro area. Because by 1 a.m., we should be through 85, up through Gainesville, down through Sandy Springs. You're effectively done at that point. Atlanta maybe into the storms already, depending on, where exactly this line sets up. But notice how flat this gets along I-20. And so, by 2 a.m., it could still be raining somewhere across that Atlanta metro area. And we then continue that zone, Atlanta and points just south into tomorrow morning, continuing into tomorrow afternoon. It finally leaves by, say, 2 or 3 o'clock. Whew, that would be a long time with heavy rain somewhere on the south side. Remember, a busy travel time. The airport's right in here, one of the world's busiest airports on the south side of Atlanta. So if it's thunderstorm and heavy rain and low cloudiness there all day, effectively, you know that there's going to be ripple effects through the entire travel system when that happens. So that's something to watch as well. We want you to stay with the Weather Channel. We've got your coverage here tonight. You can also, however, download our app onto your TV. Existing cable and satellite customers can authenticate and get the Weather Channel on Roku, on Fire Stick, and on your smart TV. That gives you 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage.
For all the sniffles, sneezes, and super dad snack times, choose Kleenex Ultra Soft Tissues, made for extra comfort, 3 layers strong. Kleenex, for all the moments.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather. We are following a tornado threat and also a damaging wind threat that's coming from central Alabama up into the Atlanta metro. Coosa, Talladega counties under warning for a possible tornado right now. We're seeing a much broader area of rotation now coming through the central part of Alabama. So perhaps a tornado coming towards Holman Crossroads, something we'll certainly keep our eyes on. But, as compared to what we saw moments ago, it's nothing at all like that. We'll go back several frames there. You see that little pinpoint showing up just west of 145, right in this area. That right there was almost certainly a tornado. I mean, that is a really well-developed rotational signature there, very tight and very strong, and again, doesn't look anything like that right now. That doesn't mean that this storm is done, and in fact, we've seen it go back and forth from being warned on to not being warned on several times through the course of the night. Carroll, Douglas, and Paulding counties, also Cobb County, under warning until midnight tonight. Storms are coming into Marietta right now. And then to the north of that, I've got a warning for Cherokee, Forsyth, and Fulton counties as storms are just about ready to crash into that 75 corridor, 400 corridor. Here you see the storms now just northwest of Douglasville and Austell, and tracking out this entire line. Again, that's now just west of 400, about ready to come down into the 75, 285 interchange and near the Weather Channel, and then will come right across through downtown Atlanta before too long. So moving into Brookhaven near the top of the hour, Atlanta about 12:11, and then coming into Snellville at about 12:21. Damaging wind is going to be the primary threat with these storms as they come through. There is some chance that we'll see a little spin-up developing. There is a tornado watch that is in effect for North Georgia going until 5 o'clock in the morning, but at least for now, it appears that the primary threat with these storms in Atlanta is going to be damaging wind and a lot of lightning, and there's also going to be an overnight flood threat. And here's Mark with more on how that is likely to evolve.
Yeah, it is really going to be a potentially damaging situation here. You're looking right now live in Ackworth, Georgia, and Kennesaw, Georgia, where we've got a couple of different spots on the roadways here that have just been pouring down rain, lots of lightning here as well. I've been, squinting off in the distance. You might have a better view of this at home than I do in the studio, but on the left side there in the Ackworth camera, there's like a weird glow off in the distance, and it's hard for me to tell if that's maybe a fire that kicked off or if that is maybe just a light from a tall tower, maybe the road right there. It's weird. Again, you might have a better view than I. With all this lightning, whenever I see something glowing in the distance, I'm like, oh, I wonder if something was hit. We'll see when all is said and done here as these storms move through and we get a better view. But these storms are moving through on the north side of the city. The potential, however, is that they don't move through on the south side of the city. Could we get some accumulations that look kind of like this? What we saw across Mississippi and Alabama over the past 48 hours, 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain. this doesn't even factor in what's happening right now and what could stall out over the Atlanta metro area. So several more inches of rain potentially on the way to that kind of I-20 corridor, because the forecast calls for more rain. That's in the short term. In the longer term, I'm also concerned about this, that we have another storm system coming into many of these same areas. Now, again, this is now Friday through Sunday. So at this point, tonight and tomorrow's storms are gone. Doesn't even factor in to this part of the equation. But the European model is saying, okay, look at this zone across Kentucky, really the area that was hit so hard with severe weather. Well, maybe flooding rains on the way. And the USGFS model actually says, okay, I see that area. Maybe I shifted a little bit further south, but I expanded into eastern Tennessee, the Carolinas, southeast Virginia. A lot more rain as seen by the USGFS model. And this is a brand new run of the USGFS model at that as well. We know that there's this possibility of more flooding rain to come into play across this area. This is now Friday, so New Year's Eve into New Year's Day, with that potential for flooding rains. And really the soils are reasonably wet already across middle Tennessee and up through Kentucky. And so that is an area of concern. Right now, Carl, we have this severe thunderstorm watch, tornado watch rather, but where these storms are slowing down south of Birmingham, we're already getting brand new flash flood warnings. Bibb, Chilton, Shelby, where those earlier tornado warnings were, now we're getting repetitive storms. Now we have flood warnings as well. So that trend is already beginning in that I-20 corridor and points just south from there.
Yeah, when storms start running along the same path over and over again, you certainly do have to look at the potential for flash flooding. Now, we're going to be going through this all over again on a very unfortunate date, and that's going to be New Year's Eve and also New Year's Day. A really vigorous storm is going to come down through the middle of the country. Plenty of moisture coming off of record warm temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico, and you're going to be looking at a really significant contrast in temperature, which will fuel very strong winds at several levels of the atmosphere. Now, that is a big part of what drives a severe weather threat. Let's look at the low-level winds, and I want you to notice how much they sharpen up, how much stronger they get from Friday into Friday night. You've got this massive area of incredibly strong low-level wind, and when the low-level winds are really strong like that, that can fuel a tornado threat, and that can fuel a damaging wind threat. So that's what we're going to see developing on Friday, but then continuing through the day on Saturday. The area of concern for severe weather from the Arklatex through much of Arkansas, into the Mississippi Valley, western Tennessee, and into parts of Kentucky as well. This is going to be Friday evening and overnight and into very early Saturday morning. We'll have more coming up in a few minutes. Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. We're watching a line of severe storms now coming into the Atlanta metro area. There is a tornado threat as well. We'll tell you where that is in just a second. Let's first of all get down into Birmingham. We were watching a tornado warning here, now a flash flood warning in effect as storms roll across the same areas very slowly, and we'll have more on that with Mark coming up here in just a moment. Carroll, Douglas, and Paulding counties under warning until midnight tonight in the Atlanta metro. A lot of lightning lightning with these storms, as you can see. And then we've also got a warning for Cherokee and Forsyth and Fulton counties. And so the leading edge of these storms, where the strong wind is going to be, now just off to the west of 85 and coming down across the north side of the perimeter, also sort of lining up with I-20 as well. And, you know, the way the orientation of these storms is going to be really important going forward. Coming into Atlanta about 12:12, Snellville around 12:17, and Tucker at about 12:04 or so, looking at a damaging wind threat primarily. And we've certainly seen a lot of reports of trees and power lines down tonight. Looking at the watch here, tornado watch in effect for parts of Alabama and North Georgia, and also into North and South Carolina, going through the rest of the night tonight into 5 o'clock in the morning. But again, there's going to be a flash flood threat. We'll talk more about that coming up in a few minutes. And there's a lot of weather going on in the west. Here's Mark with that.
Yeah, that's right, Carl. We're watching for a storm system or two that are going to kind of crash the party here across the west, and also join forces to give us another round of severe weather into the southeast. But it starts here across the west, where today the Sierra Nevada had a half foot of snow again over the last 24 hours. Chicago got its first snowfall of the season yesterday, putting an end to the city's 287-day snow drought. And both of these areas are going to see more snow from the powerhouse storm system going coast to coast over the next couple of days. It begins a little bit disjointed, a little bit disorganized. Two different areas of low pressure that we'll be following coming into the western United States. First with some Pacific Northwest snow, then also, I should say, with some southwest rain and some mountain snow. Even the mountains of Los Angeles and Ventura counties could get in on the snow again. Joins over the Intermountain West, and we see that really filling in over the Four Corners late Thursday into Friday. At that same time, the southern Four Corners really fills in. Get ready, Phoenix. It's going to be a soggy way to end your week as the rain really picks up and not only ends your week but ends your year. You'll still be raining into your first night activities, and it finally clears out for your New Year's Day. At that time, that strong storm system enters the center of the country. This is going to be a very well-organized area of low pressure. Lots of spin in the environment. Very strong jet stream winds will support the pull of moisture off to the north, but also support rotating thunderstorms. And I think we're going to have a tornado threat Friday night into Saturday here across portions of the lower Mississippi River Valley, the Mid-South into the southeast. North of that jet stream, it's all about the cold. We're going to have that too. And so as the moisture gets thrown back into the cold air, we'll have a very pronounced zone of snow. Kansas, southern Nebraska, northern Missouri, much of Iowa into northern Illinois, the southern Great Lakes. Heavy snow on the way. This could be a plowable snow. So we get it all. Flooding rains, severe weather, snowstorm in the center of the country, thanks to that low or pair of lows that joins forces coming out of the west. Let's look at the snow side of this. We spent a lot of time on the severe weather, and we'll get back to that. Don't you worry. But we want to also make sure you're aware of what's coming your way for your New Year's Eve into New Year's Day here in the snow side of things. Kansas City maybe starting as a little bit of a mix, crashing over to all snow for 7 a.m. Saturday morning. That's New Year's Day. Des Moines snowing at that point, maybe a flurry or two that early in Chicago. Certainly by lunchtime Chicago, it's snowing, and snowing at a pretty good clip. It's going to snow the rest of your day. Snowing through the evening and the beginning of the nighttime hours, the southern Great Lakes all included in that. And the modeling has been getting pretty, in pretty good agreement here, both with the strength of the low coming and the severe weather to the south, but also with this, the snow, which is, tough. We don't always get this much agreement leading into a snowstorm. I'll kind of circle the real plowable stuff. This is seen by the European model. 5 to 8, maybe even 8 to 12 inches of snow. Latest run of the USGFS has shifted south just a little, but overall decent agreement. The big exception is here. How much snow, Carl, can we squeeze out of this low? How strong will that low be with enough cold air nearby that northern Missouri, maybe western Illinois could go over a foot? certainly possible with this storm on the way.
Friday is going to be a wild day, Mark. We're looking at temperatures ranging from 80 along the Gulf Coast to minus 20 in the northern plains. Just incredible range, and a really powerful system is going to be taking shape in the southern part of the country, pulling up a lot of moisture. We're going to see very strong winds at several levels of the atmosphere, driven by that temperature contrast as cold air comes down through the middle of the country and warm and humid air comes up from the Gulf. Now, one of the things that we're looking at for a severe weather threat is the strengthening of these winds. And the low-level winds are really important. These are winds at about 5,000 feet up in the atmosphere. That low-level wind field, that low-level jet, as we call it, is going to significantly strengthen from Friday into Friday night. When that happens, it amplifies the tornado threat, and it brings up the potential for damaging winds as well. That's going to be happening Friday night, New Year's Eve, so be aware the Mid-South could be in for some very strong storms.
Our coverage continues live right here on the Weather Channel as we are watching a line of storms approaching Atlanta. The northwest side of the city is already getting slammed by these storms. Constant lightning, as you can see in that Kennesaw picture. It's just flash after flash after flash. The Marietta, Georgia camera is also starting to become a little bit more active. Not yet into Centennial Olympic Park. And so we're not seeing the flashes of lightning behind the Atlanta Ferris wheel eye there or behind those buildings, but it's coming your way. So get ready. Maybe a less than restful night's sleep on the way if you've got kids or dogs that don't like thunderstorms. They're all about to freak out a little bit, unfortunately, in those houses in the Atlanta metro area. That may be the best case scenario because it's also coming with bursts of very heavy rain and very gusty winds, so some wind damage potential as well. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, joined tonight by storm specialist Carl Parker, and we're staying live with you this hour, and we want to show you where these storms are right now, where they're going next, and what else we need to be ready for the next couple of days. And Carl, that includes a tornado threat that's building in to portions of the southeast, but also lots of severe thunderstorms as well.
Yeah, that's right. And we're watching those severe storms coming across the Atlanta metro right now. So let's get a look at the radar here and show you what's going on with that. And we've got a couple of warnings to tell you about. One of those in effect for Carroll, Douglas, and Paulding counties going until midnight tonight. Another warning here to the north. Storm is just about out of that area, actually. Cherokee, Forsyth, and Fulton counties under warning until 12 a.m. And so, watching that more southern part of the line there, that is going to be coming right across Atlanta pretty quickly as that moves off to the east, moving into Atlanta about 15 minutes or so, and some very strong wind along with that. And then you've got a lot of lightning with these storms on top of that. Quite a light show, as Mark mentioned, at the top there, particularly on the northwest side of the metro, on either side of that 75 corridor. A lot of lightning going on here, but certainly going to be a rough night tonight in terms of the flash flood potential as well. There's a flash flood warning now in effect southern parts of Alabama, and Mark's going to talk about how these storms are going to move across a lot of the same areas overnight and into early tomorrow. Here we're looking at the instability in the atmosphere, and this is what drove this threat, the fact that we've had such warm and humid air. Temperatures have actually been in the middle and upper 70s in southern parts of Alabama within the last couple of hours. So it's decidedly not late December-like, and that's a really big part of what's been driving this threat. Also, a lot of low-level wind shear in the atmosphere with winds coming out of different directions at the surface and up to 5,000 feet. That supports a tornado threat. But one interesting thing is that the upper forcing, as we call it, the upper level system that helps to drive this threat, is actually well off to the north here. And so we're just along the tail end of that. And I think that's part of why perhaps we're not seeing quite as much severe weather, certainly farther south here where you've got a lot of instability in southern Mississippi and also in Alabama. But there is going to be an ongoing threat. We will see more storms through the overnight tonight, and also that flash flood threat. And here's Mark to talk more about that.
Yeah, that's right, Carl. We continue to follow these storms across portions of the south and east. We're talking about a prolonged severe weather threat that has come out of Alabama and going into North Georgia. Let's go back a little bit. We'll go where these storms were at some of their worst today in the Winfield, Alabama area. And our own Charles Peak came right into Marion County, kind of behind these storms. and was in the town almost right away to show us what was occurring. Charles, if people are just tuning in, can you set the stage for us? What happened with these storms, and what did you see when you arrived in town?
Mark, when I got here, the police and fire department had responded very quickly. The tornado actually came literally down Main Street here. Very little damage, more than a block or so off on either side. And so they were able to block things off real quickly to get the utility companies and the first responders in here. They checked the buildings, making sure that there were no injuries. There was one building I saw with my drone earlier. The whole wall had come down. And so you just have a widespread business district. I was just talking to the mayor, and we got a lot of noise. I'll try to get back and block that a little. But he was telling me he was watching a local news media, and they said it should hit Winfield about 6:46. And he pointed out to me their clock here on their main intersection, and it has stopped literally at 6:46. So the warnings came. They knew it, even telling them specifically what time they were going to be hit here.
It is pretty incredible how the science has evolved to be able to do that, isn't it? But, you know, we saw some of your views from the Main Street, and it seemed like almost every building had some amount of damage, whether it was windows blown out or even entire roofs or walls that had damage to a significant degree.
Yes, Mark, it looks like that's a lot of cases. In some cases, though, on their Civic Center, they had a roof blown on top of it that they were getting off a little while ago, and it was supposedly from a grocery store about a mile from here. So in some cases, some of the debris may be from someplace else, but it does look like that most of the damage, every building sustained at least some damage through this downtown area.
And, you know, maybe an encouraging sign was how fast the first responders came in and blocked off the downtown area so that other kind of looky-loos and other people couldn't come into downtown. But also the repair seemed to happen immediately. Some big machines were already out there clearing the roads.
Absolutely, Mark. They've done a fantastic job of getting in here, getting big equipment in to move the stuff to clear the street. Literally, just a second ago, the fire department was already washing it down with their fire hose, and they've just done a great job. The mayor was just telling me, he says, as fast as they're working, they're probably going to have some of the power back on here before too long. So as much damage as there were here, to see them responding that quickly is remarkable. And fortunately, in this situation, it wasn't widespread, so all the resources can go into a relatively small area here.
All right, excellent news. If there has to be damage, that's kind of the way you want to see it, without too many people involved in the damage at the time, and then the cleanup happening almost instantly. That's Charles Peak reporting for us tonight there in Northwest Alabama. We're following this line of storms into the rest of the southeast. Remember, we've got this tornado watch that continues until 5 a.m. And there are some active storms within this line right now, as we've been telling you about. The line that's approaching the Atlanta metro area right now. No severe thunderstorm warnings on this at the moment, although we are kind of surging forward again east of the city. We'll see if the winds get strong enough to warrant a new warning there. But maybe more importantly, you could argue, while this part of the line has surged all the way across the state, this part of the line is now flattening out and stalling out a little bit. And so the timing for the Atlanta metro area, as well as for Birmingham, with new development back to the west side of Birmingham, you know, a lot of the models are saying we're going to have this kind of corridor just get absolutely stuck and have repetitive showers and storms through much of the night into tomorrow morning. Here's the wider view of that same corridor. Coming into the Atlanta metro area, maybe the I-20 corridor or so, Atlanta to Birmingham, with on-again, off-again rain, thunderstorms, embedded severe weather, gusty winds. A few storms out ahead of that line racing north in that strong low-level wind. And as they merge with this line, as they crash in, sometimes that's just enough to give a little bit of extra spin, a little bit of extra kick, and you can wind up almost forcing tornadoes to occur with those cell mergers or with these storms that are all on their own ahead of the line. So that's something that we're watching even during the overnight hours. Not to mention that you could have gusty winds and isolated spin-ups on that front edge. It's why we still have 2 to 3 on the Torcon across the entire metro area with that tornado watch that continues until 5. And you notice, yeah, you're in the rain now, especially northwest of the city, but you might still be in the slop through 3, 4, 5 a.m. Here's now, maybe you're commuting tomorrow. Maybe you're not off for this week in between Christmas and New Year's. You may be in that mess. Or you're traveling. Remember, the airport is effectively right here. Imagine, trying to do normal flight operations when you have this kind of repetitive rain setup here effectively all morning long for the south side of the Atlanta metro area. This is not a guarantee that those are the exact counties, and this model has it exactly right, but it certainly gives you the flavor that this is possible as we go through the next several hours. So a quick look at this modeling suggesting that, here's that I-20 corridor. Is it right over Atlanta to Birmingham? Is it the north side with the storms we've seen? Is it the south side? Somewhere in that window, we're going to have a little bit too much water, a little bit too much rain. Then you go east on 20 towards South Carolina and Columbia. Your storms take longer to get here, but once they arrive, we're going to have a hard time getting rid of them here as well. Stay with the Weather Channel tonight. You can download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage.
Today.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather. Some new pictures from Rainsville, Alabama, east of Huntsville in northeast Alabama. Keith Beatty sharing these pictures, saying this is about 100 yards from his home, and he says it blew so hard that it warped his garage door, and you can clearly see a lot of tree damage there as well. So we had a lot of reports of trees and power lines down in northern parts of Alabama. Then the line of storms are rolling across and into the Atlanta metro. There are no warnings now in the Atlanta metro, and things are beginning to settle down on the northwest side of town. This is looking at Ackworth and Kennesaw. Live pictures, still a light show out there. We've seen a lot of lightning, and that continues at this hour. But again, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings nor any tornado warnings in Atlanta right now. At what's going on the radar. And you see this big cluster of lightning and thunder now coming down across the northwest side of Metro Atlanta. And so there will be some gusty winds as these come through. There will be quite a bit of lightning, and there's going to be a lot of rain because even as this part of the line is moving along, the southern part is going to kind of sag southward, and then more storms will just kind of roll across the Atlanta metro over the next several hours. I'll show you that here in a model in just a moment. Here you see a flash flood warning in effect in southern parts, central parts of Alabama, south of Birmingham, and now a new area of storms getting ready to come into Birmingham before very long here. So here's the model forecast, and this is what I was talking about. We're not going to see the same level of severe threat, but we will see sort of repeated rounds of showers and storms coming across parts of Alabama and Georgia. And with that, we're going to be looking at a flash flood threat. Whenever you get storms coming over the same areas, or training, as we call it, you certainly do have that threat. So that's going to be something we need to watch for very carefully. But in terms of the severe threat, there is an ongoing tornado watch in effect for parts of North Georgia, parts of North and South Carolina, and also a little bit of eastern Alabama. Mark?
And this is maybe the appetizer round to what could occur for New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. The grounds are now saturated. The water, as you see here in the Memphis area, pouring off the downspouts, filling the streets, spraying off the tires. So the grounds are now saturated. We're going to add more rain to the mix, maybe some more flooding risk because of that, and another round of severe weather, which could be even worse. Carl, people are not thinking about severe weather and tornadoes when they're figuring out how to safely do their New Year's Eve plans. It's just not in something you talk about in any given year. This year you got it.
Yeah, it's been a decidedly not December like December, and we've got a really vigorous storm coming down on Friday. So, what we saw tonight, just a little bit of what is ahead coming up Friday and Saturday. So this storm is going to be so strong, it's going to pull up all kinds of moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico, where temperatures are well above average. And we're looking at an incredible temperature contrast, where temperatures will be in the 80s along the Gulf Coast on Friday and as low as -20 in the northern plains. And when you have that level of temperature contrast, that shapes the jet stream. So you're going to have a fierce, really, really strong jet stream coming across parts of the southeast, and that helps to drive this severe weather threat. It's a combination of having warm and humid air, also having a strong upper system, and a lot of wind at several levels of the atmosphere. So when we look at the low-level winds in particular, this is on Friday. Watch the change in these low-level wind fields from Friday into Friday night. They get so much stronger across the Mid-South and along the Gulf Coast. So you're talking about a just fierce low-level jet, as we call it, coming in on Friday night into the Mid-South. When you've got those really strong low-level winds, you have a tornado threat, and you also have a damaging wind threat that is really amplified by very, very strong low-level winds. And so the area of concern Friday evening and overnight will be from the Arklatex through much of Arkansas, across the Mississippi River into western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and also into southwest Kentucky. And we'll find even more of a severe threat mark going into Saturday as well, into New Year's Day as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a really tough way to ring in the new year in some parts of the country.
Absolutely. And you mentioned how the air mass does not feel like December, or in this case, January. Here's a look at that. The measure of the amount of moisture in the air is this map right here. The air that you can actually feel, that stickiness. Anything above, 50, 55 is noticeable. 60 or so is usually the cutoff for thunderstorms. 70 is oppressive. That's like New Orleans in July. Well, it's also apparently New Orleans in January. The fact that we've got, mid to upper 60-degree dew points across just about all of the mid to deep south is almost unheard of. That's the kind of air mass that these storms are going to be tapping into. And so, yeah, we might have a couple of showers starting off as early as Friday. This, believe it or not, is a warm front lifting even farther north to start off your day. Could put out an old boundary and even help to invigorate some storms that arrive from the west. I think we'll have the chance for severe weather Friday night, overnight, in a huge area. This is an expanded zone from Nashville and even middle Kentucky all the way down to northeast Texas. Then we go into Saturday, and that zone will be even larger. This whole area could have severe weather with, I'm expecting, bullseyes of a threat zone, including tornadoes here across the rest of the South on Saturday. It's a day you have to absolutely pay attention, which you can do many ways, as you see here.
Buckle up and hit the highway.
Yeah!
For all the episodes you can handle.
This is crazy.
Every night, it's non-stop highway through hell. Back to back to back.
Touchdown, boys! Woo!
Hell Week returns. The marathon starts Monday night at 8, right here on the Weather Channel.
Cabernet and Sauvignon teams here.
Well, check this out. Some new video for you tonight. The storms moving through Glen Allen, Alabama, only illuminated by the flashing lightning there, and reports of funnel clouds in the area, which, I'll have to take their word for it, because you can only see it from the lightning flashing and kind of backlighting the storm. That's what makes, one of many things that makes these nighttime storms so much more frightening and hard to track, because you can't really see what's coming your way. After there's already a tornado, sometimes you get power flashes, but you don't want to wait for that, Carl. That's too late. And so you got to respect the warnings tonight. If more warnings come up in your area, please just, don't go outside trying to see the storms. Just, respect the warnings, put as many walls between you and the storms as possible.
So many things about tornadoes in the south are very dangerous, not least that we get so many at night. And that has been the worry tonight. Now, there is an ongoing tornado watch, but it's been a while since we've had a tornado warning. That's the good news. In fact, there are no severe warnings right now. We are watching a line of storms coming through the Atlanta metro. There is a flash flood warning in central parts of Alabama. There's a look at the storms across Atlanta right now, extending from the 85 corridor and down across I-20 as well. And so that northern part of the line has been moving right along, but the southern part is actually going to kind of slow down as the individual storms continue to move east, but the axis of that line really doesn't move that much. And so that certainly will increase the chances that we'll see a lot of heavy rain and a flash flood threat. You can see how that is really sagging slowly southward down across the Atlanta metro. So I think already there's going to be some worry about exceptionally heavy rain across the metro. Now, farther west, there is a flash flood warning in effect. Storms are out of that area for the most part, but we've got a new line of storms now west of 20 and coming towards Birmingham as well. And looking at the model forecast going forward, we're just going to see more of this sort of continued push of showers and storms coming across these areas through the overnight and even into tomorrow morning as well. And so that's why we're going to be looking at a flash flood threat across these areas. One thing that's been driving this severe threat today has been the presence of very warm, very humid air. Temperatures have been in the lower to middle 70s tonight, just within the last few hours in southern parts of Mississippi and Alabama. You might be noticing that there's more instability. The instability starts where we first get a little bit of yellow there, and then it increases where it turns to more of that reddish shade. You might be wondering, well, why aren't we getting more storms farther south? Why are we getting them here and not down in Mississippi? Well, that has everything to do with the upper level disturbance that's coming through. That upper level feature is now making its way up into the lakes and the Midwest. And so it's just the tail end of that that's been affecting parts of the southeast. And so there's not enough lift further southward to get storms going. So it's just a little bit of overlap between that upper feature and where we saw that greatest instability. Mark?
And so we can continue to follow these storms through the night into tomorrow morning. As Carl mentioned, they're going to kind of stall out in that training zone somewhere along that I-20 corridor, but it's also not the only area that we're watching. I'm also concerned about these storms that form in the very moist air that's coming up from the Gulf of Mexico and leading into the that line of storms. You see that in here. Look, there's individual storms suggesting that we could have some strong storms, not only along that line right in here, but also south of that line through the night into tomorrow morning. And then this whole mess continues to head its way eastbound for tomorrow. That includes central South Carolina, like the Columbia area, where rain takes a little bit of time to get there, but eventually it does. Here's 7 a.m. It's crashing the party. If you happen to be commuting, coming into Columbia from 26 or 77, you'll likely be in that rain already. Maybe not as much south and east of town towards 95, towards 20, towards 26 on the southeast side. But eventually that whole area fills in, and there could be some big storms here as well. We don't want to say it's exactly this county or exactly this time, but this gives you the flavor as to where these storms could be as we go through the late day and the late morning, early afternoon time frame here for the Columbia area. It's going to take its sweet time to clear out of this zone as well. So you look at the hourly forecast here for Columbia, South Carolina. Rain arrives sometime towards morning. It might be 5 a.m. if you're west of town. It might be 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. in town itself. But then we've got the rain and the thunderstorms on the map all the way through 9 p.m. before it finally clears out. So it's going to be a long go across the southeast. Spoiler alert, this is only round 1.5, whatever you want to call it. Could be even more problematic big damaging weather by the weekend. So stay with the Weather Channel tonight and over the next couple of days. Download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Well, honey, which one are you going to open up first?
Welcome back as we are following the storms for you tonight. Some new pictures in from Rainsville, Alabama tonight. That's in northeast Alabama, where strong storms came through, knocked down trees, lots of tree damage reported in this area. This is outside of the Huntsville area. The Huntsville National Weather Service office is the area of responsibility for this. Michelle Culpepper says this is her view out of her front door tonight on Martin Lane. Is, you know, tree after tree after tree. She also says thank you to the Rainsville Fire Department as they work to clean up that mess. That has been the theme tonight. These first responders have been on it, Carl, almost immediately filling in, flooding into the area, clearing out the roads, making it so that the rest of the repair crews can access the roadways and begin that process of putting things back to normal. But first things first, you got to clear the roadways and get rid of all those trees that fell across the roads, and that's what they were doing here.
Yeah, it certainly was a very scary night across northern parts of Alabama. Many, many reports of trees down and power lines down as well. We are seeing a relative lull for the time being, but whether or not that'll continue remains to be seen. We may yet see some additional warnings. There is still a tornado watch going until 5 o'clock in the morning. Right now, we've got a line of strong storms coming across the Atlanta metro area, and then some stronger storms coming towards Birmingham as well. There are no warnings in effect right now. Heavy rain, though, and you can see how it's kind of rolling across the same areas, right along that I-20 corridor and into downtown Atlanta as well, just starting to get into downtown. So there's plenty of lightning on the north side of the metro, and there's going to be a lot of heavy rain and more where that came from through the overnight hours tonight. Now, looking at the flash flood warning here that is south of Birmingham, you see that there are no storms within that area, but a new area of storms developing and now coming towards areas west of Birmingham. And we're going to continue to see more storms in these areas through the night. Unlike some situations where a front comes through and you clear out and you're done with storms, it's not really going to be like that overnight. So we're going to get repeated rounds of storms across North Georgia and northern Alabama. And so there will be a severe threat along with that. But mainly it's going to be a flash flood threat because we get so much heavy rain, and in some cases it's going to sit in some areas and kind of roll across the same spots over and over again, hour after hour. So along with that, certainly there's going to be a worry, there's going to be a concern for flash flooding. Now, turning the clock ahead a couple of days, looking at what's going to be going on later this week, we expect that a really well-developed storm is going to be forming in the southern part of the country. And so this is going into Friday night, New Year's Eve, and going into New Year's Day. A lot of people want to be out and doing stuff, but just be aware in some parts of the country, it is going to be really rough. We've got moisture coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, which is really warm right now, well above average. And so this temperature, the air that's coming up from the Gulf is going to be above average as well. And at the same time, you've got colder air coming down. And so the contrast between those air masses is going to set the stage for this really powerful system that is moving through the southern part of the country. Now, with that, we expect to see very strong low-level winds really kicking in Friday night and going into early Saturday. And with those really strong low-level winds, we're going to be looking at a tornado threat and also a damaging wind threat across parts of the Mid-South in particular. So Friday evening into Friday overnight, we're talking about anywhere from North Texas into the Middle Mississippi Valley and parts of the Mid-South as well. It's going to be probably a pretty active period Friday night and early Saturday. Mark?
And you know what we're going to do? We're going to take those two stories and kind of smack them together. The storms that are out there right now and the storms that are coming for this weekend are both going to add to a pretty pronounced flood threat here across the south. Right now, we're watching a line of storms come across North Georgia all the way into, say, the Atlanta metro area now. Ackworth, Kennesaw, these storms have mostly come through. There's still some rain lingering. The lightning not as bad. The lightning is getting worse towards, say, the heart of the city, the Buford Highway area, downtown Atlanta, now starting to see more and more lightning. But the rain part of this is a big deal. Over the past day and a half or so, we've seen pretty widespread accumulations here, northern and central Mississippi into northern Alabama, of anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of rain. Now, it's localized, but it's a good footprint already. It gives you the idea that the soil moistures are taking on a lot of water, and there's still more to come, because that doesn't include anything about what's happening right now. This is one model's look at the thunderstorm potential here and how much rain is still to come across the Atlanta metro area up through Athens and then into central South Carolina. Now, this particular model focuses that rain on the north side of the area. A couple others were focusing in on this batch of rain down to the south side of the area. I don't want you to take too much of this to heart. What I want you to say is that there is this window here, North Georgia into the Carolinas, that could see pretty easily 2, 3, 4 inches of rain just from tonight, what's left of tonight and the rest of Thursday. That's not that long. So we're really going to add up the rainfall. With that in mind, tonight, where the rain came through, we have a possibility of flash flooding already, and then we go into the next storm system. We go into the storm that Carl was just talking about. European model, maybe a little bit farther north, maybe a little bit weaker low. USGFS going gangbusters on the strength of this area of low pressure, and with the amount of moisture that's available, just a huge footprint of 2 to 3, if not 3 to 5 inches of rain on the way, on top of what's already occurred over the past couple of days. That could lead to more flooding here as we head into the weekend. We know that rain and high wind can make dangerous driving conditions, and meteorologist Reynolds Wolf shows us crucial things to know before you start driving in the rain.
Driving during a downpour can be inconvenient and dangerous. While a rainstorm can reduce visibility, those first drops can sometimes be the most dangerous factor on the road.
When it first starts raining is the most dangerous time to be on the road, because all the oil and the antifreeze that's dripped off of cars has soaked into the asphalt, and it rises to the surface when it starts raining, and then it mixes with the water, so it makes the road really slick and dangerous.
That's because once water covers the road, hydroplaning can occur.
Hydroplaning means there's water between the tire and the road surface. So instead of the tire actually touching the asphalt, that contact patch in reality has water in between, so you can't steer the car and get to the location you need to be.
But it's not just the rain. Other factors can make a big difference in how your car handles the road.
80% of your driving decisions are based on visibility, especially when it's raining really heavily out. It's going to affect the distance that you can see. And your headlights are going to be also really important, especially at night.
Make sure your headlights are working properly. Change those wiper blades every 6 months and turn the cruise control off. Plus, don't use heavy braking. You'll just lose traction.
The biggest mistake drivers make when it starts to rain is they drive through flooded roadways, they use their cruise control, and they don't give enough stopping distance between them and the vehicle in front of them. And that can lead to an accident.
Great information there, and unfortunately information you're going to have to put into good use if you're trying to go anywhere through the southeast tonight through the rest of your Thursday, or again this weekend with that next big weather maker on the way. There's still a chance of some isolated tornadoes through the rest of our Thursday here in the southeast. This is including the Atlanta metro area, where storms have come through over the past hour or so, but many of the models are stalling this line out somewhere in the 50-mile radius north or south of the city. That is suggesting we could continue to do this through much of the morning on Thursday. And then eventually later Thursday afternoon, it gets the boot and we can reset for a day and a half before the big weather comes in over the weekend. So that's one thing to watch. Here's the Atlanta hourly forecast, and look how many lightning strikes we have on here. It's effectively all the way through tomorrow as well. It's certainly possible. Here we go with the Columbia, South Carolina area, and the rain will take until, basically 7 a.m. Thursday to get here. But then here, too, along that I-20 corridor, it's tough. It's going to be tough to get rid of it. Now, again, this is just one model's view of how these storms evolve. It's not necessarily the only gospel truth out there, but someone in the southeast could have too much water as we time this out for you into Thursday. And that means that we really have to watch out for big weather on the short term, and then again, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Live coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel, and we have some new video to show you over downtown Winfield, Alabama. And you can see the damage and destruction even from this vantage point. That is an entire wall of a structure that is missing. The little spotlight, flashlight shining right into the building there on the bottom part of your screen. Lots of first responder activity and response here throughout the evening and nighttime hours to clean things up. Huge billboards and roofing materials ripped down and thrown across the roadways here. And crews that are actually on the roof and creating some crazy shadows because of the spotlights hitting those crews. They're trying to secure that. I think that's a billboard. It may be roofing material, though. It's hard to know. We heard some reports that there was some roofing material that lofted in from a good distance away and landed basically into downtown. But basically down the strip, down Main Street here, both sides impacted, according to Charles Peak. The tornado basically came right down the street, and just about every business and structure was affected in some way, some more than others. So that's entire wall collapsed, but, panes of glass shattered, lots to clean up. We'll put it that way. But the crews are out there, and they are cleaning things up, and they're going to allow for so many of the other, necessary workers to get in that the mayor told Charles Peak, Carl, that they think they might have a lot of the power back on by morning. How about that?
That's great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So we're going to be going through something like this again, potentially, coming up this weekend, actually Friday night. Unfortunately, that's New Year's Eve and then New Year's Day as well. We could be looking at more severe weather with an unusually powerful storm coming down across the southern part of the country that is going to be feeding off an incredible temperature contrast. A lot of warm and humid air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, where water temperatures are above average. That's a big part of what has been driving this severe weather threat. And then on Friday, we're going to be looking at temperatures as high as the lower 80s along the Gulf Coast and as low as -20 in the northern plains. And when you've got a temperature contrast like that, you end up getting a really strong jet stream. We're going to have a ripping jet stream across the Mid-South Friday and into Saturday. And so that is going to strengthen winds at several levels of the atmosphere. And that's a big part of what drives a severe weather threat. So on Friday, we're looking at the low-level winds here. And I want you to watch how this area of low-level wind is going to increase dramatically between Friday and Friday night. By the time we get into Friday night, we're going to be looking at a fierce low-level jet coming up into the Mid-South. Not a ton of instability necessarily, but enough. And so where storms get going and they interact with that very strong low-level wind, we could be looking at tornadoes and we could be looking at a damaging wind threat as well. Where do we think that's going to happen? Well, it's likely going to be from parts of the Arklatex into the Mid-South, also up towards the Tennessee Valley as well. So much of Arkansas, western Tennessee, a little bit of Kentucky, a severe weather threat, including tornadoes, developing late Friday. And then this huge wind field, this area of low-level winds, continues into Saturday, along with very strong upper-level winds, which will make storms more organized in general. And that will find its way farther east. So again, on Saturday, there is going to be a severe weather threat, and that will extend farther east into parts of Mississippi, into Alabama, North Georgia, and the entire state of Tennessee. Mark?
Hey, Carl, before we go too much further, that map that you were just showing with the Saturday time frame, I think that might just be a function of we're too far away from it still, right? This map is going to evolve. There's going to be a likely, if not a very likely on here somewhere.
Yeah. No question.
You know, some of the early looks are painting where we may see some of those bullseyes. Anything that's given you some clues as to where people need to be even more alert for Saturday at this point?
Well, I mean, certainly, you're talking about a large part of the Gulf Coast, because it looks like the greatest instability is going to be coming up right in there, which is pretty typical at this time of the year. I mean, that's the area that we often watch into Louisiana and Mississippi. But then you've got these very strong winds well to the north where there's a little bit less in the way of instability. So, it's not necessarily that we're going to see everything right on top of each other, but we may have less instability in areas where you've got really strong lift in the atmosphere, and then more instability where you've got less lift. But the net will be a pretty broad area of potential severe weather.
And so expect brighter colors on that map as early as tomorrow, letting people know that it's not just a possibility or a general tornado or general thunderstorm threat. This might be a big deal for smaller areas within that zone.
Yep.
And Carl, I got another way to show everybody what that may look like. Look at the spin coming out of the west. This is the very organized upper level spin barreling its way through the center of the country and working its way east. It pulls up all this moisture, the dew point, the measure of moisture in the air. This is unheard of air for basically the whole southeast. It's going to feel like June, potentially July. New Orleans 71 dew points. That is very soggy stuff coming your way. Stay with the Weather Channel tonight. Download our app on your TV. Get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, or smart TVs as well.
Kids can...
Well, we've been following severe storms tonight across parts of the southeast. Right now, there are no severe warnings in effect. There is a flash flood warning to tell you about, however. Let's get right into the radars here and show you what's going on in the Atlanta metro, and storms kind of leaning across the Atlanta metro on either side of town. And we're going to see more rain through the area tonight, so there certainly could be a flash flood threat developing. You notice how these storms are kind of rolling slowly across the same areas, and that's going to mean it really adds up before too long here, and there's going to be a lot more on the way. We've seen something like that already south of Birmingham. Flash flood warning in effect for Bibb and Chilton and Shelby counties until 12:45. We've got some new development coming in now between that area and Birmingham. And when you look at the instability, I mean, this is what has been driving this severe weather threat. It's been unusually warm and humid across the southeast. And, part of what drives instability or fuel for thunderstorms is that low level warm and humid air. So we've got plenty of that now in central Alabama, in central Georgia. And unlike situations where you have a front come through and it kind of sweeps it all away and the threat is over with, it's not really happening in this case. The upper forcing associated with this system is kind of lifting away, and it's just kind of leaving an area that's going to kind of draw across that 20 corridor. And even as this forcing moves away, which is right up in here, we've got more jet stream energy coming out of the southwest. And so going forward, what's likely going to happen is we'll see more scattered showers and storms across a lot of the same areas. They may not have the same level of intensity, but that's going to mean repeated rounds of heavy rain in areas that have already seen a lot of heavy rain tonight in parts of Alabama as well as into North Georgia. Now, the models differ in terms of where exactly that's going to set up. Some are a little farther to the south, some are a little farther to the north, but whatever the case, we know that there's going to be more rain on the way, and that instability is not going to be swept out, but rather it's going to continue to feed up here into these storms overnight and even into tomorrow morning. So that is what is going to keep that flash flood threat in place through the night tonight. Mark, over to you.
And Carl, then we look ahead. We look ahead to the next storm that will be bringing every single type of weather imaginable across the country. In the west, the Sierra Nevada is finally getting into some really beneficial snows, stacking that snowpack and setting the stage for a much better start to your water year than last. And let's hope that trend continues. Chicago, you ended your snowless streak. 287 days without any snow in Chicago, the second longest. And then you got, what, I think it was 1.4 officially when all is said and done. Maybe you started off a new trend because there's some significant snow coming your way with this next storm system as well. It is not just going to be a winter storm, not just a snowmaker. It will also be the same system that kicks up the severe weather across the eastern United States. So let's follow this as it gets going. This is the origin story. 2 different areas of low pressure that'll be sliding into the western United States. First in the Pacific Northwest with some snow, also with the Southern California rain and snow. And those 2 lows will merge together over the 4 corners by late Thursday into Friday. So here's how this looks. We'll roll through late Wednesday into our Thursday here, continuing across the west with those 2 different lows, but then they really phase together. That's the meteorological term for those 2 branches of the jet stream organizing and coming together. That'll give us good snows over the higher terrain of the 4 corners, but also some very heavy rains into places like Phoenix or Yuma. You got to watch out for this one for the last day of 2021 and really portions of the first day of 2022 as well, because it's going to take its time to get out of here. Look at the snow, too. The Colorado Rockies will do well out of this. Denver might have just the right wind direction as that new surface low forms to keep that snow going a little bit longer. I say new surface low because there will be a new low that enters the center of the country along with this upper level huge curl in our jet stream, pulling up the moisture with the record-breaking heat, setting the stage for severe weather across the east. Well, what goes up must come down. And in the center of the country, we'll be pulling in some much colder temperatures. And you may have heard Carl mention this earlier. 80-degree temps along the Gulf Coast, 20 below temps across the northern tier. That's the difference behind this front. So, severe weather and heavy rain to the east, snow possible in the Midwest. We spent a lot of time on this story tonight. I want to quickly show you what's possible in here with the snow side of that next storm system that is also going to bring us the severe storm setup. Friday, this is now New Year's Eve. Here's midnight for you, and we're starting to snow into Grand Island, southern Nebraska, northern Kansas. Maybe some big snows here, northern Missouri into Iowa, continuing into Illinois. Here's Chicago's snow really picking up Saturday afternoon, snowing the rest of New Year's Day, continuing into that night as well. European models suggesting plowable snow through much of the Midwest, and the USGFS may be slightly stronger and slightly further south, so even bigger snows possible with that model. Stay with the Weather Channel tonight. Download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku and Fire Stick as well.
On this episode.